Good Maribor, what have they done to you?" Over his shoulder he shouted, "Bring water! Bring bandages and more light!" "You're not looking too good, my friend," Morven Pickering said, kneeling beside Hadrian. Morven was dressed in shimmering mail, his blood-spattered tabard bearing the crest of the Essendon falcon. "They've indeed treated you poorly, sir," Renwick agreed, looking distraught. He was also dressed in blood-stained mail, and his face and hair were thick with sweat. "I don't understand," Roy said. "Last we heard, Drondle Fields was under siege and about to fall." "It was," Morven replied. "Then the damnedest thing happened. The flag of truce went up from the vanguard of the Northern Imperial Army. A rider advanced and asked permission to speak at the gates. He explained that new orders had arrived along with a personal message to King Ulrich. If that wasn't strange enough, the personal guard of Empress Modena had delivered them. He nodded toward a palace guard who was providing water to Amelia. "His name is Gerald. Anyway, the message said that Regents Ethelred and Solder were traitors, and they were keeping the Empress a prisoner in her own palace. It also said the war against Mellengar was their personal quest for power, and that their commander, Sir Brecton, was either dead by treachery or falsely imprisoned and awaiting execution." Hadrian started to speak, but Morven stopped him. Wait. It gets better. The orders commanded the acting leader of the Northern Army to cease all aggression against Mellengar, extend the Empress's sincerest apologies to King Ulrich, and return to Aquesta with all haste. The messenger went on to explain that Arista was scheduled for execution on Wintertide, and Empress Modena requested Ulrich to send whatever assistance he could spare. "What did Ulrich say?" Hadrian asked Morven, as the king was consumed with aiding his sister. "Are you kidding? He figured it was a ploy. Some trick to get us to come out. We all thought so. Then Ulrich yells down, more as a joke than anything, 'To prove you're telling the truth, lay down your weapons.' We laughed real hard until the commander, a guy named Sir Tibbin, who's a decent enough fellow once you get to know him, did just that. We all stood on the parapet watching in disbelief as the Imperialists made this huge pile of spears, swords, and shields. That convinced Ulrich. He told them that not only would he send help, but he would personally lead the detachment. We rode day and night, and expected to have a rough time breaching the city walls, but when we arrived, the gates were open. The people were rioting in the Empress's name and shouting for Ethelred's and Solda's heads. We stormed the palace and found only token resistance, just some foot soldiers and a few Sered. "Your sword has blood on it," Hadrian noted, pointing to Morven's blade. "Yeah. Funny that. I was determined never to draw it again, but when the fighting started, it just kind of came out by itself." "What about Modena?" Amelia asked. Is she... Gerald's face was grave. "What?" Amelia begged. "There was an unfortunate incident in her bedroom this morning," the guard said. Tears rose in Amelia's eyes. "Did she—" "She killed Regent Ethelred." "She what?" "She stabbed him with a piece of broken glass from her mirror. She escaped an attempt on her life and ran to the courtyard. She rallied the soldiers who were loyal to her. When we arrived, she was ordering her men about like a seasoned general. Her troops managed to open the palace gates for us. Along with the Melengarians and the Northern Army, we suppressed the remaining Sered and the palace guards loyal to the regents." "Where is she now?" Amelia asked. "She's on her throne, accepting vows of allegiance from the monarchs, nobles, and knights, everyone that had come for the wedding." Men with stretchers appeared in the hall. Amelia turned to Sir Brecton. With tears in her eyes, she let out an awkward laugh and said, "You were right. She did save us." Chapter 19. New Beginnings. Medina stood alone on the little hill just beyond the city. This was the first time she had been outside the palace gates in more than a year. 4 men with pickaxes had worked the better part of 3 days, cutting through the frozen ground to make a hole deep enough for the grave. What had taken days to dig was filled in just minutes, leaving a dark mound on a field of white. Her reunion with the world was bittersweet, because her first act was to bury a friend. The gravediggers tried to explain it was customary to wait until spring, but Medina insisted. She had to see him put to rest. 17 soldiers waited at the base of the hill. Some trotted a perimeter on horseback, while others kept a watchful eye on her or the surrounding area. As she stood quietly in that bleak landscape, her robe shimmered and flapped in the wind like gossamer. "You did this to me," she accused the dirt mound before her. Medina had not seen him since Dahlgren. She knew of him the way she knew about everything. Saldar enjoyed the sound of his own voice, which made him an excellent tutor. The regent even talked to himself when no one else was around. When he did not know something, he always summoned experts to the sanctity of his office, the one place he felt safe from prying ears. Most of the names and places had been meaningless at first, but with repetition, everything became clear. Medina learned of Andros Billet from Renyard, who had murdered King Urith, Queen Amateur, and their children. Andros succeeded where Percy Braga had failed when trying to seize control of Melangar. She learned how Monsignor Merton, though loyal to the church, was becoming a liability because he was a true believer. She heard that the regions couldn't decide if King Roswart of Dunmore's biggest asset was his cowardice or his greed. She learned the names of Cornelius and Cosmos de Lure, men the regions saw as genuine threats unless properly controlled. Their influence on trade was crucial to maintaining imperial stability. In the beginning, Medina heard without listening, as the words just flowed past. Over time, their constant presence filtered through the fog, settling like silt upon her mind. The day his name floated by was the first time she actually paid attention to what was being said. The regents were toasting him for their success. Initially, Medina thought he was in Saldar's study, sharing a glass of spirits with them, but eventually it became apparent they were mocking him. His efforts were instrumental to their rise, but he would not share in the rewards. They spoke of him as a mad lunatic who had served his purpose. Instead of executing him, he had been locked in the secret prison, that oubliette for refuse they wanted to forget. He died alone in the darkness. The doctor said it was due to starvation, but Medina knew better. She was intimately familiar with the demons that visited prisoners trapped in that darkness. Regret, hopelessness, and most of all, fear. She knew how the fiends worked, entering in silence, filling a void, and growing until the soul was pushed out, until nothing remained. Like an old tree, the trunk could continue to stand while the core rotted away. But when all strength was gone, the first breeze would snap the spirit. She knelt down and felt the gritty texture of a cold clump of dirt in her hand. Her father had loved the soil. He would break it up with his huge leathery fingers and smell it. He even tasted it. Field and farm had been his whole world, but they would not be hers. "I know you meant well," she said. "I know you believed. You thought you were standing up for me, protecting me, saving me. In some ways, you succeeded. You might have saved my life, but you did not save me. What fate might we have had if you hadn't championed my cause? If you hadn't become a martyr? If we stayed in Dahlgren, you could have found us a new home. The Bothwicks would have raised me as their own daughter. I would have carried wounds, but perhaps I would have known happiness again. Eventually. I could have been the wife of a farmer. I would have spun wool, pulled weeds, cooked turnips, raised children. I would have been strong for my family. I would have fought against wolves and thieves. Neighbours would say, "She got that strength from the hardships of her youth." I could have lived a small, quiet life. But you changed all that. I'm not an innocent maid anymore. You hardened and hammered me into a new thing. I know too much. I've seen too much. And now I've killed. Medina paused and glanced up at the sky. There were only a few clouds on the field of blue, the kind of clear blue seen only on a crisp winter day. Perhaps the two paths really aren't so different. Ethelred was just a wolf who walked like a man, and the Empire is my family now. Placing a hand on the grave, she softly said, "I forgive you." Then Medina stood and walked away, leaving behind the mound with the marker bearing the name Deacon Thomas. The candles had burned down to nubs, and still they were not through the list. Amelia's eyes drooped, and she fought the urge to lay her head down on the desk. She sat wrapped in a blanket with part of it made into a hood. "Should we stop here and come back to it tomorrow?" she asked hopefully. The Empress shook her head. She was wearing the robe Mintz had given her. Amelia hadn't seen her wear anything else since Medina had taken control of the Empire. Other than on the night of the hawking feast, the Empress had never donned the crown or mantle of her office. "I want to get through this last set tonight. I can't afford to have these positions left vacant. Isn't that right, Nimbus? It would be best to settle on the remaining prefects at least. If I may speak plainly, Your Eminence, you relieved over 1/3 of all office holders. If new ones aren't appointed soon, the resulting void might give warlords an opportunity to exert authority and fracture the Empire." "How many do we still have to go?" Medina asked. Nimbus shuffled through parchments. There are still 42 vacant positions." "Too many. We have to finish this." "If only you hadn't removed so many," Amelia said in a tired voice. Since taking power, Medina had worked tirelessly and demanded the same of her aides. The change in her was amazing. The once quiet, shy waif who had sat before a window each day had transformed into an empress, commanding and strong. She organized meetings of state, judged the accused, appointed new officials, and even demanded that Nimbus teach her letters and history. Amelia admired her, but regretted Medina's dedication. With so much required of her, Amelia had only a few moments each day to spend with Sir Brecton. The secretary found herself strangely nostalgic for the hours they had spent imprisoned together. Each day, the Empress, Nimbus, and Amelia met in Solder's old office. Medina insisted on working there because it contained numerous charts, maps, and scrolls. These imperial records were meticulously organized and provided details on all aspects of the kingdom. Not being able to read, Medina had to rely on Nimbus and Amelia to sift through the documents and find answers to her questions. Nimbus was a greater help than Amelia, but still Medina insisted on her presence. "I just wish I could remove some of the nobles as well," Medina said. There are several kings and dukes that are as bad as Solder. Solder got King Armand of Alburn his throne through the assassination of King Reinhold, and I hate that he is rewarded for such treachery. Are you certain I can't remove him?" Nimbus cringed. "Technically, you can. As Empress and the descendant of Novron, you are semi-divine, and your authority is absolute to all those who call Maribor God. However, such notions are fine in theory. But you must function based on reality. A ruler's power comes from the support and loyalty of her nobles. Offend enough of them, and not only will they not obey you, they will almost certainly raise armies against you. Unless you are prepared to govern by the strength of Maribor's will alone, I suggest we keep the ruling nobles, if not happy, at least content." Nimbus shifted in his seat. "A number of Ethelred and Soldor's supporters are most likely preparing for a coup. Given the current situation, however, I am certain they are puzzled how best to proceed. For over a year, the regions actively promoted you as Empress and a goddess, supreme and infallible. Now that you actually wield power, it'll take some creative manipulation to convince others to act against you. Finding allies won't be easy, but they have some advantages. For instance, you are inexperienced, and they expect you to make mistakes, which they will hope to exploit. The key is to avoid making any." Medina thought for a moment and then asked, "So, although I am all-powerful, I have to obey the nobles?" "No. You merely have to keep them from wanting to get rid of you. You can do this in two ways. Keep them placated by providing things they want, such as wealth, power, and prestige, or make the idea of opposing you more distasteful than bowing to you. Personally, I suggest doing both. Feed their egos and coffers, but build your base around loyal leaders. Men like Ulrich of Melangar would be a good start. He's proven himself to be trustworthy, and you've already won his gratitude by saving his kingdom. Bolster his position by providing income through preferential trade agreements. Grow that seed of an alienated monarchy into an economic, political, and military ally. With powerful supporters, the nobles will not be so quick to attack you." "But Melangar isn't even in the Empire." "All the better. Those inside the Empire will compete for power among themselves. Everyone on the ladder wants to be on a higher rung. Because Ulrich isn't part of that ladder, no one will feel slighted when he receives preferential status. If you were to act similarly with a noble within the Empire, you'll generate resentment of that favoritism. You can proclaim aid to Melangar as prudent foreign affairs. By endorsing Ulrich, you'll be building a supporter who won't be easily assailable, and one who will be more grateful than those who consider it their due." "But won't this be expensive? Where will I get the funds? The people are already suffering under a heavy tax," the Empress said. "I would suggest meeting with the Delors. They generally operate outside official channels, but offering them legitimacy can provide mutual benefit. Given recent events with the Bahran Gazelle and Delgos, Cornelius Delors in particular should be most receptive to a proposal of imperial protection." "I've been thinking about Cornelius Delors quite a bit lately. Do you think I should appoint him as Trade Secretary?" Nimbus smiled, started to speak, paused, and then eventually said, "I think that might be a little too much like placing a drunk in charge of a tavern, but you're thinking along the proper lines. Perhaps a better choice might be to appoint Cornelius Delors Prefect of Colnora. Until recently, Colnora was a merchant-run city, so recognizing this officially would go a long way toward good relations with merchants in general, and the Delors in particular. Best of all, it won't cost you anything." "I like the idea of Cornelius as prefect. Medina said, and turned to Amelia. Please summon him for an audience. We can present the idea and see what he says. The Empress returned her attention to Nimbus. Is there anything else I need to be looking into at present? I suggest creating sanctioned imperial representatives, trained here in Aquesta to travel and relay instructions. They can be your eyes and ears to check up on local administrators. You might consider drawing these representatives from the monasteries. Monks are usually educated, used to living in poverty, and will be especially devoted because of your Novronian lineage. Religious fervour can often be more powerful than wealth, which will keep your agents bribe-resistant. Oh, one other thing. Be certain to avoid appointing anyone to a province who is from that area, and be sure to rotate them often. This will prevent them from becoming too familiar with those they administer. As if I didn't have enough to do, Medina sighed. The best approach is to divide and conquer. Do you have a short list for the remainder of the prefects, Nimbus? Yes. He reached into his piles and pulled out a stack of parchments. I've compiled what I think are the best candidates. Shall we go through them? No. I trust your judgment. Nimbus looked disappointed. To save time, call in your top choices and interview them yourself. If you're satisfied, I want you to go ahead and appoint them. What's next? What about Saldor? Nimbus asked. Medina sighed once more and slouched in her chair. Many of the others can be tried for treason, but he's different, Nimbus explained. He wasn't just the regent. He was also once a very powerful officer in the Novron church. An execution would be, well, awkward. Saldor is too dangerous to let go and too dangerous to execute. I suppose we could keep him imprisoned indefinitely. No, Medina suddenly said. I can't do that. You're right in that his situation is unique, but we must settle the matter one way or another. Even though he's in the tower, and not the dungeon, I won't let anyone stay locked up forever. Even with adequate food, water, and light, the knowledge that you'll never be free has a way of destroying you from the inside. I'll not do that to anyone, not even him. Well, the Patriarch hasn't left for Ervenon yet. He has taken up residence in the cathedral. If we could convince him to denounce Saldor, that would make it possible to execute the ex-regent without fear of reprisal. Shall I set up a meeting? Medina nodded. Is that it? Amelia asked. Can we go to bed? Yes. I think that will do for now, Medina told them. Thank you both for all your assistance. I couldn't hope to do any of this without you. You're most welcome, Your Eminence, Nimbus replied. You know, Nimbus, you don't have to be so formal. We are alone, after all. You can call me Medina. Don't bother, Amelia said. You can't stop him. Trust me, I've tried. I've badgered him for nearly a year, yet he still calls me Milady. My respect for you both prevents me from doing otherwise. Honestly, Nimbus, Medina told him, you should be Chancellor permanently. You're already doing the job behind the scenes. I don't know why you won't officially take the position. I'm happy to serve now, in your time of need, but who is to say what the future might bring? Medina frowned. Oh, one more thing, Nimbus said. There have been some strange rumours from the north. The information is sketchy, but there appears to be some kind of trouble. Like what? I don't know exactly. All I've heard is that the roads from Dunmore are choked with refugees fleeing south. You might want to send someone to find out what's happening, Medina told him. I already did. I asked Supreme General Brecton to investigate, and he sent 3 separate patrols. Quite some time ago, in fact. And? The Empress inquired. None of them have returned, Nimbus replied. What do you make of it? Nimbus shrugged. Perhaps they are delayed by bad weather or flooding. Although, to be honest, the most likely answer would point toward pestilence. If the patrols visited a plague-ridden city, they would remain rather than risk bringing the disease back with them. Even so, illnesses have a way of travelling on their own. It might be best to brace for an epidemic. Medina sighed. Will it never end? Wishing you were back at your window now, aren't you? Amelia asked. Hadrian had found himself in the infirmary, along with Arista Essendon and Deegan Gaunt. For the first 3 days, he did little more than sleep, and was only marginally aware that his wounds had been stitched and wrapped. Whenever he woke, Royce was beside the bed, enveloped in a cloak with the hood covering his face. With his feet propped up on a chair, the thief appeared to be sleeping, but Hadrian knew better. As Hadrian regained enough strength to focus, Royce entertained him with current events. The good news was that Medina seemed to have matters concerning the Empire well in hand. The bad news was that Merrick Marius and Louis Guy had managed to escape, and had not been seen since wintertide. By the 7th day, Hadrian felt strong enough to try walking, and he had been moved out of the infirmary and into a bedroom on the 3rd floor. Each day he walked down the corridor, holding on to Royce, Albert, or Renwick. The squire and viscount were frequent visitors, but Hadrian didn't have the opportunity to thank the Duke and Duchess of Rochelle for their help before they returned home. Like the other nobles gathered for the wedding, they swore fealty to Medina before departing. Albert continued to stay in Jenny and Leo's suite, as the Viscount was in no hurry to trade the luxurious palatial accommodations for his austere cell at the monastery. From time to time, Morven and Ulrich stopped by, usually on their way to visit Arista. Even Nimbus peeked in once or twice, but Royce and Renwick, who took turns as his steadfast sentries, tended to Hadrian day and night. The princess rested 2 doors down. Though still thin and weak, Arista was recovering faster than Hadrian, judging by the pace of her strides past his door. At first, Ulrich or Morven escorted her, but recently she had started passing by unaided. Hadrian was disappointed that she never came to his room, and he, in turn, never visited hers. Deegan Gaunt had been at death's door when first pulled from the dungeon, and few had expected him to survive. At Hadrian's insistence, Royce checked in on him and relayed updates on his condition. Even when given thick chicken broth, Gaunt had choked and vomited. One night, the doctors had called in a priest of Novron, but somehow Gaunt pulled through. The latest reports indicated Deegan was now eating solid foods and starting to regain weight. "Ready for another walk?" Royce asked, handing Hadrian a cloak. Recently woken, Hadrian was still rubbing his eyes. "Wow, you're in a hurry. Mind if I relieve myself first? Is somebody getting a bit anxious to get back to Gwen?" "Yes, and you're milking all the attention. Now get up." Royce helped Hadrian to his feet. Feeling the tug on his stitches, Hadrian grimaced as he slowly stood. "How's the head today?" Royce asked. "Much better. Not dizzy at all. I think I can walk on my own." "Maybe so. But lean on me anyway. I don't want you falling down the stairs and ripping your side open. If you do, I'll be stuck here playing nursemaid another week." "Your compassion is overwhelming," Hadrian said, wincing as he slipped a tunic over his head. "Let's just start by getting you down to the courtyard. If you're still feeling okay after that, then you can try going on your own." "Oh, may I?" Hadrian replied. Using Royce as a crutch, Hadrian limped out to the hallway. He let his friend lead him toward the main landing. He expected pain, but felt only a modest twinge. "You know, I meant what I said in the dungeon. I appreciate you coming for me," Hadrian said. Royce laughed. "You do realize that I really didn't do anything. Everything would have turned out exactly the same if I had stayed in Windermere with Gwen. She keeps insisting I'm needed to save you, but you seem pretty self-sufficient these days. Well, not right now, but you know what I mean." They reached the courtyard, and Royce helped Hadrian down the stairs. A warm spell had moved in, and the weather was unusually pleasant. Hadrian heard the sound of dripping water everywhere as the snow melted. "Early spring?" Hadrian asked. "Only temporary, I'm sure," Royce replied. "Nothing this nice stays long." "Okay, now that you're on level ground, try walking to the gate. I'll wait here." Even after 2 weeks, the courtyard still bore signs of combat. Dark smears and sooty smudges on the walls, a broken cart, a missing door, and several shattered windows all told the story of what had happened while he had been in the prison. Hadrian spotted another patient out for her daily exercise. Arista wore a simple blue dress and had gained enough weight to start looking like herself again. She swung her arms and took deep breaths of fresh air while circling the ward. Her hair was down and blowing in the breeze. "Hadrian!" Arista cried out after seeing him. He tried to straighten up and winced. "Here, let me help you." She rushed forward. No, I'm trying to go solo today. Royce is releasing some of his tyrannical control." He hooked a thumb toward his friend, waiting at the palace doors. "I'm surprised Ulrich lets you wander around alone." She laughed, and pointed at 2 well-armed guards whose eyes never wavered from her as they stood a short distance away. "He's turned into a mother hen. It's kind of embarrassing, but I'm not going to complain. Did you know he cried the night they carried us out? Ulrich has always been more like our mother than I am. How can I be mad at someone for caring?" They walked together to a bench. It was clear of snow. The warm sun had dried it clean. The 2 of them sat down, and Hadrian was grateful for the rest. "Ulrich did well," he said. "I'm sure it was difficult for him to leave Medford and go to Drondel Fields. Royce tells me he took quite a few of the citizenry with him." She nodded. "Yes, and doing so made the siege difficult. Hundreds of people were jammed into the corridors, halls, and all around the courtyard. Food was scarce after only a month, because there were so many mouths to feed. Ulrich's advisers told him he had to deny food to the sick to save others, but he refused to listen. Some of the weak actually died. Count Pickering said Ulrich needed to surrender in order to save those he could. I heard from Morven that Ulrich was planning to do just that. He was just waiting until after wintertide. I'm proud of my brother. He knew they would kill him, but he was willing to sacrifice himself for his people." "How are things now at Drondel Fields?" "Oh, fine. Supplies are flowing again, and Count Pickering is administrating from there. I'm not sure if you know, but Medford was destroyed. Drondel Fields will need to function as the capital until Ulrich can rebuild." "That's funny, as it served just such a purpose in the beginning." Hadrian nodded, and the pair continued to sit while quietly looking around the courtyard. Arista unexpectedly took his hand and squeezed. Glancing down, he saw her looking at him with a warm smile. "I want to thank you for trying to rescue me," Arista said. "You've no idea how much it meant. When I was in the—" She paused and looked away, staring at some distant, unseen point. A shadow crossed her face and lingered long enough to make her lip quiver. When she spoke again, her voice was softer and less confident. "I felt very alone, more so than I imagined a person could be. Arista chuckled softly. I was so naive. When I was first captured, I believed I could face death bravely, like Ulrich was going to. Arista paused again, studying the fallow garden and wetting her lips. I'm ashamed to say that I'd completely given up by the end. I didn't care about anything. I just wanted the fear to stop. I was terrified. So terrified that... And then I heard your voice. She gave another sad little smile. I couldn't believe what I heard at first. You sounded like a bird song in the dead of winter. So warm, so friendly, so very out of place. I was falling into an abyss, and at the very last moment you reached out and caught me. Just your voice. Just your words. I don't think I can ever express how much they meant. He nodded and squeezed her hand back. I'm pleased to have been of service, my lady. Hadrian gave a reverent little bow of his head. They sat quietly again for some time. When the silence was nearly uncomfortable, Hadrian asked, What are you going to do now? Go with Ulrich to Drondel Fields? Actually, that's something I need to talk to you about. But not today. We both have healing yet to do. It'll wait until we are stronger. Did you know Ezra Harden is dead? Yeah, we found that out. He came to me the night he was killed and told me something. Something involving Deegan Gaunt. Her voice faded as she glanced toward the main gate, a look of curiosity crossing her face. Who is that? She pointed. Hadrian followed her gaze and saw a lone figure entering on horseback. The rider was thin, small, and wearing a monk's frock. The man rode slumped over the horse's neck. Once inside the palace's gate, he fell face first into the slush. Royce was the farthest away, but he was still able to reach the man first. Several servants were right behind him. Hadrian and Arista approached, and by the time they arrived, Royce had already rolled the man over and pulled back his hood. Myron? Hadrian said in disbelief. He stared down at the familiar face of their friend from the Winds Abbey. The monk was unconscious, but there was no sign of a wound. Myron? Arista asked, puzzled. Myron Lanachlin of Windermere? I thought he never left the abbey. Hadrian shook his head. He doesn't. The little monk lay on a cot in the infirmary. 2 chambermaids and the palace physician busied themselves tending to him. They brought water and cleaned the mud from his face, arms and legs, looking for wounds. Myron woke with a startled expression, looked around in a panic, and collapsed again. A miserable moan escaped his lips, followed by, Royce? What's wrong with him? Hadrian asked. Just exhausted, as far as I can tell, the doctor replied. He needs food and drink. Just as he said this, a maid entered with a steaming bowl. I'm so sorry, Myron said, opening his eyes again and focusing on Royce. I'm so sorry. I'm sure it was my fault. I should have done something. I don't know what to say. Slow down, Royce snapped. Start at the beginning and tell me everything. Everything? Hadrian asked. Remember who you're talking to. It was 4 days ago, and me and Miss Delancey were out talking with Rennion. I was telling him about a book I had just finished. It was early, and no one was in the garden but us. Everything was so quiet. I didn't hear anything. Maybe if I had heard... Get to the point, Myron. Royce's irritation increased. He just appeared out of nowhere. I was talking with Rennion when I heard her gasp. When I turned, he was behind her with a knife to her throat. I was so scared. I didn't want to do anything that might get Miss Delancey hurt. What did he look like? Who put a knife to her throat? Royce asked intently. I don't know. He didn't say his name. He looked a little like you, only larger, pale skin like new vellum, and dark eyes, very dark. He told me, "Listen carefully. I've been told you can remember exactly what you hear or read. I hope that is true for her sake. You will travel to the palace in Equester, find Royce Melbourne, and deliver him a message. Any delay or mistake may cost her life, so pay attention." "What's the message?" Royce asked. It was very strange, but this is what he told me. Black Queen takes King. White Rooks retreat. Black Queen captures Bishop. White Rook to Bishop's 4, threatening. Check. White's pawn takes Queen and Bishop. Jade's tomb, full face. Royce looked devastated. He stepped back and actually stumbled. Breathing hard, he sat on a vacant bed. "What is it?" Hadrian asked anxiously. "Royce?" His friend did not answer. He did not look at him, or at anyone. He merely stared. Hadrian had seen the look before. Royce was calculating, and from his intense expression, Hadrian could tell he was doing so in earnest. "Royce, talk to me. What did that mean? I know it's a code, but for what?" Royce got up. "Gwen's in danger. I have to go." "Let me get my swords." "No," he said bluntly. "I want you to stay out of this." "Stay out of it? Stay out of what?" "Royce, since when do—" Royce's face turned to a mask of calm. "Look at you. You're hobbling around. I can handle this. You get some rest. It's not that bad." "Don't do that. Don't try to manage me. Something terrible is happening. It's Merrick, isn't it? He likes chess. What did that message mean? I was the one who got you to help me find Gaunt, and if there's a price to be paid, I want to help. What's Merrick up to?" Royce's face changed again. The calm faded, and what lay behind it was an emotion Hadrian had never seen on his partner's face before. Terror. When he spoke, his voice quavered. "I have to go, and I need you to stay out of it." Hadrian noticed Royce's hands were shaking. When Royce saw them too, he pulled them under his cloak. "Don't follow me. Get well, and take your own path. We won't be seeing each other again. Goodbye." Royce bolted from the room. "Wait!" Hadrian called. He struggled to stand and follow, but it was useless. Royce was already gone. Chapter 20. The Queen's Gambit Accepted. It was late as Arista walked the balcony of her room. The storm from the night before had left the handrails mounded with snow, and icicles dangled from the eaves. In the light of the nearly full moon, everything was so pretty, like a fairy tale. Pulling her cloak tight, Arista lifted the hood such that she looked out through a fur-lined tunnel. Still the cold reached her. She considered going back inside, but she needed to be out. She needed to see the sky. Arista couldn't sleep. She felt uneasy, restless. Despite her exhaustion, sleeping was nearly impossible. The nightmares were not a surprise, given what she had gone through. She often woke in the dark, covered in sweat, certain she was still in the dungeon, certain that the sounds of snow blowing against the window were the scratches of a rat named Jasper. Afterward, lying awake brought thoughts of Hadrian. The hours of darkness trapped in that hole had stripped her bare, and forced her to face the truth. In Arista's most desperate moment, her thoughts had turned to him. The mere sound of his voice had saved her, and the thoughts of her own death were extinguished when she feared he was hurt. She was in love with Hadrian. The revelation was bitter, as it was clear he did not feel the same. In those last hours, the only words that passed his lips were ones of common comfort, the same encouragement anyone would give. He might care about her, but he didn't love her. In one way, she found that a blessing, as every man who ever had loved her had died. She couldn't bear to see Hadrian die as well. She concluded they would remain friends. Close friends, she hoped, but she would not endanger that friendship by admitting anything more. She wondered if somewhere Hilfred was watching her and laughing at the irony or crying in sympathy. Still, it was not thoughts of Jasper or Hadrian that kept Arista walking the balcony that night. Another ghost stalked her troubled mind, whispering memories. Something was happening. She had felt it building ever since they had pulled her from the prison. At first, she assumed it was the lingering effect of starvation, a form of light-headedness affecting her senses. Now she realized it was more than that. At wintertide, the Uli Vermar ends. They will come. Without the horn, everyone dies. Only you know now. Only you can save. The words of Esarhaddon echoed in her head, but she couldn't understand what they meant. What is the Uli Vermar? And who is coming? Something had clearly happened. Somehow the world had changed on wintertide. She could feel it. She could taste it. The air sizzled with the sensation. While she had known how to tap the natural power of the world, Arista was shocked to discover that the world could talk back, speaking to her in a language she did not fully understand. It came in subtle impressions, vague feelings she might have previously dismissed as imagination. All the signals spoke of a great shift. She, like all living things in tune with the natural world, was aware of the change just as if it were the coming dawn. Something about this wintertide had been different. Something rare, something old, something great had transpired. She looked to the northeast. It was there, hurtling toward them. They are coming. A voice startled her. Anna said you were out here. Arista spun to see Modena standing behind her. She wore a simple kirtle dress, her arms folded across her chest, fending off the cold. She looked more like the girl Arista had first met in Dahlgren than an empress. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you, Modena said. Arista gathered herself and curtsied as best she could. Not at all, Your Eminence. Modena sighed. Please don't. I have enough people kissing the floor. I refuse to take it from you, and I'm sorry for taking so long to visit. You are the Empress. The real Empress. I'm sure your time is limited. And because I am still the ambassador of Melangar, I really should greet and address you properly. Modena frowned. Perhaps, but can't we skip the formalities when in private? If that is your wish. I wanted to let you know that we are officially allies now. I signed a preferred trade agreement and defense pact this morning with Ulrich. That's wonderful, Arista smiled, although you're putting me out of a job by going over my head like that. Can we go inside? It's freezing out here. Modena led the way back into Arista's room. In the dim light, Arista noticed something lying folded neatly on the bed. I was so worried about you. Medina whispered as she unexpectedly hugged the princess, squeezing her tight. "And just so you know, I did visit you. Nearly every night. You've just been asleep." "You saved my life, my brother, and my kingdom," Arista replied, returning the embrace. "Do you really think I can feel slighted by you?" Medina let go. "I'm sorry it took so long. I'm sorry that you had to stay in that place. I didn't save Deacon Thomas, and I didn't save Hilfred. Perhaps if I'd acted sooner—" "Don't," Arista said, seeing the Empress's eyes watering. "You have nothing to apologize for." Medina wiped the tears and nodded. "I wanted to give you something. Something special." She walked to the bed and held up a familiar robe which unfolded in shimmering cascades. "Do you recognize it?" Arista nodded. "I can't imagine there are two such robes in all the world. I would think he would want you to have it. And so do I." Medina had just left Arista's room and was passing Deegan's half-open door when he called out, "Hang on there!" She pushed the door open and stood on the threshold, looking at him. Tall and still very thin, he sat propped against a bank of pillows in bed. "My chamber pot needs emptying, and the room is starting to stink. Want to get in here and take care of it?" "I'm not the chambermaid," Medina replied. "Oh? Are you a nurse? 'Cause I'm still not feeling well. I could use some more food. Some beef would be nice. Steak, perhaps?" "I'm not a nurse or a scullery maid either." Deegan looked irritated. "What good are you, then? Listen, I just got out of the dungeon, and they literally starved me. I deserve some sympathy. I need more food." "If you want, I can walk you down to the kitchen, and we can find you something there." "You're joking, right? Didn't you just hear what I said? I'm sick. I'm weak. I'm not about to go rummaging around like a rodent." "You won't regain your strength by sitting in bed." "I thought you said you weren't a nurse. Listen, if you won't bring it to me, find someone who will. Don't you realize who I am?" "You're Deegan Gaunt." "Yes, but do you know who I am?" She looked at him, puzzled. "I'm sorry, I don't know—" "Can you keep a secret?" he asked, leaning forward and speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Medina nodded. "As it turns out, I'm the heir of Novron." Medina feigned surprise, and Gaunt grinned in reply. "I know. I was shocked too. I only recently learned myself." "But I thought Empress Medina was the heir." "From what I heard, that's just what the old regents wanted everyone to believe." "So, do you plan to overthrow the Empress?" "Don't need to," he said with a wink. "I heard she's young and beautiful, so I figure I'll just marry her. I also hear she's popular too, so I can benefit from the goodwill she already has. See how smart that is." "What if she won't marry you?" "Ha! Why wouldn't she? I'm the heir of Novron. You can't do no better than that." Medina noticed Gaunt looking her over more intently. His tongue licked his upper lip, sliding back and forth. "Say, you're kind of pretty, you know that?" He glanced past her, into the hallway. "What do you say you shut the door and slip on over here?" He patted the covers. "I thought you were sick and feeble." "I said I was weak, not feeble. And I'm not that weak. If you won't get me something to eat, the least you can do is help warm my bed." "I don't think that is the least I can do. Yes, I can definitely think of less." He furrowed his brow at her. "You know, I'm going to be the Emperor just as soon as I get well enough. You might want to be nicer to me. We can keep this thing going, even after the wedding. I expect I'll have several ladies in waiting, if you know what I mean. I'll be taking good care of them too. This is your last chance to get in early and be the first. And what exactly does that mean? Oh, you know, I take care of you. Give you a room here at the palace. See that you get some fine dresses, that kind of stuff. I already have those things. Sure, but you might not after I take over. This way you can make sure that your future is protected. So, what do you say? Remarkably, I think I will pass. Suit yourself. Gaunt waved her away. But hey, if you do see a maid, tell her to get her ass in here and get rid of this pot, okay? When Medina reached the stair, she met a gate soldier climbing up. Your Eminence. He approached, bowed, and waited. Yes? She asked. A man at the palace gates is requesting an audience. What? Now? Yes, Your Eminence. I told him it wasn't possible. It's getting kind of late. Ask him to see the palace clerk in the morning. I already told him that, but he says he and his family must leave at first light. They came for wintertide, and he wanted to make one last attempt to see you before departing. He said you would know him. Did he give you his name? Yes, Russell Bothwick of Dahlgren. Medina lit up. Where is he now? I had him wait at the gate. When she had lived in Dahlgren, the Bothwicks had been as close as family. They had taken her in after the death of her mother, and the excitement of seeing her old friends overtook Medina. She trotted down the stairs to the main entry, causing the guards to rush to open the huge double doors for her. Medina hurried into the snowy courtyard and regretted not having brought a cloak the moment she stepped outside. The night was dark, and as she crossed the courtyard toward the front gate, she realized she could have used a lantern as well. Seeing Russell and Lena was too good to be true. She would give them the finest suite in the palace and stay up all night reminiscing about old times. Better times. As she passed the stable, a voice close by said, Thrace. She spun around and was surprised to find Royce there. What are you doing out here? Come with me to the gate. The Bothwicks are here. I want you to know, I'm very sorry about this, Royce told her. About what? He had a sad expression in his eyes, as one hand clamped over her mouth. She struggled for a moment, but it was over quickly. The last thing she heard was his voice whispering in her ear, I'm sorry. The palace bell rang before dawn. Hadrian and the other residents of the third floor stepped into the hallway. Arista wore Esarhaddon's glimmering robe, and Deegan Gaunt yawned while clutching a blanket around his shoulders. Amelia and Brecton led a troop of guards into the corridor. Have any of you seen the Empress? Not since last night, Arista said. What's going on? Gaunt grumbled irritably. This was the first time Hadrian had seen him since the dungeon. The Empress is missing, Brecton announced. He motioned to the soldiers, who opened doors and swept into the rooms. So what's all the fuss? Check the quarters of the best-looking servant, Gaunt said. She probably just fell asleep afterward. Bishop Saldor is also missing, Brecton said, and the guard at the tower and 2 gate sentries are dead. The soldiers finished searching the rooms and returned to the hallway. How could Saldor have gotten out? Arista asked. And why would he take Medina? Hadrian glanced at her, and then at the floor. It wasn't Saldor. But who could have... Arista started. Hadrian interrupted her. Royce took her. He has taken them both. White's pawn takes queen and bishop. It's the Queen's gambit. And Royce has accepted. Chapter 21. Langdon Bridge. Directly overhead, the full moon peered through a break in the clouds, making the Burnham River glisten like a dark, oily snake as it wound through the heart of Culnora. Numerous warehouses perched on the high banks, sleeping like behemoths on the cold winter night. Far from the residential neighbourhoods, the mercantile district was desolate at this hour. Frost-covered lampposts, fashioned in the shapes of swans, dotted the length of the Langdon Bridge, illuminating icicles hanging from every ledge and ornament. Snow started to fall once more, and fluffy flakes caught in the lamplight twirled and drifted on air currents rising from the river gorge. The sound of the Burnham roared up from the depths as if the river were some monstrous, insatiable beast. Royce stood in the shadows on the north side of the bridge. Despite the cold, he was drenched in sweat. Behind him, Solder and Medina stood silently with their wrists tied behind their backs. Royce didn't use gags. They were not required. He had given his prisoners several reasons to remain silent. Extracting Solder from the prison tower had been easy enough. The ex-regent offered no resistance and obeyed every whispered command promptly and quietly. Royce had been disappointed, as he was eager for any excuse to correct that particular captive's behaviour. Medina was another matter. He honestly regretted taking her. He simply had no choice. Royce had squeezed her neck with the least amount of pressure, and for the shortest interval necessary, to drop her painlessly into unconsciousness. He was certain she woke with a terrible headache, but suffered no other harm. Royce studied the warehouses on the far side of the bridge. One had a four-leaf clover painted on its side. That was the place where he had mistakenly killed Merrick's lover. It had happened back when all three of them had been assassins in the Black Diamond Thieves Guild. Jade's tomb. He worried about the message Merrick was sending, with his choice of location. After glancing up again and checking the location of the moon, Royce lit a lantern and stepped into the street. 2 nerve-wracking moments later, another light appeared in reply from the far end of the bridge. Merrick was there, and Gwen was with him. She's alive. Royce's heart leapt, relief mixed with anxiety. She was so close, yet not close enough. No one else was visible. The Black Diamond were conspicuously absent. Royce had expected members of the Thieves' Guild to descend the instant he entered the city. Either Merrick had arranged for safe passage, or they had decided they didn't want any part of this transaction. "Show them!" Merrick's voice carried on the cool, crisp air. Royce motioned, and Medina and Solder stepped from the shadows next to him. "I'll double your reward for this, Marius," Solder shouted. "You'll be the Marquis of Melangar. He cried out in pain as Royce dragged Alverstone along his shoulder blade. The gleaming knife sliced through the regent's robes and into his skin. "Did we forget our agreement?" Royce snapped. Royce looked at Medina, who stood quiet and still. The Empress displayed no fear, anger, or malice. She didn't struggle. She merely waited. "Send them across," Merrick ordered. "Don't run, Solder," Royce said. "You need to match Gwen's pace. I'm good at throwing a dagger, and you won't be out of my range until you reach the bridge's midpoint. If you pass it before she does, it'll be the last step you ever take." The captives stepped forward at the same time as Gwen. She wore a heavy wool cloak and boots that were not her own. Tears streamed down her cheeks. With her arms tied behind her back, she couldn't push away her tangled hair, or free her mouth from the gag. They walked toward each other at an agonizingly slow pace. For Royce, nothing on the face of the world stirred except for the 3 hostages on the bridge. The prisoners passed at the bridge's center, exchanging only brief glances. The wind blew harder, throwing the snow and Gwen's hair askew. Royce's heart thundered in his chest as she broke into a run. He no longer cared about the others. Solder could rule all of Elan, so long as he could have Gwen. They would go to Avampartha, leave that very night. The wagon was already filled with supplies and hitched to a strong team. He would take her beyond everyone's reach. Royce would finally have a place to call home and have a life worth living. Every night he would sleep with Gwen in his arms, knowing he would never need to leave her again. Together they would walk through open fields without Royce having to look over his shoulder. They would have children, and he would delight in watching them grow. Royce would be content to grow old with Gwen at his side. He was sprinting to her. He didn't recall telling his feet to move, yet they raced toward her. As the distance between them closed, Royce threw out his arms to embrace Gwen. Suddenly, her eyes widened with shock, then shut tight with anguish. She stiffened and arched her back as the crossbow bolt exited the front of her body. Royce felt a spray of blood. She fell. "Gwen!" he screamed. He slid to his knees and turned her over so they could see each other. Dark blood pooled around her, staining the snow. He cradled Gwen in his arms, pulled her to him, and brushed the hair from her face. Royce's hands shook as he cut her restraints. He pulled away the gag which was soaked in blood. She coughed. Is... She struggled to speak. Is... my love. Shh, he told her. It'll be all right. I'll find a doctor. I'll take care of you. We're going to get married right away. No more waiting, I swear it. No. She shook her head in his hands. I don't need a doctor. Royce wiped the blood from her mouth and supported her head as her eyes fought for focus. Her hand twitched as she tried to lift it toward his face. Don't cry, she said. Royce hadn't been aware that he was until that moment. Tears ran down his cheeks and fell to her face, mixing with the thin line of blood that trickled from the side of her mouth. This cannot be happening, his mind screamed. We are going away together. The wagon is ready. He shook and shuddered, as if he might break in two. Don't leave me, Gwen. I love you. Please don't leave me. It's okay, Royce. Don't you see? No, it's not. It's not okay. It's... His voice broke. He swallowed. How can this be okay? How can you leaving me alone be all right? She jerked in his arms. Her eyes closed and she coughed once more. When her eyes opened again, her chest heaved for breath. A thick, gurgling sound came from her throat. It's the fork in your lifeline, she managed to say, her voice weaker now, only a coarse whisper. You reached it. The death of the one you love most. Only I was wrong. I was wrong. It wasn't Hadrian. It was me. It was me all along. Yes, he cried, kissing her forehead. And what did I tell you about that? What did I say? Do you remember? You said that you could die a happy woman, if only that were true. She looked up at him tenderly, but her eyes lost focus and began to wander. "I can't see you, Royce. It's dark. I can't see in the dark like you can. I'm scared." He clenched her hand. "I'm here, Gwen. I'm right beside you." "Royce, listen to me. You have to hang on," she said, her voice suddenly urgent. "Don't let go. Don't you dare let go. Do you hear me? Are you listening to me, Royce Melbourne? You have to hang on, Royce. Please. Give me your hand. Give me your hand." He squeezed her hand tighter. "I'm here, Gwen. I have you. I'm not letting go. I'll never let go." "Promise me. You must promise. Please, Royce." "I promise," he told her. "I love you, Royce. Don't forget. Don't let go." "I love you. Don't let..." Her body hitched again. She struggled to breathe, stiffened in his arms, and then slowly, gradually, fell limp. Her head tilted backward. Clutching her tightly to his chest, he kissed her face. Gwen was gone, and Royce was alone. Amelia, Brecton, Hadrian, and Arista led 30 horsemen to the gates of Colnora. The cavalry detachment was selected from the Northern Imperial Army and included Brecton's best soldiers. Most of them had been at the siege of Drondel Fields only weeks before. These were not the sons of counts and dukes. They didn't wear elaborately decorated armor or full plate. They were grim, battle-hardened men who honed their skills on bloody fields. In the wake of Medina's abduction, Amelia found herself in the surreal position of Imperial steward. The former scullery maid now ruled the Empire. She tried not to think about it. Unlike Medina, she was not descended from Novron and held no pedigree to protect her station. And she had no idea how long she had before her power, her station, and perhaps her very life ended. She had no idea what to do. But to her great relief, Sir Brecton mobilized his men and vowed to find the Empress. When Sir Hadrian and Arista volunteered to join them, Amelia decided to ride as well. She couldn't sit in the palace. She didn't know how to administrate, so she left Nimbus in charge until her return. If she couldn't find Medina, there might be no point in returning at all. They had to find her. "Open the gate!" Sir Brecton shouted toward the watchtower that sat atop the wall in Colnora. "City gate opens at dawn," someone replied from above. "I am Sir Brecton, commander of the Imperial hosts, on a mission of grave importance to Her Eminence. I demand that you open at once. And I am the gatekeeper with strict orders to keep this gate sealed between dusk and dawn. Come back at first light." "What are we going to do?" Amelia asked as panic threatened to consume her. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. The Empress's life was at stake, and they were at the mercy of a foolish man and a wooden gate. Brecton dismounted. "We can lash tree branches together to make ladders and go over the walls, or we can build a ram." "We don't have time for that," Hadrian interrupted. "The full moon's high. Royce is doing the exchange at Langdon Bridge. We have to get inside and down to that bridge now." "This is all your fault," Amelia burst out, and shook with fury. "You and your friend. First you attempt to kill Sir Brecton, and now he's taken Medina." Brecton reached up and took her hand. Although he had the power to do so, Sir Hadrian did not kill me. He is not responsible for the actions of his associate. He is trying to help. Amelia wiped tears from her eyes and nodded. She didn't know what to do. She was no general. She was just a stupid peasant girl whom the nobility would soon execute. Everything was so hopeless. The only one who didn't seem upset was Arista. The princess was humming. Already off her horse, she stood with her eyes closed and her hands outstretched. Her fingers moved delicately through the air, and a low vibration echoed from deep in her throat. The sound was not a tune or a song of any kind. There was no discernible melody, and as Arista's voice grew louder, the air seemed to grow thick and heavy. Then there was another hum. An echo resonated from the gate. The wooden beams moved like a man quivering in the cold. They cracked and buckled. The great hinges rattled, and bits of stone fractured where they met the walls. Arista stopped humming. The gate ceased its trembling. Then, in one burst of voice, she uttered an unrecognizable word, and the gate exploded in flying bits of splintered wood and scattered snow. Medina tested the ropes on her wrists, but the movement only caused them to bite deeper. Merrick Marius, and two men she did not know, had dragged her off the bridge and into a nearby warehouse. Solder was allowed to walk freely. The building was cavernous, abandoned, and in need of repair. Broken windows let in snow, which drifted across the bare floorboards. Torn sacks and broken glass littered the floor. "Excellent, my boy. Excellent," Solder addressed Merrick Marius as another man cut his hands free. "I will honor my offer to reward you handsomely. You will—" "Shut up!" Merrick ordered harshly. "Get them both upstairs." One of the men threw Medina over his shoulder like a sack of flour and carried her up the steps. "I don't understand," Solder said, even as the other stranger steered him upstairs too. "This isn't over," Merrick replied. "Delancey is dead. You have no idea what that means. The scales are balanced. The demon is unleashed." He said more, but his voice faded as Medina was carried up several flights. The man carrying her dropped her in an empty room on the third floor. He pulled a wad of twine from his pocket and bound her ankles tight. When he was done, he moved to the broken window and peered out. Moonlight fell across his face. He was a short, husky brute with a rough beard and flat nose. He wore a dark cowl over a coarse wooden garnache, but Medina's eyes were focused on the leather girdle from which two long daggers hung. He crouched on one knee, looking at the street below. "Be very quiet, miss," he murmured, "or I'll have to slit your throat." With trembling hands, Royce laid Gwen's lifeless body near the side of the bridge. He closed her eyes and kissed her lips one last time. Folding her arms gently across her chest, he covered her as best he could with the rough, oversized cloak, as if putting her to bed. He couldn't bring himself to cover her face, and stared at it for a long while, noting the smile she bore, even in death. Turning from her, he got up and, without conscious thought, found himself crossing the bridge. "Stop right there, Royce!" Merrick shouted when he had reached the far side. From the sound and angle of his voice, Royce knew Merrick was on the second floor of the warehouse. "All of the lower doors and windows are sealed. I have a man with a dagger to the Empress's throat." Royce ignored him. He deftly climbed up the closest lamppost, shattered the lantern, and snuffed out the flame. He repeated this twice more, darkening the area. "I mean it, Royce," Merrick shouted again. The tinge of panic in his voice betrayed that his old partner could no longer see him. "Don't make the mistake of killing another innocent woman tonight." Royce tore the bottom of his cloak and soaked the scrap in the lamp-post reservoir. Then he walked to the warehouse. "You can't get to me without killing her," Merrick shouted again. Get back where I can see you. Royce began coating the base of the walls with oil. Damn it, Royce. I didn't do it. I didn't kill her. It wasn't me. Royce struck a light, catching the oiled cloth on fire, and pushed it under the door. The wood was old and dry, and the flames hungrily took hold. The brisk winter wind did its part, spreading flames to the clabbered sides. "What are you doing?" asked Salder's voice, rising in terror. "Marius, do something! Threaten to cut Medina's throat if he doesn't." "I did, you idiot! He doesn't care about the Empress. He's going to kill us all," Marius shouted. The flame spread quickly. Royce went back for more oil to lure the fire across the timbers. The exterior of the storehouse blazed, and sheets of flame raced upward. Royce stepped back and watched the building burn. He felt the heat on his face as the flaming building lit up the street. Shouts came from inside, fighting to be heard over the crackling of the fire. Royce waited, watching the clover-leaf insignia burn away. It wasn't long before the first man jumped from a second-story window. He managed to land well enough, but Royce was on him in an instant. Alverstone flickered in the firelight. The man screamed, but Royce was in no hurry and took his time. He cut the tendons of the man's legs, making it impossible for him to run. Then, sitting on his chest, he severed the man's fingers. It had been a long time since Royce had used Alverstone to dismember someone. He marvelled at how well the white dagger cut through the toughest cartilage and even through bone. Royce left the first man to bleed when he noticed another one jump. This one came from a third-story window. He landed awkwardly, and Royce heard a bone break. "No!" the man cried, struggling to crawl away as Royce's dark form flew toward him. The man scraped desperately at the snow. Once more Royce was slow and methodical. The man howled with each cut. When he stopped moving, Royce removed his heart. He stood up, drenched in blood, his right arm soaked to the elbow, and threw the organ through the window the man had leapt from. "You're next, Saldor," he taunted. "I can't wait to see if you actually have one or not." There was no response. Out of the corner of his eye, Royce saw a dark figure moving from the back of the building. Merrick was barely noticeable as he slipped through the dancing shadows. Royce guessed he was planning to hide on the lip under Langdon Bridge, which the Black Diamond used to ambush targets. Royce left Saldor to burn. The fire completely engulfed the second floor. It would be just a matter of time. The only way out was for the Regent to jump, and a man his age would fare poorly in a 3-story drop to frozen ground. Royce chased after Merrick, who abandoned stealth to make an open run for it. Royce caught up quickly, and Merrick gave up near the middle of the bridge. He turned, his dagger drawn, his face covered in sweat and soot. "I didn't kill her!" he shouted. Royce did not respond. He rapidly closed the remaining distance and attacked. The white dagger lashed out like a snake. Merrick dodged. He avoided the first swipe, but Royce caught him on the return stroke, slicing across his chest. "Listen to me," Merrick said, still trying to back away. "Why would I kill her? You know me. Don't you think I knew she was my protection? Have you ever seen me do anything as stupid as that? Just ask yourself, why would I do such a thing? What would I gain? Think, Royce, think! What reason would I have to kill her?" "The same reason that I'm going to kill you," Revenge. Royce lunged. Merrick tried to move, but he was too slow. He would have died instantly if Royce had aimed for his heart or throat. Instead, Alverstone caught Merrick in his right shoulder. It plunged deep, and Merrick dropped his weapon. "It doesn't make sense," Merrick screamed at him. "This has nothing to do with Jade. If I wanted revenge, I would have killed you years ago. I only wanted Saldor and the Empress. I was never going to hurt her. We've made our peace with each other, Royce. I was serious about that offer to work together again. We are not enemies. Don't make the same mistake I did. You were set up when Jade died, but I couldn't see that. I didn't want to. Now someone is doing the same thing to me. I've been set up, don't you see? Just like you were. Use your brain. If I had a bow, would I have let you burn the warehouse? It wasn't me. It was someone else." Royce made a show of looking around. "Funny, I don't see anyone else here." He pounced again. Merrick retreated, and his heel hit the short curb of the bridge. "You're running out of room." "Damn it, Royce. You have to believe me. I would never kill Gwen. I swear to you, I didn't do it." "I believe you," Royce said. "I just don't care." With one final thrust, he stabbed Alverstone into Merrick's chest. Merrick toppled backward. He reached out for the only thing he could grab, and together he and Royce fell over the edge. When the gate had burst open, Hadrian didn't wait for the others. Instead, he spurred his horse and raced toward the river. Malevolent slipped on the snow and nearly fell as he rounded the corner to Langdon Bridge. On the far side, the warehouse burned like a giant pyre. The street lamps on that side of the bridge were dark. On his side, the iron swans, dusted with snow, flickered with an eerie orange light. The tall lampposts cast wavering shadows, thin, dark, dancing spears that fluttered and jabbed. Hadrian saw her, lying near the side of the bridge. "Oh, dear Maribor, no!" He ran to Gwen's side. Flakes of snow gathered on her closed eyes and clung to her dark lashes. He put his chest to her chest. There was no heartbeat. She was dead. "It doesn't make sense," Hadrian heard someone cry out. Looking down the bridge, he saw them at the very apex of the span. Royce had Merrick backed up along the edge. Merrick was hurt, unarmed and screaming. Jumping to his feet, Hadrian sprinted forward, his boots slipping on the slick snow. From only a few strides away, Hadrian saw Royce stab Merrick and watched as both of them tumbled over the side. He slid, caught himself against the lip, and looked over. His heart pounded in his chest. Far below, the churning water of the Burnham River revealed itself as a dark line broken by moonlit explosions, where water crashed against rocks. He saw something dark still falling. A moment later, it hit the surface with a brief flash of white. Arista flexed her fingers and climbed back on her horse. Brecton remounted as well and rode forward to speak with the shouting gate guards. Hadrian had already disappeared into the twisting streets. No one mentioned anything about the exploding gate. Without Hadrian to guide them, Sir Brecton led the detachment through Colnora. They crossed the Burnham using the Warpole Bridge, and were midway across when they saw the warehouse ablaze, near a bridge farther down the river, signalling their destination. Rather than backtrack, Brecton continued across the Warpole and arrived at the Langdon Bridge on the warehouse side, causing them to pass in front of the monstrous blaze. The building was an inferno. The burning hulk mesmerized Arista. Huge spirals of flames reached to the sky. All 4 stories were on fire. The north wall blistered and snapped. The east wall curled and partially collapsed, releasing a burst of sparks and a rain of burning debris that hissed when it struck snow. White smoke billowed out from shattered windows, and a nearby oak tree blazed, its naked limbs turned into a giant torch. Arista heard a woman cry out. "That's Modena!" Amelia shrieked, pulling back so hard on her horse's reins that the beast shook its head and backed up a step. "She's inside!" Sir Brecton and several of his men dismounted and rushed to the doorway. They broke down the bolted door, but the heat forced them back. Brecton pulled his cloak over his head and started to enter. "Stop!" Arista shouted, as she slid from her horse. The knight hesitated. "You'll die before you reach her. I'll go." "But," Brecton said, then stopped. Rubbing his jaw, he looked at the fire, and then back at Arista. "Can you save her?" Arista shook her head. "I don't know. I've never done this before, but I stand a better chance than you do. Just keep everyone else back." She pulled the sleeves of Esarhaddon's robe over her hands and the hood up around her head and face as she approached the crumbling warehouse. Realizing she could sense the fire's movements was exhilarating. The blaze moved and acted like a living thing. It withered, snapped, and fed on the old wood like a ravenous beast. It was hungry, starved for nourishment, a never-ending want, boundless greed. Approaching the blaze, she sensed it noticing her, and the fire regarded Arista with desire. "No," she told it. "Eat the wood. Ignore me." The fire hissed. "Leave me alone, or I will snuff you out." Arista knew she could conjure a rainstorm, or even a whirlwind, but rain would take too long, and wind would collapse the fragile building. Perhaps there was a way to eliminate the fire altogether, but she wasn't certain how to go about it, and Modena couldn't wait for her to figure it out. The fire snapped. She felt its elemental eye turn away, and Arista entered the blackened doorway. She walked into an inferno of smoke and fire. Everything around her was burning. Hot currents of air whipped and gusted, blasting through the building's interior. She moved through a raging river of smoky air that parted around her. After finding the scorched wooden stairs, she carefully began to climb. Beneath her feet, the planks fractured, splintered, and popped. With the protection of Esarhaddon's robe, she felt warmth, but nothing more. Breathing through the material, Arista found fresh, cool air. "Thanks, Ezra," she muttered, pushing forward into the thick, surging smoke. She heard a muffled cry from above and climbed. On the 3rd floor, she found Modena. The Empress was in the center of a small room, hands and feet bound. The fire was busy enjoying the older, drier timber of the main brace on the far side of the room, and ignored the greener floorboards where Modena lay. Running along the rafters, it ate into the supporting beams with wolfish delight. "Not much time," the princess said, glancing up. "Can you walk?" "Yes," Modena answered. Arista cursed herself for not wearing a dagger as her fingers struggled to untie the Empress's hands. Once loose, they worked to free her feet. Modena coughed and gagged. Arista removed the robe. Instantly the heat slammed into her. She wrapped the garment over their shoulders like a blanket and held one of the sleeves to her mouth. "Breathe through the robe," she told Modena over the roaring blaze. The two women moved down the stairs together. Arista kept her focus on the fire's intentions and warned it away when it came too close. A timber cracked overhead and crashed with the sound of thunder. The building shuddered with the blow. A step snapped under Arista, and Medina pulled her forward in time to save the princess from a 2-story fall. "We can thank the dungeon for you not weighing much," Medina said through the sleeve pressed against her mouth. They reached the ground floor and raced out together. The moment Medina emerged, Emilia threw her arms around her. "There's someone else up there," Sir Brecton announced. "In that upper window, near the end." "Help!" Solder cried. "Someone help me!" A few looked to Arista, but she made no move to re-enter the building. "Help me!" he screamed. Arista stepped back to get a better view. The old man was in tears. His face was transfigured with horror. "Arista!" he pleaded, spotting her. "In the name of Novron, help me, child." "It's a shame," she shouted back, her voice rising above the roar of the fire, "that Hilfred isn't here to save you." There was another loud crack, and Solder's eyes filled with panic. He grabbed the windowsill and clung to it as the floor gave way beneath him. With a final scream, his fingers slipped, and Maurice Solder, former bishop of the Novron Church, co-regent and architect of the new empire, vanished from view into the flames. Hadrian was bent over the bridge's edge, looking over the side, his eyes fixated on the spot far below where the body had hit the river. A gust of wind revealed a familiar cloak that flapped out from below the skirt of the bridge. His heart beat faster as he spotted 4 fingers clinging to a hidden lip that ran beneath the span. He hurriedly wrapped his feet around a lamppost and lowered himself farther. Royce was there, just out of reach. His left hand held the underside of the Langdon, his feet dangling free. "Royce!" Hadrian called. His partner did not look up. "Royce! Damn you, look at me!" Royce continued to stare down into the foaming waters as the wind whipped his black cape like the broken wings of a bird. "Royce! I can't reach you!" Hadrian shouted, extending his arm toward his friend. "You have to help me. You need to reach with your other hand so I can pull you up." There was a pause. "Merrick is dead," Royce said softly. "I know." "Gwen is dead." Hadrian paused. "Yes." I burned Medina alive." "Royce, God damn it, that doesn't matter. Please, look at me." Slowly, Royce tilted his head up. His hood fell away, and tears streaked his cheeks. He refused to meet Hadrian's eyes. "Don't do it," Hadrian yelled. I don't have anything left," Royce muttered, his words almost stolen by the wind. "I don't—" "Royce, listen to me. You have to hang on. Don't let go. Don't you dare let go. Do you hear me? Are you listening to me, Royce Melbourne? You have to hang on, Royce. Please, give me your hand. Give me your hand." Royce's head snapped up. He focused on Hadrian, and there was a curious look in his eyes. What did you say?" "I said I can't reach you. I need your help." Hadrian extended his arm farther. Royce sheathed Alverstone and swung his body. The momentum thrust his right hand upward. Hadrian grabbed it and lifted. Book 6. Persepliquus. Chapter 1. The Child. Miranda had been certain that the end of the world would begin like this, without warning, but with fire. Behind them, the sky glowed red as flames and plumes of sparks rose into the night sky. The university at Sheridan was burning. Holding Mercy's little hand, Miranda was terrified she might lose the girl in the dark. They'd been running for hours, dashing blindly through the pine forest, pushing their way past unseen branches. Beneath the laden boughs, the snow was deep. Miranda fought through drifts higher than her knees, breaking a path for the little girl and the old professor. Struggling somewhere behind, Arcadius called out, "Go on! Go on! Don't wait for me!" Hauling the heavy pack and dragging the little girl, Miranda was moving as fast as she could. Every time she heard a sound or thought a shadow moved, Miranda fought back a scream. Panic hovered just below the surface, threatening to break free. Death was on their heels, and her feet were anchors. Miranda felt sorry for the child, and worried that hauling her forward was hurting her arm. Once, Miranda had pulled too hard and dragged Mercy across the surface of the snow. The girl had cried when her face skimmed the powder, but her whimpering was short-lived. Mercy had stopped asking questions, stopped complaining about being tired. She had given up talking altogether and trudged behind Miranda as best she could. She was a brave girl. They reached the road, and Miranda knelt down to inspect the child. Her nose ran. Snowflakes clung to her eyelashes. Her cheeks were red, and her black hair lay matted with sweat to her forehead. Miranda took a moment to brush several loose strands behind her ears, while Mr. Rings kept a close eye on her. As if he were a fur stole, the raccoon curled around the girl's neck. Mercy had insisted on freeing the animals from their cages before leaving. Once released, the raccoon had run up Mercy's arm and held tight. Apparently, Mr. Rings also sensed something bad was coming. "How are you doing?" Miranda asked, pulling the girl's hood up and tightening the brooch holding her cloak. "My feet are cold," she said. The child's voice was little more than a whisper as she stared down at the snow. "So are mine," Miranda replied, in the brightest tone she could muster. "Ah, well, that was fun, wasn't it?" the old professor said, while climbing the slope to join them. He puffed large clouds and shifted the satchel over his shoulder, his beard and eyebrows thick with snow and ice. "And how are you doing?" Miranda asked. "Oh, I'm fine. An old man needs a bit of exercise now and again, but we need to keep moving." "Where are we going?" Mercy asked. "Aquesta," Arcadius replied. "You know what Aquesta is, don't you, dear? That's where the Empress rules from a big palace. You'd like to meet her, wouldn't you?" "Will she be able to stop them?" Miranda noticed the little girl's gaze had shifted over the old man's shoulder to the burning university. Miranda looked as well, watching the brilliant glow rising above the treetops. They were many miles away now, and yet the light still filled the horizon. Dark shadows flew above the fire's light. They swooped and circled over the burning university, and from their mouths spewed torrents of flame. "We can hope, my dear. We can hope," Arcadius said. "Now, let's keep moving. I know you're tired. I know you're cold. So am I. But we have to go as fast as we can. We have to get farther away." Mercy nodded, or shivered. It was difficult to discern which. Miranda dusted the snow from the child's back and legs in an attempt to keep her from getting wetter than she already was. This drew a cautious glare from Mr. Rings. "Do you think the other animals got away?" Mercy asked. I'm certain they did, Arcadius assured her. They are smart, aren't they? Maybe not as smart as Mr. Rings here. After all, he managed to get a ride. Mercy nodded again, and added in a hopeful voice, I'm sure Teacup got away. She can fly. Miranda checked the girl's pack and then her own to ensure they were still closed and cinched tight. She looked down the dark road before them. This will take us through Colnora and right into Aquesta, the old wizard explained. How long will it take to get there? Mercy asked. Several days. A week, perhaps. Longer if the weather stays bad. Miranda saw the disappointment in Mercy's eyes. Don't worry. Once we're farther away, we'll stop, rest and eat. I'll make something hot, and then we'll sleep for a bit. But for now, we have to keep going. Now that we're on the road, it'll be easier. Miranda took the little girl's hand, and they set off again. She was pleased to discover that what she had told the child turned out to be true. Trenches left by wagons made for easy going, even more so due to the downhill slope. They kept a brisk pace, and soon the forest rose to blot out the fiery glow behind them. The world became dark and quiet, with only the sound of the cold wind to keep them company. Miranda glanced at the old professor as he trudged along, holding his cloak tight to his neck. The skin of his face was red and blotchy, and he laboured to breathe. Are you sure you're all right? Arcadius didn't respond at first. He drew near, forced a smile, and whispered softly in Miranda's ear. I fear you may need to finish this journey without me. What? Miranda said too loudly, and glanced down at the little girl. Mercy didn't look up. We'll stop soon. We'll rest and take our time tomorrow. We've gone a good distance today. Here, let me take your satchel. She reached out. No. I'll hang on to it. It's very fragile, as you know, and dangerous. If anyone dies carrying it, I want it to be me. As for resting, I don't think it'll make a difference. I'm not strong enough for this sort of travel. We both know that. You can't give up. I'm not. I'm handing off the charge to you. You'll manage. But I don't know what to do. You've never told me the plan. Arcadius chuckled. That's because it changes frequently. I had hoped the Regents would have accepted Mercy as Modina's heir, but they refused. So, now what? Modina's on the throne now, so we have a second chance. The best you can do is get to Aquesta and seek an audience with her. But I don't know how. You'll figure it out. Introduce Mercy to the Empress. That'll be a start in the right direction. Soon, you'll be the only one who knows the truth. I hate placing this burden on you, but I have no choice. Miranda shook her head. No, it was my mother who placed the burden on me, not you. A deathbed confession is a weighty thing. The old man nodded, but doing so allowed her to die in peace. Do you think so? Or is her spirit still lingering? Sometimes I feel as if she's watching, haunting me. I'm paying the price for her weakness, her cowardice. Your mother was young, poor, and ignorant. She witnessed the death of dozens of men, the butchery of a mother and child, and narrowly escaped. She lived in constant fear that someday someone would discover there were twins, and she rescued one of them. But, Miranda said bitterly, what she did was wrong and unconscionable. And the worst part is, she couldn't let the sin die with her. She had to tell me. Make it my responsibility to correct her mistakes. She should... Mercy came to an abrupt halt, tugging on Miranda's arm. Honey, we need to... She stopped upon seeing the girl's face. The faint light of an early dawn revealed fear, as Mercy stared ahead to where the road dipped toward a large stone bridge. "There's a light up ahead," Arcadia said. "Is it?" Miranda asked. The old teacher shook his head. "It's a campfire. Several, it looks like. More refugees, I suspect. We can join with them and the going will be easier. If I'm not mistaken, they're camped on the far bank of the Gaelwar. I had no idea we'd come so far. No wonder I'm puffing." "There now," Miranda said to the girl as they once more started forward. "See? Our troubles are nearly over. Maybe they'll even have a wagon that an old man can ride in." Arcadius gave a smirk, but allowed himself a smile. "Things may be looking up at that." "We'll be—" The girl squeezed Miranda's hand and stopped once more. Up the road, figures on horseback trotted toward them. The animals snorted white fog as their hooves drove through the iced tracks. The riders sat enveloped in dark cloaks. With hoods drawn up and scarves wrapped, it was difficult to determine much, but one thing was certain. They were just men. Miranda counted 3. They came from the south, but not from the direction of the campfires. These were not refugees. "Who do you think?" Miranda asked. "Highwaymen?" The professor shook his head. "What do we do?" "Hopefully, nothing. With luck, they're just good men coming to our aid. If not—" He patted his satchel grimly. "Get to those campfires and ask for shelter and protection. Then see to it that Mercy reaches Aquesta. Avoid the regents and try to tell the Empress Mercy's story. Tell her the truth." "But what if—" The horses approached and slowed. "What do we have here?" one rider asked. Miranda couldn't tell who spoke, but guessed it was the foremost. He studied them while they stood still, listening to the deep, throaty pant of the horses. "Isn't this convenient?" he said, and dismounted. "Of all the people in the world, I was just coming to see you, old man." The leader was tall and held his side gingerly, moving stiffly. His piercing eyes glared out from under his hood, his nose and mouth shrouded by a crimson scarf. "Out for an early stroll in a snowstorm?" he asked, closing the distance between them. "Hardly," Arcadius replied. "We're in flight." "I'm sure you are. Clearly, if I'd waited even a day, I would have missed you, and you might have slipped away. Coming to the palace was a foolish mistake. You exposed too much. And for what? You should have known better. But age must bring with it a degree of desperation." He looked at Mercy. "Is this the girl?" "Guy," Arcadia said. "Sheridan is burning. The elves have crossed the Nidwalden. The elves have attacked." Guy. Miranda knew him, or at least his reputation. Arcadius had taught her the names of all the church's sentinels. From the professor's viewpoint, Louis Guy was the most dangerous. All sentinels were obsessed, all chosen for their rabid orthodoxy, but Guy had a legacy. His mother's maiden name was Yvonne. She had been a pious girl who had married Lord Jared Surrett, a direct descendant of the original Lord Darius Surrett, who had been charged by Patriarch Venlin to find the heir of the old empire. In the realm of heir hunters, Louis Guy was a fanatic among fanatics. "Don't play me for a fool. This is the girl child you spoke to Suldor and Ethelred about, isn't it? The one you wanted to groom as the next empress. Why would you do that, old man? Why pick this girl? Is this another ruse? Or were you actually trying to slip her past us? To atone for your mistake?" Guy crouched down to get a better look at Mercy's face. "Come here, child." "No," Miranda snapped, pulling Mercy close. Guy stood up slowly. "Let go of the child," he ordered. "No." "Sentinel, Guy," Arcadius shouted. "She's just a peasant girl, an orphan I took in." "Is she?" He drew his sword. "Be reasonable. You have no idea what you're doing." "Oh, I think I do." Everyone was so focused on Ezra Harden that you went by unnoticed. Who could have imagined that you would point the way to the heir not just once, but twice? The heir? The heir of Novron? Are you insane? Is that why you think I spoke to the regents? Isn't it? No. He shook his head, an amused smile on his face. I came because I suspected they hadn't thought about the question of succession, and I wanted to help educate the next imperial leader. But you insisted on this girl. Only this girl. Why would you do that unless she really is the heir? That makes no sense. How could I know who the heir is, or even if an heir still lives? How indeed? That was the missing piece. You are actually the only one who could know. Tell me, Arcadius Latimer, what did your father do for a living? He was a weaver, but I fail to see— Yes. So, how did the poor son of a weaver, from a small village, become the master of law at Sheridan University? I doubt your father even knew how to read, and yet his son is one of the most renowned scholars in the world. How does that happen? Really, Guy, I would not think I would need to explain the merits of ambition and hard work to someone such as you. Guy sneered back. You disappeared for 10 years, and when you came back, you knew a lot more than when you left. You're just making things up. Guy smirked. The church doesn't let just anyone teach at their university. Did you think they didn't keep records? Of course not. I just didn't think you'd see them. The old man smiled. I'm a sentinel, you idiot. I have access to every archive in the church. Yes, but I didn't think my scholastic ambition would be of any interest. I was a rebel in my youth. Handsome, too. Did the records indicate that? It said you found the tomb of Yolric. Who was Yolric? And here I thought you knew everything. I didn't have time to linger in libraries. I was in a hurry to catch you. But why? Why are you after me? Why is your sword out? Because the heir of Novron must die. She's not the heir. Why do you think she is? How could I even know who the heir was? Because that is one of the secrets you brought back. You discovered how to locate the heir. Bah! Really, Guy, you have quite an imagination. There were other records. The church called you in for questioning. They thought you might have gone to Persepliquus, like that Edmund Hall fellow. And then, only days after that meeting, there was a fight in the city of Ratibor. A pregnant mother and her husband were killed. Identified as Linether and Novron Brown, they and their child were executed by Surrett Knights. After centuries of looking, I find it interesting that my predecessor managed to locate the heir of Novron just days after the church interrogated you. Guy glared at the professor. Did you make a deal with the church? Did you trade information in exchange for freedom? I'm sure they told you they wanted to find the heir so they could make him king again. When you discovered what they really did, I imagined you felt used. The guilt must be awful. Guy paused for Arcadius to respond, but the professor said nothing. After that, everyone thought the bloodline had ended, didn't they? Even the patriarch had no idea another heir still lived. Then Ezra Harden escapes, and he goes straight to Deegan Gaunt. Only Deegan isn't the heir. I was fooled for a long time too, but imagine my shock when he failed the blood test that he previously passed. No doubt the result of the same potion Ezra Harden used on King Amrath and Arista that made Braga suspect the Essendons. I suppose, looking back on it, we should have guessed a wizard of the old empire wasn't a fool and would never lead us to the real heir. But there was another, wasn't there? And you performed whatever trick you did the first time to find her. Guy peered at Mercy. What is she? A bastard child? A niece? He advanced toward Miranda. Hand her over. No, the old professor shouted. One of the soldiers grabbed Miranda and the other pulled the girl from her. But let's be certain, shall we? I'll not make the same mistake twice. With a deft sweep of his wrist, Guy slashed Mercy across her hand. She screamed, and Mr. Rings hissed. That's uncalled for, Arcadius said. Watch them, Guy ordered his men, while he moved to his horse. Hush now. Be a brave girl for me, Miranda told Mercy. Guy carefully laid his sword on the ground, then withdrew a small leather case from his saddlebag. From it he pulled forth a set of 3 vials. He uncorked the first, tilted it slightly, and tapped on it with his finger until a bit of powder sprinkled onto the blood-stained end of his sword. I want to leave now, Mercy whimpered as the guard held her fast. Please, can we go? Interesting, Guy muttered to himself, then applied the contents of the next vial. This one held a liquid that hissed and fizzled while it landed on the blade. Guy! Arcadius shouted at him as he stepped forward. Very interesting, Guy continued. He uncorked the last vial. Guy, don't! The old man yelled. He poured a single drop on the tip of the sword. Pop! The sound was like a wine bottle cork coming free, and the flash was as brilliant as lightning. The sentinel stood up, staring at the end of his sword, and began to laugh. It was a strange and eerie sound, like the song of a madman. At long last, I have found the heir of Novron. The quest of my ancestors will be achieved through me. Miranda, Arcadius whispered, you can do nothing more by yourself. The old man's eyes glanced toward the refugee camp. As the morning light rose, Miranda could see several columns of smoke. Possible help was tantalizingly close. Only a few hundred yards at most. I've devoted my life to correcting my mistake, but now it's up to you to do what must be done, Arcadius said. Louis Guy took the girl and hoisted her onto his horse. We'll take her to the patriarch. What about these two, sir? One of the hooded men said. Take the old man, kill the woman. Miranda's heart skipped as the soldier reached for his sword. Wait, Arcadius said. What about the horn? The old professor was backing away, clutching his satchel. The patriarch will want the horn too, won't he? Guy's eyes flashed at the bag Arcadius held. You have it? The sentinel asked. Arcadius shot a desperate look toward Miranda, then turned and fled back down the road. Watch the child, Guy ordered one of his men. Turning to the other, he waved, and together they chased after Arcadius, who ran faster than Miranda would have ever imagined possible. She watched him, her closest friend, racing back the way they had come, his cloak flying behind him. She might have thought the sight comical, except she knew what Arcadius actually had in his satchel. She knew why he was running away, what that meant, and what he wanted her to do. Miranda reached for the dagger under her cloak. She had never killed anyone before, but what choice did she have? The man standing between her and Mercy was a soldier, and likely a Surrett knight. He turned his back on her to get a better grip on Guy's horse, focusing his attention on Mercy and the hissing raccoon that snapped at him. Miranda had only seconds before Guy and the other man caught up to Arcadius. Knowing what would happen made her want to cry. They had come so far together, sacrificed so much, and just when it seemed like they were finally close to their goal, to be stopped like this, to be murdered on a roadside. Tragic was too weak a word to frame the injustice. There would be time for tears later. The professor was counting on her, and she would not let him down. That one look had told her everything. This was the final gamble. If they could get Mercy to Medina, everything might be made right again. She drew the dagger and rushed forward. With all her strength, Miranda stabbed the soldier in the back. He wasn't wearing mail or leather, and the sharp blade bit deep, passing through clothes, skin, and muscle. He spun and swatted her away. The back of his fist connected with her cheek and left her reeling from the blow. She fell to the snow, still holding the dagger, the handle slick with blood. On the horse, Mercy held tight to the saddle and screamed. The raccoon chattered, its fur up. Miranda got back to her feet as the soldier drew his sword. He was badly hurt. Blood soaked his pant leg, and he staggered toward her. She tried to get away, reaching for Mercy and the horse, but the Surrett was faster. His sword pierced her side somewhere near her waist. She felt it go in. The pain burned, but then she suddenly felt cold. Her knees buckled. She managed to hold fast to the saddle as the horse, frightened by the violence and Mercy's screaming, moved away, dragging her with it. Behind them, the soldier fell to his knees, blood bubbling from his lips. Miranda tried to pull herself up, but her legs were useless. They hung limp, and she felt the strength draining from her arms. "Take the reins, Mercy, and hang on tight." Down the road, Guy and the other man had caught up to Arcadius. Guy, who had stopped at the sound of the girl's screams, lagged behind, but the other soldier tackled the old professor to the snow. "Mercy," Miranda said, "you need to ride. Right over there. Ride to the campfires. Beg for help. Go." With a last bit of strength, she struck the horse's flank. The animal bolted forward. The saddle ripped from Miranda's hands, and she fell once more into the snow. Lying on her back, she listened to the sound of the horse as it raced away. "Get on your—" she heard Guy shout, but it was too late. Arcadius had opened the satchel. Even from hundreds of feet away, Miranda felt the earth shake from the explosion. An instant later, a gust of wind threw stinging snow against her face as a cloud billowed into the morning sky. Arcadius and the man who wrestled with him died instantly. Guy was blown off his feet. The remaining horses scattered. As the snowy cloud settled, Miranda stared up at the brightening sky, at the rising dawn. She wasn't cold anymore. The pain in her side was going away, growing numb, along with her legs and hands. She felt a breeze cross her cheek and noticed her legs and waist were wet, her dress soaked through. She could taste iron on her tongue. Breathing became difficult, as if she were drowning. Guy was still alive. She heard him cursing the old man and calling to the horses as if they were disobedient dogs. The crunch of snow, the rub of leather, then the sound of hooves galloping away. She was alone in the silence of the cold winter's dawn. It was quiet, peaceful. "Dear Maribor, hear me," she prayed aloud to the brightening sky. "O Father of Novron, creator of men." She took her last breath, and with it said, "Take care of your only daughter." Elenda Lanachlin crept out of her tent into the brisk morning air. She wore her thickest wool dress and 2 layers of fur, but still she shivered. The sun was just rising, a cold, milky haze in the soup of a heavy winter sky. The clouds had lingered for more than a week, and she wondered if she would ever see the sun's bright face again. Elenda stood on the packed snow, looking around at the dozens of tents pitched among the pine forest's eaves. Campfires burned in blackened snow pits, creating grey tails of smoke that wagged with the wind. Among them wandered figures, hooded and bundled such that it should have been difficult to identify male from female. Yet there was no such dilemma. They were all women. The camp was filled with them, as well as children and the elderly. People walked with bowed heads, picking their way carefully through the trampled snow. Everything appeared so different in the light, so quiet, so still. The previous night had been a terror of fire, screams, and a flight along the Westfield road. They had paused only briefly to take a head count before pushing on. Elenda had been so exhausted that she barely recalled the camp being set. "Good morning, my lady," Emily greeted her from beneath her blanket, which was wrapped over her cloak. Her words lacked their normal cheerfulness. Elenda's maid had always been bright and playful in the morning. Now she stood with sombre diligence, her reddened hands quivering, her jaw shaking with the chill. "Is it, Emmy?" Elenda cast another look around. "How can you tell?" "Let's find you some breakfast. Something warm will make you feel better." "My father and brothers are dead," Elenda replied. "The world is ending. How can breakfast possibly help?" "I don't know, my lady. But we must try. It's what your father wanted. For you to survive, I mean. It's why he stayed behind, isn't it?" A loud boom, like a crack of thunder, echoed from the north. Every head turned to look out across the snowy fields, every face terrified that the end had arrived at last. Reaching the centre of the camp, Elenda found Belinda Pickering, her daughter Heir, old Julian, Mellingar's Lord High Chamberlain, and Lord Valen, the party's sole protector. The elderly knight had led them through the chaos the night before. Among them, they composed the last vestiges of the royal court, at least those still in Mellingar. King Ulrich was an equester, lending a hand in the brief civil war and saving his sister Arista from execution. It was to him they now fled. "We have no idea, but it's foolish to stay any longer," Lord Valen was saying. "Yes, I agree," Belinda replied. Lord Valen turned to a young boy. "Send word to rouse everyone. We will break camp immediately." "Emmy," Elenda said, turning to her maid, "run back and pack our things." "Of course, my lady." Emily curtsied and headed toward their tent. "What was that sound?" Elenda asked Heir, who only shrugged, her face frightened. Heir Pickering was lovely, as always. Despite the horrors, the flight, and the primitive condition of the camp, she was radiant. Even dishevelled in a hastily grabbed cloak, with her blonde hair spilling out of her hood, she remained stunning, just as a sleeping baby is always precious. She had gotten this blessing from her mother. Just as the Pickering men were renowned for their swordsmanship, so too were the Pickering women celebrated for their beauty. Heir's mother, Belinda, was famous for it. All that was over now. What had been constants only the day before were now lost beyond a gulf too wide to clearly see across, although at times it appeared that Heir tried. Elenda often had seen her staring north at the horizon with a look somewhere between desperation and remorse, searching for ghosts. In her arms, Heir still held her father's legendary sword. The Count had handed it to her, begging that she deliver it safely to her brother Morven. Then he had kissed each member of his family before returning to the line where Elenda's own father and brothers waited with the rest of the army. Since then, Heir had never set the burden down. She had wrapped it in a dark wool blanket and bound it with a silk ribbon. Throughout the harrowing escape, she had hugged the long bundle to her breast, at times using it to wipe away tears. "If we push hard today, we might make Colnora by sunset," Lord Valen told them, "assuming the weather improves." The old knight glared up at the sky as if it alone were their adversary. "Lord Julian," Belinda said, "the relics, the sceptre and seal—" "They're all safe, my lady," the ancient chamberlain replied, "loaded in the wagons. The kingdom is intact, save for the land itself." The old man looked back in the direction of the strange sound, toward the banks of the Gaelwar River and the bridge they had crossed the night before. "Will they help us in Colnora?" Belinda asked. "We haven't much food." "If news has reached them of King Ulric's part in freeing the Empress, they should be willing," Lord Valen said. "Even if it has not, Colnora is a merchant city, and the merchants thrive on profit, not chivalry." "I have some jewellery," Belinda informed him. "If needs be, you can sell what I have for—" The Countess paused, as she noticed Julian still staring back at the bridge. Others soon lifted their gazes, and finally Elenda looked up to see the approach of a rider. "Is it—" Heir began. "It's a child," Belinda said. Elenda quickly realized she was right. A little girl raced at them, clutching to the back of the sweat-soaked horse. Her hood had blown back, revealing long dark hair and rosy cheeks. She was about 6 years old, and just as she clutched the horse, a raccoon held fast to her. They were an odd pair to be alone on the road, but Elenda reminded herself that normal no longer existed. If she should see a bear in a feather cap riding a chicken, that too might be normal now. The horse entered the camp, and Lord Valen grabbed the bit, forcing the animal and rider to a stop. "Are you all right, honey?" Belinda asked. "There's blood on the saddle," Lord Valen noted. "Are you hurt?" the Countess asked the child. "Where are your parents?" The girl shivered and blinked, but said nothing. Her little fists still clutched the horse's reins. "She's as cold as ice," Belinda said, touching the girl's cheek. "Help me get her down." "What's your name?" Elenda asked. The girl remained mute. Deprived of her horse, she turned to hugging the raccoon. "Another rider," Lord Valen announced. Elenda looked up to see a man crossing the bridge and wheeling toward them. The rider charged into the camp and threw back his hood, revealing long black hair, pale skin, and intense eyes. He bore a narrow moustache and a short beard trimmed to a fine point. He glared at them until he spotted the girl. "There," he said, pointing. "Give her to me at once." The child cried out in fear, shaking her head. "No!" Belinda shouted, and pressed the girl into Elenda's hands. "My lady," Lord Valen said, "if the child is his—" "This child does not belong to him," the Countess declared. her tone hateful. "I am a sentinel of Novron," the man shouted to all who could hear. "This child is claimed for the church. You will hand her over now. Any who oppose me will die." "I know very well who you are, Louis Guy," Belinda said, seething. "I will not provide you with any more children to murder." The sentinel peered at her. "Countess Pickering?" He studied the camp with renewed interest. "Where is your husband? Where is your fugitive son?" "I am no fugitive," Dennock said, as he came forward. Belinda's youngest had recently turned 13, and was growing tall and lanky. He was well on his way to imitating his older brothers. "He means Morven," Belinda explained. "This is the man who murdered Fannin." "Again I ask you," Guy pressed, "where is your husband?" "He is dead, and Morven is well beyond your reach." The sentinel looked out over the crowd, and then down at Lord Valen. "And he has left you poor protection. Now, hand over the child." "I will not," Belinda said. Guy dismounted and stepped forward to face Lord Valen. "Hand over the child, or I will be forced to take her." The old knight looked to Belinda, whose face remained hateful. "My lady does not wish it, and I shall defend her decision." The old man drew his sword. "You will leave now." Belinda jumped at the sound of steel as Guy drew his own sword and lunged. In less than an instant, Lord Valen was clutching his bleeding side, his sword arm wavering. With a shake of his head, the sentinel slapped the old man's blade away and stabbed him through the neck. Guy advanced toward the girl with a terrifying fire in his eyes. Before he could cross the distance, Belinda stepped between them. "I do not make a habit of killing women," Guy told her, "but nothing will keep me from this prize." "What do you want her for?" "As you said, to kill her. I will take the child to the Patriarch, and then she must die. By my hands." "Never!" "You cannot stop me. Look around. You have only women and children. You have no one to fight for you. Give me that child." "Mother?" Linnea said softly. "He is right. There is no one else. Please." "Mother, let me," Dennock pleaded. "No, you're still too young. Your sister is right. There is no one else." The Countess nodded toward her daughter. "I am pleased to see someone who—" Guy stopped as Linnea stepped forward. She slipped off her cloak and untied the bundle, revealing the sword of her father, which she drew forth and held before her. The blade caught the hazy winter light, pulling it in and casting it back in a sharp brilliance. Puzzled, Guy looked at her for a moment. "What is this?" "You killed my brother," Linnea said. Guy looked to Belinda. "You're not serious." "Just this once, Linnea," Belinda told her daughter. "You would have your daughter die for this child? If I must kill all your children, I will." Alenda watched, terrified, as everyone backed away, leaving a circle around Sentinel Guy and Linnea. A ripping wind shuddered the canvas of the tents and threw Linnea's golden hair back. Standing alone in the snow, dressed in her white travelling clothes and holding the rapier, she appeared as a mythical creature, a fairy queen or goddess, beautiful in her elegance. With a scowl, Louis Guy lunged, and with surprising speed and grace, Linnea slapped the attack away. Her father's sword sang with the contact. "You've handled a blade before," Guy said, surprised. "I am a Pickering." He swung at her, She blocked. He swiped. She parried. Then Heir slashed and cut Guy across the cheek. "Heir," her mother said with a stern tone, "don't play games." Guy paused, holding a hand to his bleeding face. "He killed Fannin, mother," Heir said coldly. "He should be made to suffer. He should be made an example." "No," Belinda said. "It's not our way. Your father wouldn't approve, you know that. Just finish it." "What is this?" Guy demanded, but there was a hesitation in his voice. "You're a woman." "I told you. I'm a Pickering, and you killed my brother." Guy began to raise his sword. Heir stepped and lunged. A thin rapier pierced the man's heart and was withdrawn before he finished his stroke. Louis Guy fell dead, face down in the blood-soaked snow. Chapter 2. Nightmares. Arista woke up screaming. Her body trembled. Her stomach suffered from a sinking sensation, the remaining residue of a dream she couldn't remember. She sat up, her left hand crawling to her chest, where she felt the thundering of her heart. It was pounding so hard, so fast, beating against her ribs as if needing to escape. She tried to remember. She could only recall brief snippets, tiny bits that appeared to be disjointed and unrelated. The one constant was Ezra Harden. His voice, so distant and weak, she could never hear what he said. Her thin linen nightgown clung to her skin, soaked with sweat. Her bedsheets, stripped from the mattress, spilled to the floor. The quilt, embroidered with designs of spring flowers, lay wadded up nearly on the other side of the room. Ezra Harden's robe, however, rested neatly next to her, giving off a faint blue radiance. The garment appeared as if a maid had prepared it for her morning dressing. Arista's hand was touching it. "How is it on the bed?" Arista looked at the wardrobe. The door, she remembered closing, hung open, and a chill ran through her. She was alone. A soft knock at the door startled her. "Arista!" Ulrich's voice came from the other side. She threw the robe around her shoulders and immediately felt warmer, safer. "Come in," she called. Her brother opened the door and peered in, holding a candle a bit above his head. Dressed in a burgundy robe, he had a thick baldric buckled around his waist, the sword of Essendon hanging at his side. The weapon was huge, and as he entered, Ulrich used one hand to tilt it up to keep the tip from dragging on the floor. The sight reminded her of the night her father was murdered, the night Ulrich became king. "I heard you cry out. Are you all right?" he asked, his eyes searching the room and settling on the glowing robe. "I'm fine. Just a nightmare." "Another one," he sighed. "You know, it might help if you didn't sleep in that thing." He gestured toward the robe. "Sleeping in a dead man's clothes. It's creepy. Sort of sick, really. Don't forget he was a wizard. That thing could be, well, I'll just say it. It is enchanted. I'm sure it's responsible. Do you want to talk about your dream?" "I don't remember much. Like all the others, I don't know. It's hard to describe. There's this sense of urgency that's overwhelming. I feel this need to find something, that if I don't, I'll die. I always wake up terrified, like I'm walking off a cliff and don't see it." "Can I get you something?" he asked. "Water? Tea? Soup?" "Soup? Where will you get soup in the middle of the night?" He shrugged. "I just thought I'd ask. You don't have to beat me up for it. I hear you scream, I jump out of bed and rush to your door. I offer to play servant for you, and this is the thanks I get." "I'm sorry." She frowned playfully, but meant what she said. Having him there did chase the shadows away and took her mind off the wardrobe. She patted her bed. "Sit down." Ulrich hesitated, then set the candle on her nightstand and took a seat beside her. "What happened to the sheets and the quilt? Looks like you were wrestling." "Maybe I was. I can't remember." "You look terrible," he said. "Thanks." He sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you're still my little brother, and this new protective side of yours is hard to get used to. Remember when I fell off Tamarisk and broke my ankle? It hurt so bad that I couldn't see straight. When I asked you to get help, you just stood there laughing and pointing. I was 12. You were a brat." He frowned at her. "But you're not any more." She took his hand and cupped it in both of hers. "Thank you for checking on me. You even wore your sword." Ulrich looked down. "I didn't know what beast or scoundrel might be attacking the princess. I had to come prepared to do battle." "Can you even draw that thing?" He frowned at her again. "Oh, quit it, will you? They say I fought masterfully in the Battle of Medford." "Masterfully?" He struggled to stop himself from smiling. "Yes. Some might even say heroically. In fact, I believe some did say heroically." "You've watched that silly play too many times." "It's good theatre. And I like to support the arts." "The arts." She rolled her eyes. "You just like it because it makes all the girls swoon, and you love all the attention." "Well?" He shrugged guiltily. "Don't deny it. I've seen you with a crowd of them circling like vultures, and you grinning and strutting around like the prize bull at the fair. Do you make a list? Does Julian send them to your chambers by hair colour, height, or merely in alphabetical order?" "It's not like that. You know, you do have to get married, and the sooner the better. You have a lineage to protect. Kings who don't produce heirs cause civil wars." "You sound like father. Maribor forbid I should have any enjoyment in my life. I have to be king. Don't make me have to be a husband and father too. You might as well just lock me up and get it over with. Besides, there's plenty of time. I'm still young. You make it sound like I'm teetering on the edge of my grave. And what about you? You're pushing old maid status now. Shouldn't we be searching for suitable nobles? Do you remember when you thought I arranged a marriage for you with Prince Rudolph and—" "Arista, are you all right?" She turned away, wiping the moisture from her eyes. "I'm fine." "I'm sorry." She felt his hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," she replied, and coughed to clear her throat. "You know, I would never—" "I know. It's all right, really." She sniffled and wiped her nose. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Then Arista said, "I would have married Hilfred, you know. I don't care what you or the council would have said." A look of surprise came over him. "Since when have you ever cared—" "Hilfred, huh?" He smirked and shook his head. She glared back. "It's not what you think," he said. "What is it, then?" she asked, with an accusing tone, thinking that the boy who had laughed at her falling from her horse had reappeared. "No slight to Hilfred. I liked him. He was a good man. and loved you very much. But he wasn't noble, she interrupted. Well, listen. Wait. Her brother held up a hand. Let me finish. I don't care if he was noble or not. Truth is, he was nobler than just about anyone I can think of, except maybe that Brechton fellow. How Hilfred managed to stand by you every day while not saying anything, that was real chivalry. He wasn't a knight, but he's the only one I ever saw who acted like one. No, it's not because he wasn't noble-born, and it's not because he wasn't a great guy. I would have loved to have him as a brother. What, then? She asked, this time confused. Ulrich looked at her, and in his eyes was the same expression she had seen when he had found her in the dark of the imperial prison. You didn't love him, he said simply. The words shocked her. She didn't say anything. She couldn't say anything. I don't think there was anyone in Essendon Castle who didn't know how Hilfred felt. Why didn't you? He asked. She couldn't help it. She started crying. Arista, I'm sorry. She shook her head, trying to get enough air into her lungs to speak. No, you're right. You're right. She couldn't keep her lips from quivering. But I would have married him just the same. I would have made him happy. Ulrich reached out and pulled her close. She buried her head into the thick folds of his robe and squeezed. They didn't say anything for a long while, and then Arista sat up and wiped her face. She took a breath. So, when did you get so romantic anyway? Since when does love have anything to do with marriage? You don't love any of the girls you spend your time with. And that's why I'm not married. Really? Surprised? I guess I just remember Mum and Dad. You know. Arista narrowed her eyes at him. He married Mother because she was Ethelred's niece, and he needed the leverage with Warwick to combat the trade war with Chadwick and Gloucester. Maybe at the start, but they grew to love each other. Father used to tell me that wherever he was, if Mum was there, it was home. I always remember that. I've never found anyone who made me feel that way. Have you? She hesitated. For a moment she considered telling him the truth, then just shook her head. They sat in silence. Then finally Ulrich rose. Are you sure I can't get you anything? No, but thank you. It means a lot to know that you care. He started to leave, and as he reached the door she said, Ulrich? Remember when you and Morven were planning on going to Persepliquis? Oh, yeah, believe me. I think about that a lot these days. What I wouldn't give to be able to... Do you know where it is? Persepliquis? No. No one does. Morven and I were just hoping we'd be the ones to stumble on it. Typical kid stuff, like slaying a dragon or winning the Wintertide Games. It sure would have been fun to look, though. Instead, I guess I have to go home and look for a bride. She'll make me wear shoes at dinner. I know she will. Ulrich left, closing the door softly behind him and leaving her in the blue glow of the robe. She lay back down with her eyes open, studying the stone and mortar above her bed. She saw where the artisan had scraped his trowel, leaving an impression, frozen in time. The light of the robe shifted with her breaths, creating the illusion of movement, and giving her the sensation of being underwater, as if the ceiling were the lighted surface of a winter pond. It felt like she was drowning, trapped beneath a thick slab of solid blue ice. She closed her eyes. It didn't help. Soup, she thought. Warm, tasty, comforting soup. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea after all. maybe someone would be in the kitchen. She had no idea what time it was. It was dark, but it was also winter. Still, it had to be early, since there had been no scuttling of castle servants past her door. It didn't matter. She wouldn't fall back to sleep now, so she might as well get up. If no one was awake, she might manage on her own. The idea of doing something for herself, of being useful, got her going. She was actually excited as her feet hit the cold stone and she looked around for her slippers. The robe glowed brighter, as if sensing her need. When she entered the dark hall, it remained bright until she descended the stairs. As she entered into the torchlight, the robe dimmed until it only reflected the firelight. She was disappointed to find several people already at work in the kitchen. Cora, the stocky dairymaid with the bushy eyebrows and rosy cheeks, was at work churning butter near the door, pumping the plunger in a steady rhythm, trading one hand for another. The young boy, Nipper, with his shoulders powdered in snow, stomped his feet as he entered from the dark courtyard, carrying an armload of wood, pausing to shake his head like a dog. He threw a spray that garnered a curse from Cora. Leaf and Ibis stoked the stoves, grumbling to each other about damp tinder. Lila stood on a ladder like a circus performer, pulling down the teetering bowls stacked on the top shelf. Edith Mon had always insisted on having them dusted at the start of each month. While the ogre herself was gone, her tyranny lived on. Arista had looked forward to rustling around in the darkened scullery, searching for a meal like a mouse. Now her adventure was ruined, and she considered returning upstairs to avoid an awkward encounter. Arista knew all the scullery servants from her days posing as Ella, the chambermaid. She might be a princess, but she was also a liar, a spy, and, of course, a witch. Do they hate me? Fear me? There was a time when the thought of servants hadn't bothered her, a time when she hardly noticed them at all. Standing at the bottom of the steps, watching them scurry around the chilly kitchen, she couldn't determine if she had gained wisdom or lost innocence. Arista pivoted, hoping to escape unnoticed back up the stairs to the sheltered sanctuary of her chamber, when she spotted the monk. He sat on the floor near the wash basins, where the stone was wet from a leaky plug. His back rested against the lye barrel. He was small, thin, and dressed in the traditional russet frock of the Order of the Monks of Maribor. Delighted by rubbing the shaggy sides of Red, the big elk-hound who sat before him, he had a great smile on his face. The dog was a fixture in the kitchen, where he routinely cleared scraps. The dog's eyes were closed, his long tongue hung dripping, and his body rocked as the monk scratched him. Arista hadn't seen much of Myron since the day he had arrived at the castle. So much had happened since then that she forgot he was still there. Walking forward, she adjusted her robe, straightening it and fixing the collar. The heads looked up. Cora was the first to see her. The pace of her plunging slowed. Her eyes tracked Arista's movements with interest. Nipper, having dropped his load, stood up and was in the process of brushing the snow off when he stopped in mid-stroke. "Ella! Forgive me, Your Highness." Ibis Thinley was the first to speak. "Actually, I'd prefer Arista," she replied. "I couldn't sleep. I was hoping to maybe get a little soup." Ibis grinned knowingly. "It can get cold up in them towers, can't it? As it happens, I saved a pot of last night's venison stew, froze it out in the snow. If that's all right, I'll have Nipper fetch it. I can heat it up in 2 shakes. It'll warm you nicely. And how about some hot cider and cinnamon to go with it? Still got some that ain't quite turned yet. It'll have a bit of a bite, but it's still good." Yes, thank you. That would be wonderful. I'll have someone run up to your chambers. You're on the 3rd floor, right? Ah, no. Actually, I was thinking of eating down here, if that's okay. Ibis chuckled. Of course it is. Folks been doing that a good deal these days, and I'm sure you can eat anywhere that pleases you, except in maybe the Empress's bedroom. Course, rumour has it that you did that already. He chuckled. It's just that... She looked at the others, all of whom were watching and listening. I thought I might not be welcome after lying to all of you. The cook made a dismissive pfft sound. You forget we worked for Solder and Ethelred. All they ever did was lie, and they sure never scrubbed floors or emptied no chamber pots along with us. You take a seat at the table, your highness. I'll get you that stew. Nipper, fetch the pot, and get me the jug of cider, too. She took a seat as instructed, and whether they agreed with Ibis's sentiments or not, none of them said a word. They returned to work and only occasionally glanced at her. Lila even ventured a tiny smile and a modest wave before returning to her struggle with the bowls. "You're Myron Lenachlin, aren't you?" Arista asked, turning on her stool to face the monk and the dog. He looked up, surprised. Yes, I am." "Pleased to meet you. I'm Arista. I believe you know my brother Ulrich." "Of course. How is he?" "He's fine. Haven't you seen him? He's just upstairs." The monk shook his head. No longer being scratched, Red opened his eyes and looked at Myron with a decidedly disappointed expression. "Isn't he wonderful?" Myron declared. "I've never seen a dog this big. I didn't know what he was at first. I thought he might be a shaggy breed of deer that they housed in the kitchen, much like we used to keep pigs and chickens at the Abbey. I was so happy to discover he was not a future meal. His name is Red. He's an elk hound. Although I think his days of hunting wolves and boar are over. Did you know that in times of war they can take knights down off horses? They kill their prey by biting the neck and crushing the spine. But really, he's not vicious at all. I come down here every day to see him." "Do you always get up this early?" "Oh, this isn't early. At the Abbey this would be lazy." "You must go to sleep early, then." "Actually, I don't sleep much," he said, as he resumed petting the dog. "Me neither," she admitted. "Bad dreams." Myron looked surprised. Again he stopped stroking Red, who nosed his hand in protest. She thought he was about to say something, but then he returned his attention to the dog. "Myron, I'm wondering if you can help me," she asked. "Of course. What are the nightmares about?" "Oh, no, I wasn't speaking of that. It's just that my brother mentioned you read quite a bit." He shrugged. "I found a little library on the 3rd floor, but there are only about 20 books there. I'm on my 3rd time through." "You've read all the books in the library 3 times?" "Almost. I always have trouble with Hartenford's Genealogy of Warwick Monarchs. It's almost all names, and I have to sound most of them. What do you need to know?" "I was actually thinking about information you might have read about while at the Winds Abbey. Have you ever heard of the city of Persepliquus?" He nodded. "It's the capital city of the original Empire of Novron." "Yes," she said eagerly. "Do you know where it is?" He thought a moment and smiled to himself. "In every text they always refer to everything else by way of it. Ashton was 25 leagues southeast of Persepliquus, Farrington 100 leagues due north. No one ever mentioned where Persepolis was, I presume because everyone already knew. If I got you a map, would it be possible to find it based on the references to other places? Maybe. I'm pretty sure that's how Edmund Hall found it, although all you really need is his journal. I've always wanted to read that one. I thought reading his journal is considered heresy. Isn't that why they locked Hall and his journal in the top of the Crown Tower? Yes. And yet you would still read it. Ulrich never mentioned what a rebel you are. Myron looked puzzled, then smiled. It is heresy for a member of the Novron Church to read it. Oh, that's right. You're a monk of Maribor. And, blessedly, we have no such restrictions on our reading material. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Arista said. All the things that might be hidden at the top of the Crown Tower. Makes you wish you could get inside, doesn't it? Yes. Yes, it does. They arrived late that evening, the whole castle buzzing with the news. Trumpets blared, servants rushed, and before she could get dressed, 2 servants, as well as Ulrich and Marvin, had stopped by to tell Arista of the caravan that had just arrived from the north, bearing the falcon crest and the banners of gold and green. She hoisted the hem of the robe and raced down the steps with the rest. A crowd formed on the front steps. Servants, artisans, bureaucrats, and nobles mingled and pushed to see the sight. Guards formed an aisle, allowing her to pass to the front, where she stood next to Marvin and Ulrich. To her left, she spotted Nimbus draping Amelia's shoulders with his cloak, leaving the skinny man looking like a twig in the wind. She didn't see the Empress. Wind-whipped torches and a milky moon illuminated the courtyard as the caravan entered. There were no soldiers, just elderly men who walked behind carriages. Toward the rear of the procession came wagons bearing a shivering cargo. Women and children, crammed tightly together, huddled for warmth beneath communal blankets. The first carriage reached the bottom of the steps, and Belinda and Linnea Pickering stepped out, followed by Alenda Lanachlin. The 3 women looked up at the crowd before them hesitantly. Marvin ran forward to embrace his mother. "What are you all doing here?" he exclaimed excitedly. "Where's father? Or didn't he—" Arista saw Marvin stiffen and pull back. There was no joy at this meeting. The women's faces were sorrowful. They were pale, drawn, and grey, and only their eyes and noses held colour, red and sore from crying and the bitter wind. Belinda held her son, wringing his clothes with her fists. "Your father is dead," she cried, and buried her face in his chest. Moving slower than the rest, Julian Tempest, the elderly Lord Chamberlain of Mellingar, climbed carefully down out of the carriage. When Arista saw him, her stomach tightened. She could think of very few things that might cause Julian to leave Mellingar, and none of them good. "The elves have crossed the Nidwalden River," Julian announced to the crowd. His voice fought against the wind that viciously fluttered the flags and banners. He walked gingerly, placing his feet upon the frozen ground as if it might be pulled out from beneath him. The old man's stately robes snapped about him like living things, his cap threatening to fly off. "They've invaded and taken all of Dunmore and Ghent." He paused, looking at King Ulrich, took a breath, and said, "And Mellingar." "The north has fallen. To elves?" Ulrich sounded incredulous. "But how?" "These are not the mere, Your Majesty. They are not the half-breeds we are familiar with. Those that attacked are pure-blooded elves of the Erevan Empire. Terrible, fierce and merciless. They came out of the east and crushed all in their path." The wind gained a grip on the old man's cap, throwing it across the yard and revealing his balding head, wreathed in thin white hair. His hands flew up in a futile effort and remained at face level, quivering and forgotten. "Woe to the house of Essendon! The kingdom is lost!" Ulrich's gaze lifted to the caravan. He stood staring at the long line of wagons, studying its length, the number of faces crawling from them, and Arista knew what he was thinking. Is this all? Julian and the ladies were ushered inside. Arista watched them enter, but remained on the steps. She recognized a face or two. One had been a barmaid at the Rose and Thorn, another a seamstress at the castle. Arista had often seen her daughter playing near the moat with a doll her mother had made from scraps. She didn't have the doll now, and Arista wondered, what became of it? What became of everything? "There's not that many," Amelia was saying to Sebastian. He was a ranking castle guard, but she couldn't recall his specific position. "Find room for them in the gallery for now." He snapped a salute. "And have someone run and tell Ibis to get some food prepared. They look hungry." Amelia turned back toward the castle doors when she made eye contact with Arista. She bit her lip in a sad expression. "I'm sorry," she managed to say, and then walked away. Arista remained on the steps as the stable hands broke down the harnesses, and the wagons emptied. A line of refugees filed past her, heading inside. "Melissa!" Arista called. "Your Highness." Melissa curtsied. "Oh, forget that." She ran down the remaining steps and gave the girl a hug. "I'm so happy you're all right." "Are you the Empress?" a little girl asked, holding on to Melissa's hand. Arista had been away from Mellengar for some time, only a few months short of a year, but this child couldn't have been Melissa's. The girl had to be 6 or 7. She stood on the step beside Arista's maid, bouncing on anxious feet and clutching a bundle to her chest with her free hand. "This is Mercy," Melissa said, introducing her. "We found her on the way here." She lowered her voice and whispered, "She's an orphan." There was something familiar about the little girl. Arista was certain she had seen her before. "No, I'm sorry. I'm not the Empress. My name is Arista." "Can I see the Empress?" "I'm afraid not. The Empress is very busy." The child's eager expression collapsed to one of disappointment, and her head drooped to look at her feet. "Arcadius said I would meet the Empress when we got to Aquesta." Arista studied her face a moment. "Arcadius? Oh, yes, I remember you. We met last summer, wasn't it?" Arista looked around the few remaining refugees, but didn't see her old teacher among them. Just then she noticed the bundle move. "What have you got in there?" Before the girl could answer, the head of a raccoon poked out. "His name is Mr. Rings." Arista bent down, and as she did, the robe brightened slightly, a soft pink glow. The girl's eyes widened excitedly. "Magic!" she exclaimed. She reached out, then paused and looked up. "You can touch it," Arista told her. "It's slippery," she said, rubbing the material between her fingers. "Arcadius could do magic too." "Where is Arcadius?" The little girl didn't answer as she shivered in the cold. "Oh, I'm sorry. You both must be freezing. Let's get inside." They stepped from the pale blue winter into the dark firelit hall. the howl of the wind silenced at the closing of the doors, which boomed, echoing in the vaulted chamber. The little girl looked up in awe at the flight of steps, the stone columns and arches. A number of refugees, wrapped in blankets, shivered as they waited for directions. "Your Highness," Melissa whispered, "we found Mercy alone on a horse." "Alone? But where is—" She hesitated, seeing Melissa's downcast eyes. "Mercy hasn't said much, but, well, I'm sorry." The light of her robe dimmed and the colour turned blue. "He's dead." First Esarhaddon, now Arcadius. "The elves burnt Ghent," Melissa said. "Sheridan and Ervanon are gone." "Gone?" "Burned. But the Tower of Glenmorgan, the Crown Tower." Melissa shook her head. "We joined with some people fleeing south. Several saw it fall. One said it looked like a child's toy being toppled. Everything is gone." Melissa's eyes glistened. "They're unstoppable." Arista expected tears, but all she felt was a numbness. Too much loss all at once. She gently touched Mercy's cheek. "Can I let Mr. Rings play in here?" Mercy asked. "What?" "Oh, I suppose, as long as you keep a sharp eye on him," Arista said. "There's an elk-hound that might gobble him up if he goes too far." She set the raccoon down. It sniffed the floor and cautiously skittered to the wall near the steps, where it began a systematic smelling along the baseboards. Mercy followed and took a seat on the lower step. "I can't believe Arcadius is dead." At wintertide, the Uli Vermar ends. They will come. Without the horn, everyone dies. The words of Esarhaddon echoed in Arista's head, words of warning mingled with words she didn't fully understand. Mercy yawned and rested her chin on her hands as Mr. Rings inched along the length of the step, exploring the world. "She's tired," Arista said. "I think they're handing out soup in the Great Hall." "Would you like some soup, Mercy?" The girl looked up, smiled and nodded. "Mr. Rings is hungry too. Aren't you, Mr. Rings?" The city was more beautiful than anything Arista had ever seen. White buildings, taller than the highest tree, taller than any building she had ever seen, rose up like slender fingers reaching for the sky. Sweeping pennants of greens and blues trailed from their pinnacles, snapping in the breeze and shimmering like crystal. A road, broad enough for 4 carriages, straight as a maypole, and paved with smooth stone, led into the city. Upon it moved a multitude of wagons, carts, wains, coaches, and buggies. No wall or gate hindered the flow of traffic. No guardhouse gave them pause. The city lacked towers, barbican, and moat. It stood naked and beautiful, fearless and proud, with only a pair of sculptured lions to intimidate visitors. The breadth of the city was hard to accept, hard for her to believe. It dominated 3 full hills and filled the vast valley where a gentle river flowed. It was a lovely place, and it was so familiar. "Arista, you must remember." She felt the urgency, a tightness in her stomach, a chill across her back. Arista had to think. She needed to solve the puzzle. So little time remained, but such a sight as this would be impossible to forget. She couldn't have seen it before. "You were here." She was not. Such a place as this could not even exist. This was a dream, an illusion. You must trust me. You were here. Look closely. Arista was shaking her head. It was ridiculous, and yet something about the river, the way it curved near the base of the northern hill. Yes, the hill. The hill did look familiar. And the road, not so wide. It had been overgrown and hidden. She remembered finding it in the dark. She remembered wondering how it had come to be there. Yes, you were here, on the hill. Look at the Aguanon. Arista didn't understand. The northern hill. Look at the temple on the crest. She spotted it. Yes, it was familiar, but it didn't look the same in her memory. It was broken, fallen, mostly buried, but it was the same. Arista had been there, and it frightened her to remember. Something bad had happened to her here. She had nearly died on this hill before the broken stones, amidst the splintered remains of shattered columns and breaching slabs. But she had not died. She did something on that hill, something awful, something that made her rip the dewy grass with her fists and beg Maribor for forgiveness. At last, Arista understood where she was, what she was seeing. This is it. This was my home. Go there, dig down, find the tomb, bring forth the horn. Do it, Arista. You must. There is no time left. Everyone will die. Everyone will die. Everyone will... Arista woke up screaming. Chapter 3. Prisons. "Get out of the way!" Hadrian shouted, his voice booming through the corridor. He stood just a few feet from the guard, glaring at him, breathing on him. The two guards, who watched from the end of the hall, ran forward. He heard their chainmail jingling, their empty scabbards slapping their thighs. Both stopped short of sword's length. "It's the Teshlor," one warned in a whisper. The soldier who blocked the door stood his ground. Hadrian sensed the tension, the fear, the lack of confidence, but he also felt the courage and loyalty that refused to let him waver. He usually respected such qualities in a man, but not this time. This man was merely in his way. Behind him, a latch lifted and a door creaked. "What's going on?" a befuddled woman's voice asked. Hadrian glanced. It was Amelia. She shuffled forward, wiping her eyes and fumbling with the tie of her robe. "I need to speak to the Empress," he growled. "Tell them to stand down." "It's the middle of the night," she exclaimed in a whisper. "You can't see her. If you want, I'll try to arrange an appointment in the morning, but I must tell you, Her Eminence is very busy. The news—" Hadrian's hands rose, and he took hold of his sword grips. The three soldiers tensed, and all but the door guard took a step back. The man before him let his own hand settle slowly on his weapon, but he didn't pull it. "This guard's a cool one," Hadrian thought, and took another half-step closer until their noses nearly touched. "Get out of my way." "Hadrian, what are you doing?" This time it was Arista's voice, echoing down the hallway. "I'm seeking an audience with the Empress," he said through gritted teeth. He broke his stare to turn and see the princess trotting up the fifth-floor corridor. As always these days, she was dressed in Esarhaddon's robe, which was a dull blue and, at the moment, only reflected the fire of the torches hanging in the wall sconces. "They have him locked up. They won't even let me see him," Hadrian told her. "Royce? He didn't want to kidnap the Empress. but he would have done anything to get Gwen back. They should give him a medal for killing Saldor and Merrick. Hadrian sighed. Gwen died in his arms, and he wasn't thinking straight. He never meant to harm Medina. I found out he's being held in the North Tower. I don't think Medina even knows, so I'm going to tell her. Don't try and stop me. I'm not, she said. I have to see her as well. What for? The princess looked uncomfortable. I had a bad dream. What? No one is seeing the Empress tonight, Emilia declared. 6 more guards arrived, trotting toward them. I'll turn out the whole castle regiment if I have to. Hadrian glanced at the Imperial Secretary. Do you think they'll stop me? The door has a bolt on the inside, the door guard said. Even if you got past us, there's half a foot of solid oak in your way. That won't be a problem, Arista assured them. But I should warn you, I can't be responsible for wounds from flying splinters. Her robe began to glow. It gave off a hazy grey light that slowly brightened, bleaching their faces and weakening the torch-fed shadows. Hadrian noticed a faint breeze in the corridor. A warm wind was rising, swirling around Arista like a tiny cyclone, fluttering the hem of her robe and the ends of her hair. Emilia stared, horrified. Open the door, Emilia, or I'll remove it. Emilia looked as if she might scream. Let them in, Gerald. The voice emanated from the other side of the door. Your Eminence? Yes, Gerald. It isn't locked. Let them in. The door guard lifted the latch and gave a push. The door swung inward, revealing the darkness of the imperial bedroom. Emilia said nothing. She was breathing faster than normal, her fists clenched at her sides. Hadrian entered first, with Arista behind, both followed by Emilia and Gerald. It was cold in the bedroom. The fireplace was dark, and the only light came in through the open window in the far wall. To either side, sheer white curtains billowed inward, dancing in the faint moonlight like a pair of ghosts. Dressed in only her nightgown, Empress Medina rested on the floor, looking out at the stars. She sat on her knees, hands in her lap, her shoulders drawn up against the cold. Bare toes poked out from within the pool of white linen that gathered around her. Blonde hair fell down her back in tangles. She appeared much like the girl Hadrian had seen under the tradesman's arch in Colnora so long ago. They arrested Royce, Hadrian told her. They've locked him in a cell in the tower. I know. You know? He said incredulously. How long have... I ordered it. Hadrian stared at her, stunned. Thrace? I mean, Medina, he said softly. You don't understand. He never meant to harm you. He only did what he had to. He was trying to save the person he loved most in the world. How could you do this to him? At last she turned. Have you ever lost the one person in the world that meant everything to you? Did you watch them die, knowing it was your fault? Hadrian said nothing. When my father was killed, she continued, looking back out the window, I remember I found it almost too painful to breathe. I had not just lost my father. It was as if the whole world had died. But somehow I was left behind. Alone. I just wanted it to end. I was tired. I wanted the pain to stop. If I had the chance, if they hadn't taken me away, if they hadn't locked me up, I would have thrown myself into the falls. She turned and looked at Hadrian once more. Believe me, he's well cared for. at least as much as he will allow. Ibis makes him good meals that he doesn't eat. Can you think of a better place for Royce right now?" Hadrian's shoulders slumped. His arms fell loose at his sides. "Can I at least see him?" Medina thought a moment. "Yes, but only you. In his present state, he's a danger to anyone else. Still, I'm not sure he'll hear you. You can visit him in the morning." She leaned over so she could see Amelia. "Can you see to it that he has access?" "Yes, Your Eminence." "Good," the Empress said, then looked at Arista. "Now, what is it that you have that can't wait until morning?" The Princess of Melangar stood shifting her feet, folding and refolding her hands before her, the robe a tranquil dark blue. She looked at the Empress, then at Hadrian, Amelia, and even Gerald, who stood stiffly just inside the door. When her eyes once more returned to Medina, she said, "I think I know how to stop the elves." Hadrian had just descended to the 3rd floor, where several people were returning to their rooms now that all the shouting had died down. He caught a glimpse of Deegan Gaunt. The ex-leader of the Nationalists stood in his nightshirt, peering up the steps both curious and irritated. This was the first time Hadrian had seen the man since the two of them had been released from the dungeon. His neck and nose were narrow, and his lips were so thin they were almost non-existent. There were creases across his brow and lines about his eyes that spoke of a hard life. Hadrian could tell by the way he carried his weight and the motions of his body that he felt awkward, lost in his own skin. He had a faraway look in his eyes, 2 days' growth of beard, and a plume of hair that hung out of place. If he had to guess, Hadrian might have pegged him as a poor poet. He seemed nothing like the descendant of emperors. "What's going on up there?" Gaunt asked a passing servant. "Someone looking to see the Empress, sir. It's over now." Gaunt appeared dubious. This wasn't how Hadrian had planned on meeting Gaunt. Hadrian had waited, giving them both time to fully heal. After that, he hesitated out of nerves. He wanted their meeting to go well, to be perfect. This was not perfect, but now that they stood face to face, he could hardly walk away. "Hello, Mr. Gaunt. I'm Hadrian Blackwater," he said, introducing himself with a bow. Deegan Gaunt greeted him with his nose crinkled up as if he smelled something bad. He critically observed Hadrian, then frowned. "I thought you'd be taller." "I'm sorry," Hadrian apologized. "You're supposed to be my servant, right?" Gaunt asked. He began walking around Hadrian, orbiting him in slow, lazy circles, carrying a frown around with him. "Actually, I'm your bodyguard. How much am I expected to pay for this privilege? I'm not asking for money." "No? What is it then? You want me to make you a duke or something? Is that why you're here? Boy, people come out of the woodwork when you've got money and power, I guess. I mean, I don't even know you, and here you come begging for privileges before I'm even crowned emperor." "It's not like that. You're the heir of Novron. I am the defender of the heir, just like my father before me. It's a tradition." "Uh-huh." Gaunt stood slouching, sucking on his teeth for a moment before jamming his pinky finger into his mouth to struggle with something caught between them. After a few minutes, he gave up. "Okay, here's what I don't get. I'm the heir. That makes me head of the empire and head of the church. I'm even part god, if I get that right. Great-great-grandson of Maribor or some kind of witch or weather. So, if I'm going to be emperor and have a whole castle of guards and an army to protect me, what do I need you for?" Hadrian didn't say anything. He didn't know what he could say. Gaunt was right. His role as bodyguard was only important so long as the heir was in hiding. Well, guarding you is sort of a family tradition that I would hate to break, he finally told Gaunt. The words sounded silly, even to him. You any good with a sword? Pretty good. Gaunt scratched his stubbly chin. Well, since you aren't charging anything, I guess I'd be stupid not to take you on. Okay, you can be my servant. Bodyguard. Whatever. Gaunt waved at him as if shooing away a pesky fly. I'm going back to bed. You can wait outside my door and do your guard thing if you like. Gaunt returned to his room, and Hadrian waited outside, feeling decidedly foolish. That had not gone as well as he had hoped. He failed to impress Gaunt, and he had to admit Gaunt did nothing to impress him. He didn't know what exactly he had expected. Maybe he thought Gaunt would be the embodiment of the noble poor, a man of staggering integrity, a beacon of enlightenment, who had grown out of the earth's salt and struggled to the pinnacle. Sure, his standards were high, but after all, Deegan was supposed to be part god. Instead, just being near him made Hadrian want to go bathe. He leaned against the wall outside the door, looking up and down the quiet hallway. This is ridiculous. What am I doing? The answer was obvious. Nothing. But there was nothing to do. He had missed his opportunity and was now useless. From somewhere inside, he heard Gaunt begin to snore. The next morning, Hadrian found Royce sitting on the floor of the cell, his back resting against the wall, one knee up, cocked like a tent pole. His right arm rested on it, his hand hanging limp. He wore only his black tunic and pants. His belt and boots were missing, his feet bare, the soles blackened with dirt. He hung his head back, tilted upward, resting against the wall, and revealing a week's worth of dark stubble that covered his chin, cheeks, and neck. Lengths of straw littered his hair and clothing, but on his lap lay a neatly folded, meticulously clean scarf. He didn't look up when Hadrian entered the cell. He wasn't sleeping. No one could get this close to Royce without his waking. But more obviously, his eyes were open. He stared at the ceiling, not seeing it. "Hey, buddy," Hadrian said, entering the cell. The guard closed the door behind him. He heard the lock slide in place. "Call me when you want out," he told Hadrian. The cell had a small window near the ceiling, which cast a square of light where the wall and floor met. Through its shaft he could see straw dust lingering in the air. A cup of water, a glass of wine, and a plate of potato and carrot stew sat beside the door. All untouched, the stew having dried into a solid brick. "Am I interrupting breakfast?" "That was dinner," Royce said. "That bad, huh?" Hadrian sat across from him on the bed. It had a thick mattress, a half-dozen warm blankets, 3 soft pillows and fine linen sheets. It had not been slept in. "Not too bad in here," he said, making a show of looking around. "We've been in much worse, but this was pretty much the last place I was thinking you'd be. I sort of thought the idea was for you to disappear and give me time to explain why you kidnapped the Empress. What happened?" "I turned myself in." Hadrian smirked. "Obviously." "Why are you here?" Royce replied, his eyes dull and empty. "Well, Now that I know you're here, I thought you could use some company. You know, someone to talk to. Someone who can smuggle you fig pudding and the occasional drumstick. I could bring up a deck of cards. You know how much you love beating me at... Well, you just like beating me. Royce made an expression that was almost like a smile. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed up a handful of straw. He crushed it in his fist, letting the bits fall through his fingers and watching them in the shaft of light. When the last of it fell, he opened his hand, palm up, stared at it, turned it over and back as if he had never really seen it before. "I want to thank you, Hadrian," he said, still looking at his hand, his voice soft, lingering, disconnected. "Awfully formal, aren't you? It's just a card game," Hadrian said, and smiled. Royce lowered his hand, laying it on the floor like a forgotten toy. His attention turned vaguely toward the ceiling again. "I hated you when we first met. Did you know that? I thought Arcadius was crazy making me take you along on that heist." "So, why did you?" "Honestly, I expected you'd be killed. Then I could go to the nutty wizard, laugh, and say, 'See, what did I tell you? The clumsy fool died.' Only you didn't. You made it all the way to the top of the Crown Tower. No complaining, no whining." "Did you respect me then?" "No. I figured you suffered from beginner's luck. I expected you'd die on the return trip that next night, when he made us put it back. Only, again, I lived. Kinda made me mad, actually. I'm not usually wrong, you know, about people. And man, could you fight. I thought Arcadius was feeding me a load of crap the way he went on about you. The best warrior alive, he said. In a fair fight, Hadrian can best anyone, he said. That was the telling part. A fair fight. He knew not all your battles would be fair. He wanted me to educate you in the world of backstabbing, deceit, and treachery. I guess he figured I knew something about that. And I was supposed to teach honor, decency, and kindness to a man raised by wolves? Royce rolled his head to the side and looked at him. He told you about me? Not everything, just some of the ugly parts. Manzant. Just that you were there, that it almost killed you, and that he got you out. Royce nodded. His face drooped, his eyes stared again. His hand absently scooped up another handful of straw to crush. Hadrian's eyes drifted around the cell. Centuries of captives had left a dark smoothness to all the stones a bit higher than halfway up, like a flood line. On the far wall, a year's worth of old hatch marks scratched a pattern that looked like a series of bound bales of wheat. Up in the window, a bird had built a nest, tucked on the outside corner of the sill. It was empty, frosted in snow. Occasionally he heard a cart, a horse, or the sound of people in the courtyard below them, but mostly it was quiet, a heavy, dull grey silence. Hadrian, Royce began. He'd stopped playing with the straw, his hands flat, his stare focused on the wall, his voice weak and hesitant. You and Arcadius. You're the only family I've ever known. The only two people in this whole world. He swallowed and bit his lower lip, pausing. Hadrian waited. Finally, he went on, I want you to know. It's important that... He turned away from Hadrian, facing the wall. I wanted to say thank you for being there for me, for being here, for being the closest thing to a brother I'll ever know. I just want you to know that. Hadrian didn't say anything, He waited for Royce to turn back, to look at him. It took several minutes, but the silence drew the look. When he did, Hadrian glared at him. "Why? Why do you want me to know that?" "What do you mean?" "Tell me. No, don't look at the wall, look at me. Why is it so important that I know this?" "It just is, okay?" Royce said. "No, it's not okay. Don't give me this crap, Royce. We've been together for 12 years. We've faced death dozens of times. Why is it you're telling me this now?" "I'm upset. I'm distraught. What do you want from me?" Hadrian continued to stare, but slowly began to nod. "You've been waiting, haven't you? Just sitting here, leaning against that wall, waiting for me to show up. In case you forgot, they arrested me. I'm in a locked cell. There's not much else I can do." Hadrian snorted. "What?" Hadrian stood. He needed to move. There wasn't much space, but he still paced back and forth between the wall and the door, 3 steps each way. "So, when are you going to do it? As soon as I leave? Tonight? How about a nice morning suicide? Huh, Royce? You could be poetic and time it with the rising of the sun or just the drama of midnight. How would that be?" Royce scowled. "How are you going to do it? Your wrists? Throat? Going to challenge the guard to fight when he brings dinner? Call him names? Or are you going to make an even bigger splash? Head for Medina's room and threaten the Empress's life again? You'll find some young idiot, a big one, someone with an ego. You'll draw a blade, something little, something not too scary. He'll draw his sword. You'll pretend to attack, but he won't know you're faking." "Don't be this way." "This way?" Hadrian stopped and whirled on him. He had to take a breath to calm down. "How do you expect me to be? You think I should be, what? Happy, maybe? Did you think I'd just be okay with this? I thought you were stronger. If anyone could survive, that's just it. I don't want to. I've always survived. Life is like a bully that gets laughs by seeing how much humiliation you'll put up with. It threatens to kill you if you don't eat mud. It takes everything you care about. Not because it wants what you have, or needs it. It does it just to see if you'll take it. I let it push me around ever since I was a kid. I did everything it demanded just to survive. But as I've gotten older, I realize there are limits. You showed me that. There's only so far I can go. Only so much I can put up with. I'm not going to take it anymore. I won't eat mud just to survive." "So it's my fault?" Hadrian slumped down on the mattress once more. He sat there running his hand through his hair for a moment, then said, "Just so you know, you're not the only one who misses her. I loved her too." Royce looked up. "Not like that, you know what I mean. The worst part is..." His voice cracked. "It really is my fault, and that's what I will be left with. Did you think of that? You were right, and I was wrong. You said not to take the job from DeWitt, but I talked you into it. Let's leave Dahlgren. This isn't our fight, you said, but I got you to stay. You can't win against Merrick, you said, so you went to protect me. You told me Deegan Gaunt would be an ass, and you were right about that too. You didn't do what you knew was right because of me. I pulled you along while trying to redeem myself to the memory of a dead father. Gwen is gone because of me. I destroyed what little good there was in your life, trying to accomplish something that, in the end, means nothing. I'm not the hero who saves the kingdom and wins the girl. Life isn't like that." Hadrian laughed bitterly. "You finally taught me that one, pal. Yep, life isn't a fairy tale. Heroes don't ride white horses, and the good don't always win. I guess I just wanted it to be that way. I didn't think there was any harm in believing it. I never knew it would be you and Gwen that would pay." "It's not your fault," Royce told him. "You tell me that a few million more times and I might actually start believing it. Only that's not going to happen now, is it? You're not going to be around to remind me, are you? You're going to give up. You're going to walk out on me, and that will be my fault too. Damn it, Royce! You have a choice. I know it doesn't seem like it, and I know I'm a fool that believes in a fantasy world where good things can happen to good people, but I do know this. You can either head into darkness and despair or into virtue and light. It's up to you." Royce jerked his head up and looked at Hadrian, a shocked expression on his face. Shock turned quickly to suspicion. "What?" Hadrian asked, concerned. "How are you doing that?" Royce demanded, and for the first time since Hadrian had entered the cell, he saw the old Royce, cold, dark, and angry. "How am I doing what?" "That's the second time you've quoted Gwen. Once on the bridge, and now this. She said that same thing to me once, those exact words." "Huh?" "She read my palm and told me there was a fork, a point of decision. I had to choose to head into darkness and despair, or into virtue and light. She told me this would be precipitated by a traumatic event, the death of the one I loved the most." "Gwen?" He nodded. "But you weren't there. You couldn't have heard her say that. We were alone in her office at the house. It was a year ago. I only remember because it was the night Arista came to the Rose and Thorn, and you were getting drunk and ranting about being a parasite. So how did you know?" Hadrian shrugged. "I didn't, but—" He felt a chill run up his spine. "What if she did? What if I'm not quoting her? What if she was quoting me?" "What?" "Gwen was a seer," Hadrian said. "What if she saw your future, bits and pieces, like Fan Irlanu did in that Tenkin village?" Now he was staring at the wall, his eyes wandering aimlessly as he thought. "She could have seen us on the bridge, and here in this cell. She knew what I would say, and she also knew you wouldn't listen to me. She must have known you wouldn't listen to me at the bridge either. That's why she said those things." He was speaking quickly now, seeing it all before him. "She knew you would ignore me, but you can't ignore her. Royce, Gwen doesn't want you to die. She agrees with me. I may have been wrong in the past, but not this time. This time I'm right, and I know I'm right because Gwen saw the future and she's backing me up." He sat against the wall, folding his hands behind his head in victory. "You can't kill yourself," he said jubilantly, as if he had just won some unspoken bet. "You can't do it without betraying her wishes." Royce looked confused. "But if she knew, why didn't she stop it? Why did she let me go with you? Why didn't she tell me?" "It's obvious, isn't it? She wanted us to go, and either she couldn't avoid her death, or—" "Or what? She wanted to die?" he said sarcastically. "No, I was going to say she knew she had to die." "Why?" "I don't know. Something else she saw, maybe. Something that hasn't happened yet. Something so important it was worth dying on the bridge for. But whatever it is, it doesn't include you killing yourself. She made that pretty clear, I think." Royce threw his head back against the stone wall, hard enough to make an audible thud, and clenched his eyes shut. "Damn it." Morven Pickering stood on the fourth-floor balcony, looking out at the palace courtyard. It was snowing again, thick, wet flakes. They fell on the muddy earth, slowly filling in where carts had left deep ruts. One after another, the flakes hit the ground and melted, but somehow they managed to overcome. The puddles receded, the dirt disappeared, the world turned white and pure once more. Beyond the walls, he could see the roofs of the city. A cuesta stretched out before him, hundreds of snow-covered thatched peaks clustered together, huddling against the winter storm. The buildings ran to the sea and up the hill north. His gaze rose to the gap he knew was Imperial Square, and farther out to Bingham Square, where he could see the top of the tradesman's tower marking the artisan district. He continued to look up, his gaze reaching out beyond the open patches of farm fields to the forested hills, a hazy grey line in the distance, and the suggestion of higher hills beyond, masked by the snowy curtain. He imagined he could see Gloucester, and beyond it, across the river, Mellingar, the kingdom of the falcon-crested kings, the land of his birth, his home. Drondle Fields would be blanketed in snow, the orchard frosted, the moat frozen. Vern would be out breaking the ice on the well, dropping his heavy hammer tied to the end of a rope. He would be fearful the knot would come loose like it had 5 years earlier, leaving his favourite tool at the bottom of the well. It was still there, Morven thought, still lying in the water, waiting for Vern to claim it. But now he never would. "You'll catch your death out there," his mother said. He turned to see her standing in the doorway, in her dark blue gown, the closest thing she had to black. Around her shoulders was the burgundy shawl Fannin had given her for wintertide 3 years before, the year he died. It became a permanent part of her attire that she wore year-round, explaining how it kept the chill away in the winter and the sun off her shoulders in the summer. That morning he noticed she was also wearing the necklace. The awkward, thick chain weighed down by the huge pendant was hard to miss. It was supposed to look like the sun. A big emerald pressed into the gold setting, and lines of rubies forming the rays of light. It was an ugly, gaudy thing. He had seen it only a few times before in the bottom of a jewellery box. It had been a gift from his father. Even after bearing 4 children, Belinda Pickering still turned heads. Too many for his father's comfort, if the stories were true. Rumours had circulated for decades of the numerous duels fought over her honour. Legend asserted there were as many as 20, all sparked by some man looking at her too long. They all ended the same, with the death of the offender via Count Pickering's magic sword. That was the legend, but Morven knew of only 2 actual incidents. The first had occurred before he was born. His father had told him the story on his 13th birthday, the day he had mastered the first tier of the Tech Chin. His father explained that he and Morven's mother had been travelling home alone and were waylaid by highwaymen. There had been 4 bandits, and his father was willing to give up their horses, his purse, and even Belinda's jewellery to escape without incident. But his father had seen the way the thieves looked at Belinda. As they whispered back and forth, he saw the hunger in their eyes. His father killed 2, wounded 1, and sent the last one running. They had given his father a scar nearly a foot long. The second had happened when Morven was just 10. They had come to a cuesta for wintertide, and the Earl of Tremor became angry when Count Pickering refused to enter the sword competition. The Earl knew that even if he had won the tournament, he would still be considered second best, so he challenged Pickering to a duel. Morven's father refused. The Earl of Tremor had grabbed Belinda and kissed her before the entire court. She slapped him and pulled away. When he made a grab for her, he tore free the neckline of her gown, exposing her. She fell to the floor, crying, struggling to cover herself. Morven remembered with perfect clarity his father drawing his sword and telling him to help his mother back to their room. He did not kill the Earl of Tremor, but the man lost a hand in the battle. Still, it was easy to see how the story spread, even if he could see how lovely his mother was. Only now, for the first time, did he notice the grey in her hair and the lines on her face. She had always stood so straight and tall, but now she leaned forward, bowed as if by an invisible weight. "I haven't seen you much," she said. "Where have you been?" "Nowhere." He waited for her to press, to demand more information. He expected it, but she just nodded. His mother had been acting this way since arriving, and it unnerved him. "Chancellor Nimbus was by earlier. He wanted to let you know that the Empress is calling a meeting this evening, and you are requested to attend." "I know. Ulrich already told me." "Did he say what it was about?" "It'll be about the invasion, I'm sure. She will want to mount a full-scale retaliation. Ulrich expects she will use this crisis to demand Mellingar join the Empire." "What will Ulrich do?" "What can he do? Ulrich isn't a king without a kingdom. I should warn you that I intend to join him. I will gather what men Ulrich still has, form a troop, and volunteer to fight." Once more the quiet, submissive nod. "Why do you do that? Why must you give in to me without even a protest? If I had said I was going off to war a month ago, I would have never heard the end of it." "A month ago you were my son. Today you are Count Pickering." He watched her clutch the shawl with a white-knuckled fist, her mouth set, her other hand holding the door frame. "Maybe he survived," Morven said. "He's gotten through tough situations before. There's a chance he could have fought his way out. With his sword, no one could ever beat him, not even Braga." Her lips trembled. Her eyes grew glassy. "Come," she said, and disappeared back into the castle. He followed as she led the way to her chambers. There were 3 beds in the room. With all the refugees, space was tight in the palace these days. The chamberlain did his best to accommodate them according to rank, but there was only so much he could do. Morven bunked with Ulrich, and now his brother Dennick as well. Morven knew his mother shared her room with his sister, Lenair, and the Lady Elenda Lenachlin of Gloucester, neither of whom was there at that moment. The room was a fraction of the size of her bedchamber back home. The beds themselves were small single bunks. The plain headboards were dressed with quilts adorned with patterns of roses. Leaded glass windows let the light in, but sheer white curtains turned the brilliance into a muted fog, which felt heavy and oppressive. The room had the air of a funeral. On the dresser he spotted the familiar statuette of Novron that used to be in their chapel. The demigod sat upon his throne, one hand upraised in a gesture of authority. Beside it was a single salafan candle, still burning. On the floor before it lay her bed pillow, 2 dents side by side, where she had knelt. His mother walked to the wardrobe and withdrew a long blanket-wrapped bundle. She turned and held it out. There was a formality in her movement, a solemnness in her eyes. He looked at the bundle, long and thin, tied with a green silk ribbon, the kind she and Lenair used to bind their hair. The blanket it held was like a shroud over a dead body. Morven did not want to touch it. "No," he said without meaning to, and took a step backward. "Take it," she told him. The door opened abruptly. "I don't want to go alone," Elenda Lenachlin said as she and his sister, Lenair, entered. The 2 women were also dressed in dark, conservative gowns. Lenair carried a plate of food, and Elenda a cup. "It's awkward. I don't even know him." "Oh." They both stopped. Morven hastily took the bundle from his mother. He did not look at it and quickly moved toward the door. "I'm sorry," Elenda said. She was staring at him, her face troubled. "Excuse me, ladies," Morven muttered, and walked past them. He felt his eyes focused on the floor as he went. "Morven," Elenda called down the hallway. He heard her steps behind him and stopped, but he did not turn. She felt her touch his hand. "I'm sorry." "You said that." "That was for interrupting." He felt her press against him, and she kissed his cheek. "Thank you." He watched as she worked hard to force a smile, even as a tear slipped down her cheek. "Your mother hasn't eaten. She hardly even leaves the room. Lenare and I went to get her something." "That's very kind." "Are you all right?" "I should be asking you that. I lost a father, but you lost a father and 2 brothers as well." She nodded and sniffled. "I've been trying not to think about it. There's so much. Too much. Everyone has lost someone. You can't have a conversation anymore without people crying their eyes out." She half laughed, half cried. "See?" He reached up and wiped her tears. Her cheeks were amazingly soft. The wetness made them shine. "What were you and Lenare talking about?" he asked. "Oh, that," she said, sounding embarrassed. "It'll sound foolish. Perhaps foolishness is needed right now." He made a face and winked at her. She smiled, this time more easily. "Come on," he said, taking her hand and pulling her with him down the hall. "Tell me this terrible secret." "It's not a secret. I just wanted Lenare to come with me when I meet my brother." "Myron?" She nodded. "I'm a little nervous about it. Frightened, actually. How do I explain why I never bothered to see him?" "Why didn't you?" She shrugged self-consciously. "I should have. He was a stranger. If only my father had taken me, but he didn't. He seemed like he wanted to forget Myron existed. I think he was ashamed of him, and some of that rubbed off on me, I guess. And now? Now I'm scared." "Scared of what?" "Of him." "You're scared of Myron?" He started to chuckle, but he stopped abruptly when he saw the seriousness in her eyes. "I knew you'd think me foolish. It's just that we're talking about Myron, and—" "He's the Marquis now," she exclaimed. "He's the head of my house. By law, I have to do as he says, go where he orders, marry whom he chooses. What if he hates me? What if he decides to punish me for the hardships he has had to endure? I've lived in a castle with servants who dressed, fed, and bathed me. I've attended feasts and tournaments, galas and picnics. I've worn silk, lace, finely embroidered gowns and jewellery, while he—" She stopped. Since the age of 4, Myron has been sequestered at the Winds Abbey. He has been forced to work with his hands in the dirt, worn coarse wool, and never gone anywhere or seen anyone, not even his family. Now they're all dead, except for me. Of course he hates me. Why wouldn't he? He'll curse me, and I'll be the target of all his pain and frustration. He'll deny me just as we denied him. He'll send me away, strip me of my title, and leave me penniless. And I can't even blame him." She looked up at Morven's face, confused. "What? What?" Chapter 4. Fall the Wall. "How is Royce?" Arista asked Hadrian, as they took seats next to each other near the end of the table. There were no place cards, and Hadrian had no clue where they might want him to sit. He looked to the princess for guidance, but all she offered was a shrug. "Not great, but who is these days?" He glanced at Ulrich, who was taking a seat across from Arista, then at Morven, who sat next to his king. "I was sorry to hear about your father," he offered. Morven replied with an almost imperceptible nod. Arista stood, reached across the table, and took Morven's hand. She didn't say a word, but merely looked into his eyes, offering a weak smile. "See? That's the difference," Morven said. "I suffer a loss, and people console me. Royce suffers a loss, and whole towns evacuate." He offered a sad smile. "I'm fine, really. My father led a good life, married the most beautiful woman in the realm, raised 4 children, outlived 1, and died in battle defending his home. I should hope to do half as well." "It's hard to imagine that anyone could break through Royce's shell," King Ulrich said. Only a few years had passed since Hadrian had first met Ulrich. He, Royce, and later Myron spent 3 days roaming the hills of Melangar with the prince, just after King Amrath's death. It seemed like only yesterday, but Ulrich appeared decades older. His eyes showed a maturity, and his boyish face was gone, hidden behind a full beard. He looked more like his father now, brooding and withered. The small white scar on his forehead was still there, the ghostly reminder of that day he nearly died, when his face was pushed into the dirt. "She was a remarkable woman," Hadrian explained. "I wish I had met her," Arista said, sitting back down. "You would have liked Gwen. I know she thought highly of you. She was—" Hadrian paused. "Unique." They gathered in the great hall, the largest chamber in the palace. 4 stone hearths filled the room with warmth and a ruddy orange glow. Above each massive fireplace, arrays of steel shields and glimmering swords were displayed as a sign of power. 32 banners displaying all the emblems of all the noble houses of Avron hung from the ceiling in 2 rows along the length of the room. 5 had been added since the last time Hadrian had sat there. The banners of the House of Lanachlin of Gloucester, the House of Hessel of Burnham, the House of Exeter, the House of Pickering of Galilee, and the gold-crowned falcon on a red field of the House of Essendon of Melangar, all restored to their rightful places. The table where they waited was the only one in the room. Placed in the centre of the hall, it was longer than the bar at the Rose and Thorn, and 9 chairs lined each side, along with one at the end. This was the same room where Hadrian spent his first feast, masquerading as a noble. He felt as out of place now as he had then, as the room filled with the other invited guests, each noble. He knew most of the faces that entered. Armand, King of Alban, claimed a seat near the head of the table, his son, Prince Rudolf, at his right hand. Not to be outdone, Frederick, King of Gallianon, sat across from him. King Vincent of Maranon chose to sit 2 chairs down from Frederick, making Hadrian wonder if there was an issue between the 2 bordering kingdoms. Not everyone was a royal. Sir Elgar, Sir Merthus, and Sir Gilbert, as well as Sir Bracton, who wore the gold sash of his new office as Imperial High Marshal, entered together. Stewards began pouring wine while 7 seats remained open, including the one at the head of the table, where no one dared sit. Hadrian took a sip from the goblet before him and grimaced. "That's right," Arista mentioned. "You aren't a wine drinker, are you?" Hadrian set the goblet back down and continued to sneer at it. "It's probably very good," he said. "It just tastes like spoiled grape juice to me. But you have to remember I was raised on Armagill's beer." Hadrian's old tutor, the awkwardly thin Imperial Chancellor, Nimbus, entered along with Amelia, the imperial secretary, and they took their seats to the immediate left and right of the table's head. Deegan Gaunt wandered in, looking lost. He was dressed in an expensive doublet and breeches with buckle shoes, none of which suited him. Looking at the Heir, Hadrian couldn't help comparing him to the Duchess of Rochelle's pet poodle, which she dressed in tailored vests. Gaunt circled the table 3 times before choosing a lonely seat in the vacant space 2 up from Morven and 1 down from Sir Elgar, both of whom he eyed suspiciously. 2 more men entered. The first he didn't know. A heavy-set elderly man with a bald head and sagging cheeks. He was dressed in a long, handsomely brocaded coat with large silver buttons, accompanied by a ruffled silk shirt. Following him was a younger but fatter duplicate of the first. Hadrian recognized him as Cosmos de Lure, the wealthiest man in Avron and infamous head of the Black Diamond Thieves' Guild. He guessed the other man must be his father, Cornelius de Lure, formerly the unofficial head of the Republic of Delgos. 2 chairs left. Several conversations occurred simultaneously. Hadrian tried to make sense of them. Tilted heads, knowing smiles, sidelong glances, murmurs, whispers. He could only catch a handful of words here and there. Most often, what he caught were discussions about the Empress. Many of those at the table had seen her only that one night before the final wintertide joust, when she made her brief but dramatic appearance, and once more when they swore fealty after the uprising. This would be the first opportunity for them to have an audience with her. Trumpets blared. All conversations halted, each head turned, and everyone stood as the Empress entered the hall. Her Eminence Modena Novronian passed through the arched doorway, looking every inch the daughter of a god. She wore a black gown, gorgeously hand-embroidered with a rainbow of coloured thread, and adorned with diamonds, rubies, and sapphires. Around her neck, a starched ruff rose in the shape of a Chilean lily. She wore long sleeves with wrist ruffs that scalloped her hands. On her ears dangled sparkling earrings, and on her breast lay a necklace of pearl. As she walked, a long black velvet mantle embroidered with the imperial crest trailed behind her. The days of begging a clerk for dress material were long gone. The woman Hadrian saw before him had the face of Thrace Wood, but she was not the little girl he had once pulled from the gutter on Capitol Street in Colnora. She walked tall, her shoulders back, her gaze elevated. She didn't look at anyone, nor turn her head prematurely, her sight fixed by the direction she faced. She took her time, walking elegantly in an arc that allowed her train to straighten before she reached the head of the table. Hadrian smiled to himself as he remembered how a madman had once suggested that, to save her from starvation, she should join the roster at the bawdy bottom brothel. He had responded with the prophetic words, "Something tells me she's not a prostitute." A steward removed the mantle from her shoulders and placed the chair behind her, but the Empress did not sit. Hadrian noted a slight stiffening of her posture as she surveyed her guests. He followed her line of sight, noting the last empty chair. She addressed Nimbus. "Did you notify the Patriarch of my summons?" "I did, Your Eminence." She sighed, then looked upon her subjects. "Lords and ladies, forgive me. I will forgo customary traditions. My Chancellor tells me there are many formalities I am expected to follow. However, such things take time, and time is a luxury we can't afford." It was eerie, Hadrian thought, seeing her addressing heads of state as calmly as if she were holding a tea party for children. "As most of you already know, Avron has been invaded. We believe the attack began more than a month ago, but we were uncertain until very recently. The information comes from the refugees fleeing south, and 12 teams of scouts I had sent north, many of whom never returned. Sir Brecton, if you will please explain the situation as it now stands." Sir Brecton rose and stood before the assembly, wearing a long black cape over his dress tunic. All eyes turned to him, not just because he was about to speak, but because Sir Brecton was one of those men who commanded attention. There was something in the way he held himself. He managed to appear taller, straighter, and stouter than other men. Brecton made a formal bow to the Empress, then faced the table. "While none of the scouts managed to pierce the advanced troops to report on the main body of the Elven army, what we have learned is unsettling enough. We now believe that at midnight on Wintertide, elements of the Erevan Empire crossed the Nidwalden River with a force estimated at over 100,000. They conquered the kingdom of Dunmore in less than a week, and Glamrandor is gone. King Roswart, Queen Frida, and their entire court lost, presumably on their return trip from the Wintertide celebration." Heads turned left and right, and Hadrian heard the words 100,000 and less than a week repeated between them. Brecton paused for only a moment before speaking again. "The Elven host continued west, entering unopposed into Ghent. Estimates suggest they conquered it in 8 days. Whether Ghent put up a fight, we don't know. It's been confirmed, however, that the university at Sheridan was burned and Ervanon destroyed." The men at the table shifted with more anxiety, but less was said. "They entered Melangar next," he told them, and a few heads turned toward Ulrich. "Drondel Fields made a last stand, heroically providing time for as many as possible to escape south. The fortress managed to hold out for 1 day." "A day?" King Vincent exclaimed. He looked at Ulrich, who nodded solemnly. "How can this be?" "King Frederick," the Empress addressed the monarch seated to her left, "please repeat what you told us." King Frederick stood up, brushing the folds from his clothes. He was a squat, balding man with a round belly that pressed the limits of the front of his tunic. "Not long after the Wintertide holiday, perhaps a few days at most, travellers brought news of trouble in Calais. They told stories of gazelle hitting the coast in droves. They called it the Flood. Hundreds of thousands of the mongrels stormed the cliffs at Gorem Dal." "Are you saying the elves are in league with the gazelle?" Cornelius de Lore asked. The king shook his head. "No, they weren't warriors. Well, some may have been, but the impression I got was that they too were refugees. They were fleeing and running where they could. The Calayan warlords slaughtered many on the eastern coast, but the deluge was so great they couldn't entirely stem the wave. Within a week, bands of gazelle were on the border of Galayanon and slipping into the Violin Hills. We lost all communication with Calais. No more travellers have come out." Frederick took his seat. "As of this very afternoon," Sir Brecton said, "we received word that a ship by the name of the Silver Fin was 5 days out of its port in Kilnar when it saw Westbaden burning. Beyond it, the captain said he saw another column of smoke rising in the distance, which he guessed to be Dagestan." "Why would the elves launch an attack on both the gazelle and us? Why open 2 fronts?" Sir Elgar asked. "It's likely they don't consider either the gazelle or ourselves to be a serious threat," Brecton told them. "Sources report the elven host is accompanied by scores of dragons who burn everything in their path. Other reports speak of equally disturbing capabilities, such as the ability to control the weather and call down lightning. There are stories of huge monsters that shake the earth, burrowing beasts, lights that blind, and a mist that devours people. "Are these fairy stories you would have us believe, Brechton?" Merthus asked. "Giants, monsters, mists, and elves? Who are these scouts? Old wives?" This brought chuckles from both Elgar and Gilbert, and a smile from Rudolph. "They were good men, Sir Merthus, and it does not befit you to speak ill of the courageous dead." "I grieve for the lives of the men who died," King Armand said. "But seriously, Brechton, a mist that kills people. You make them out to be the sum of all nightmares, as if every tale of bogeyman, ghost, or wraith spills out of the wood across the Nidwalden. These are only elves, after all. You make them sound like invincible gods that—" "They came with hardly a warning, thousands both beautiful and terrible. They came on brilliant white horses, wearing shining gold and shimmering blue. They came with dragons and whirlwinds, and giants made of stone and earth. They came, and nothing could stop them. They are coming still." The voice issued from the doorway, and all heads turned as into the great hall entered an old man. It was hard to say what caught Hadrian's eye first, as so much was startling. The man's hair, which did not begin until well behind his balding forehead, was long enough to reach the back of his knees, and was beyond grey, beyond white, appearing almost purple, like the edges of a rotting potato. His mouth lacked lips, his eyes were without brows, and his cheeks were shriveled. He wore a cascade of glittering purple, gold, and red, robes displayed with relish, flaunting it with dramatic sweeps of his arms as he walked using a tall staff. Brilliant blue eyes shifted restlessly around the room, never pausing for too long on any one person. His jaw, held taut in an open-mouthed grin, showed a surprising full complement of teeth. His expression, a silent laugh. Behind him entered two equally shocking guards. They wore shimmering gold breastplates over top-shirts of vertical red, purple, and yellow stripes, with long cuffs and billowing sleeves. Matching pants plumed out, gathering just below the knee into long, striped stockings. Across their chests, stretching from their shoulders, hung silver braids and tassels of honour. They wore gold helms with messenger wings that hid their faces. Each held unusual weapons, long halberds with ornately curved blades at both ends, which they held tight to their sides with one arm straight down and the other high across their chests. The guards halted in perfect unison, snapping their heels in one audible clack. The old man continued forward, approaching Medina. He stopped before her, slamming the metal tip of his staff down on the stone floor. "Forgive me, Your Eminence," the old man announced in a loud voice, and followed with an elaborate bow which allowed him the opportunity to further display the grandeur of his robes. "My apologies cannot begin to elevate the depth of my sadness at having failed to arrive at the appointed time, but alas, I was irrevocably detained. I do hope you can forgive a feeble old man." Medina stared at him, her expression blank. She said nothing. The old man waited, shifted his weight, tilting his head from side to side. Medina glanced at Nimbus. "Patriarch Nilnev," the Chancellor addressed the old man, "if you will please take your seat." The Patriarch looked at Nimbus, then back to Medina. With a curious expression he nodded, walked to the empty chair, clacking his staff with each step, and sat down. "Patriarch Nilnev," Brechton said, "can you explain your interruption of King Armand's comments?" "I was quoting an ancient text," And lo, the sylvan gods prey on man. They that death does not visit, and time does not mar. Firstborn fairy kings, undisputed lords, mankind cowers before thee. He recited the words with reverence and paused before continuing. The ancient writings speak clearly of the power of the elves. So much time has passed, so much dust covers the years, that man has forgotten the world as it was before the coming of our Lord Novron. Before his sacred birth, the elves ruled all the land. Every fair place, every sunlit hill and green valley lay under their dominion. They were firstborn, greatest of the inhabitants of Elan. We forgot because the miracle of Novron made such amnesia possible. Before his coming, the elves were invincible. "Forgive me, your holiness," Sir Elgar spoke up, his voice like the growl of a bear, "but that's a load of bull. Elves are as weak as women and dumber than cattle." "Have you crossed the Nidwalden, Sir Elgar? Have you seen a true member of the Erevan Empire, or are you speaking of the Mere?" "What's a Mere?" A Mere, or Kaz in Kalayan, is one of those wretched, vile creatures that so often used to defile the streets of cities throughout Apelladorn. Those emaciated, loathsome perversions with pointed ears and slanted eyes, who carry a muddied mix of human and elven blood, are abominations. Meres are remnants of a conquered people that have less in common with elves than you do with a goldfish. Elf and human cannot coexist. They are mortal enemies by divine providence. The mixing of their blood in a single body has produced a contemptible walking insult to both Merebor and Fairall, and the gods' wrath has fallen upon them. You should not presume to look at a mere and guess at the nature of an elf. Okay, I get the point. Still, I've never come across a creature that draws breath who's immune from the sharpened tip of a sword, Elgar said. This produced pounding of fists on the table and grunts of agreement from the other knights. All except Brecton. The ancient text tells us that prior to the coming of Novron, no elf was ever killed by a man. Moreover, due to their long life, no human ever saw an elven corpse. This gave rise to the belief that they were immortal gods. Soft of foot, loud as thunder, terrible as lightning, greater than the stars they come. They come to conquer. So, if they were so great, how did Novron stop them? Elgar challenged. He was the son of a god, the patriarch replied simply. And... He paused briefly, his grin widening to display even more teeth. He had help in the form of the Relican. The divine sword? Sir Brecton asked skeptically. The patriarch shook his head. It was created by the gods, but the Relican is not a sword. It is the trumpet of Fairall, the call of nations, the Sjord Dua Gailindora, that Novron used to defeat the Erevan nation. Many make the same mistake. In the old speech, the word Sjord means horn, but that bit of information was lost when some sloppy translator thought it meant sword. The name Relican is merely old speech for relic or artifact. So the Sjord Dua Gailindora, or Horn of Glindora, became the sword that is a great relic, or the Relican, the weapon that Novron used against the elves. How can this horn defeat an army?" Sir Brecton asked. "It was made by the hand of their god, Fairall, and holds dominion over them. It gave Novron the power to defeat the elves." "And where might this marvellous trumpet be?" Cornelius de Lure spoke up. "I only ask because, in our present circumstances, such a delightful treasure could prove to be quite useful." "Herein lies the great question. The Relicon has been lost for centuries. No one knows what became of the Horn of Glindora. The best accounts place it in the ancient capital of Persepliquis, just before the city vanished." "Vanished?" Cornelius asked, leaning forward as far as his immense girth would allow. "Yes," the patriarch said. "All accounts from that time report that the city was there one day, and gone the next. Persepliquis was consumed, lost, it is said, in a single day." The patriarch closed his eyes and spoke in a musical tone. "Novron's home, seat of power, white roads, walls, roofs, and towers. Upon 3 hills fair and tall, gone forever, fall the wall. Birthplace of our wondrous queen, mounted flags of blue and green, exquisite mansions, wondrous halls, goodbye forever, fall the wall. City of Persepliquis, ever sought, forever missed, pick and shovel, dig and haul, search forever, fall the wall. Gala halted, city's doom, spring warmth chilled with dust and gloom, darkness sealed, blankets all, death upon them, fall the wall. Ancient stones upon the lea, dusts of memories gone we see. Once the centre, once the all, lost forever, fall the wall." "I know that," Hadrian blurted out, and regretted it the moment he did, as all eyes looked his way. "It's just that I remember hearing that as a kid. Not the whole thing, just the last part. We used to sing it when we played a game called Fall the Wall. We didn't know what it meant. We didn't think it meant anything, although some of the kids thought it had something to do with the runes of Amberton Lee." "It does," Arista broke in. "Amberton Lee is all that remains of the ancient capital of Persepliquis." Hadrian heard the reactions of disbelief around the table. "How do you know this?" Sir Merthus asked inquisitorially. "Scholars and adventurers have searched for centuries, and He caught himself. "A princess just happens to know where it is? What proof do you have?" "I had—" Arista began, when the Empress cut her off. "Princess Arista has provided to me irrefutable proof that what she says is indeed true." Medina glared at the knight. Sir Merthus looked as if he might protest, but he closed his mouth in defeat. "I believe the city is buried," Arista went on. "I think Edmund Hall found a way in. If only we had his journal. But the Crown Tower is gone, along with everything in it." "Wait a minute," Hadrian said. "Was it a beat-up brown leather notebook about this big?" He gestured with his hands. "Yes," the patriarch said. Arista looked back and forth between them. "How do you know that?" "I know it because I have lived in the Crown Tower," the patriarch said. "And you?" Arista looked at Hadrian, who hesitated. "Ha ha! Of course! Of course! I knew it!" Cosmos de Lure chuckled and clapped his hands together in single applause while smiling at Hadrian. Such a wonderfully delightful rumour as that has to be true. That is an exquisite accomplishment. You stole it? Arista asked. Yes, he did, the Patriarch declared. Actually, Hadrian said, Royce and I did, but we put it back the next night. Riyria's reputation is well founded, Cosmos said. I did not wish to lose such an important treasure again, so since then I've kept it with me at all times. The Patriarch pulled out a small ruddy-brown leather book and lay it on the table. This is the journal of Edmund Hall, the daily account of his descent into the ancient city of Persepliquis, and what lies within. Everyone stared at the book for a moment in silence. The princess is correct, the Patriarch continued. The city lies beneath Amberton Lee, and Hall did find a means in. He also found a great deal more than that. The journal speaks of a terrible shaft of darkness, an underground sea that must be crossed, insidiously complex tunnels and tight crevasses, bloodthirsty tribes of Bar-on Gazelle, and a monster so terrible Hall could not fully describe it. You're saying the ancient capital is only 3 miles from Hintindar? Hadrian asked. Yes, Modena said, and I plan on sending in a party to retrieve this horn. Having read Hall's journal, the Patriarch said, I believe you will need several skilled warriors, someone with historical knowledge of the city, someone with spelunking skills, and someone with sailing experience. I've already sent 3 teams on this very mission. Perhaps I know, the Empress said. They all failed. Princess Arista will organize my team. If we could borrow Hall's journal, Arista said, that would be of great assistance. I promise you'll have it returned before the party sets out. The Patriarch's smile seemed to waver, but he nodded. Of course. It is the least I can do. Modena gestured toward Arista. Your Highness, if you will. The princess stood up and faced the table. Before she could talk, however, Sir Elgar got to his feet. Hold on, he said. Are you saying we aren't even going to try and fight them? We're just going to sit here and wait for some fairy-tale horn that might not even exist anymore? I say we form ranks, march north, and hit them before they hit us. Your courage is commendable, Sir Brecton said, but in this instance, foolish. We have no idea where our enemy is, the size or strength of their force, or their path of movement. Without even the faintest hint about our enemy, we would be as a blind man fumbling around for a bear in the forest. All attempts to discover anything about our foe have met with failure. I have sent dozens of scouts, and few have returned. It seems wrong to just wait. We won't just be waiting, the Empress said. You can be assured that Sir Brecton has drawn up excellent plans for the defence of Aquesta, which I expect each of you to support. We have already begun overstocking the city with supplies and reinforcing the walls. We should not deceive ourselves. This war, this storm, is coming, and we must be prepared for it. I assure you we will stand, we will fight, and we will pray. As I find myself faced with annihilation, I am not above throwing support to even the thinnest promise. If there is a chance that finding this horn can save my people, my family, we must try. I will do whatever it takes to protect us. I would even make a deal with Uberlin himself, if that is what is needed. When she was done, no one said a word until she once more gestured toward Arista. The princess took a breath. I've already discussed this with the Empress. The team will be small, no more than 12, I think. 2 people must go. For the rest, I will ask for volunteers, starting from a list we have already prepared. I will speak with those on the list individually, in order to allow for the privacy of each person's decision. "And who are these 2? Merthus asked. "The ones that must go. Can we know their names?" "Yes," Arista said. "They are Deegan Gaunt and myself." Several people spoke at once. Sir Elgar and the other knights laughed, and Ulrich started to protest, but by far the loudest voice in the room came from Deegan Gaunt. "Are you insane?" he shouted, jumping to his feet. "I'm not going anywhere. Why do I have to go? This is just another plot of the aristocracy to silence me. Can't you see what this really is? This elven threat is a hoax, an excuse to oppress the common man once more." "Sit down, Mr. Gaunt," Medina said. "We'll discuss this in private as soon as the meeting is over." Gaunt dubiously sat down and slumped in his chair. The Empress rose and the room went silent. "This concludes this meeting. Sir Brecton will begin by convening a war council here in 1 hour to specify in detail the reorganization of troops and the requisition of supplies and arms necessary to develop a proper defence for the city. Those not asked to join the Persepliquus party should meet back here at that time. In the future, Chancellor Nimbus and Secretary Amelia will be on hand in their offices to answer any additional questions. May Maribor protect us all." The room filled with the sounds of scraping chairs and low conversations. Hadrian rose to his feet, but stopped when he felt Arista's hand on his arm. "We stay here," she told him. He glanced up the length of the table as the kings and knights began filing out of the room. The Empress made no indication of leaving, nor did Amelia or Nimbus. He even caught the spindling Chancellor subtly patting the table with his hand, as further indication that Hadrian should sit back down. Ulrich and Morven stood but didn't advance toward the exit. The Patriarch, flanked by his bodyguards, exited the hall. He looked back, nodding and smiling, his staff clicking on the stone. He was the last one out of the hall, and with a nod from Nimbus, guards closed the doors. A dull but, Hadrian felt, ominous thud echoed with their closing. "I'm going," Ulrich told his sister. "But," she started. "No buts," he said firmly. "You went to meet with Gaunt against my wishes. You tried to free him from these dungeons instead of coming home. You even managed to be on hand when Modena slew the Gilarabrin. I'm tired of being the one sitting home worrying. I may no longer have a kingdom, but I am still the king. If you go, I go." "Me too," Morven put in. "As Count of Galerlin, it falls to me to keep both of you safe. My father would have insisted." "I was just going to say, before you interrupted," Arista began, "that you're both already on the list. I'll just check you both off as agreeing." "Good." Ulrich smiled triumphantly, folding his arms across his chest, then grinned at Morven. "Looks like we'll make it to Persepliquus after all." "And you can take me off your bloody list," Deegan Gaunt shouted. He was on his feet. "I'm not going." "Please sit down, Deegan," Arista told him. "I need to explain." Deegan remained furious, his eyes wide, his hands tugging at his doublet and his tight collar. "You," he pointed at Hadrian, "are you just going to sit there? Aren't you supposed to protect me?" "From what?" he asked. "They only want to talk." "From the brutish manhandling of the common man by the rich aristocracy." "That's actually what we need to speak about," Medina explained. You are the true heir of Novron, not I. That is why Ethelred and Saldor locked you up. Then why haven't I been acknowledged? I've seen precious little benefit from that wondrous title. I should be the Emperor. I should be on the throne. Why hasn't my pedigree been announced? Why do you feel it is necessary to speak about my lineage in private? If I am really this heir, I should be sitting for my coronation right now, not going off on some suicide mission. How stupid do you think I am? If I really were this descendant of a god, I would be too valuable to risk. Oh, no. You want me out of the way so you can rule. I am an inconvenience that you have found a convenient way to dispose of. Your lineage hasn't been announced for your own safety. If... Gaunt cut Medina off. My own safety? You people are the only ones that threaten me. Will you let her finish? Emilia told him. Medina patted her hand, then continued. The heir has the ability to unite the 4 nations of Apeladorn under one banner, but I have already accomplished that, or rather the late regents Saldor and Ethelred have. Through their diligent, misguided efforts, the world already believes the heir sits on the imperial throne. At this moment, we are in a war with an adversary we have little chance of defeating. This is no time to shake the people's belief. They must remain strong and confident that the heir already rules. We must remain united in the face of our enemy. If we revealed the truth now, that confidence would be shaken and our strength destroyed. If we manage to survive, if we live to see the snow melt and the flowers bloom again, then you and I can talk about who sits on the throne. Deegan stood with less conviction now. He leaned on the table, pulling on his collar. I still don't see why I need to go on this loony trip into a buried city. The ability to unite the kingdoms was thought to be the sum of the heir's value, but we now believe it is trivial compared to your true importance. And that is? Your ability to both find and use the Horn of Glindora. But I don't know anything about this horn thingy. What is it I'm supposed to do exactly? I don't know. What will happen if I use it? I don't know. Then I don't know that I'm going. You said that if everything works out, we'll talk about who sits on the imperial throne, but I say we have that discussion now. I'll go on this quest of yours, but in return, I demand the throne. I want it in writing, signed with your hand, that I will be Emperor of Apeladorn upon my return, regardless of success. And I want 2 copies, one of which I will take with me, in case the other is somehow lost. That's outrageous, Ulrich declared. Perhaps, but I won't go otherwise. Oh, you'll go, Marvin assured him with a smirk. Sure, you could tie me up and drag me, but I'll hang limp, a dead weight that will slow you down. And at some point, you'll need me to do something which I assure you I will not. So, if you want my cooperation, you will give me the throne. Medina stared at him. All right, she said. If that is your price, I will pay it. You're not serious, Ulrich exclaimed. You can't agree to put this... Careful, Gaunt said. You are speaking of your next emperor, and I remember slights against me. What will happen to Medina? Emilia asked. Gaunt pursed his lips, considering. She was a farmer once, wasn't she? She can go back to that. Empress, Ulrich began, think about what you're doing. I am. She turned to Nimbus. Take Gaunt. Have the scribe write up whatever he wants. I will sign it. Gaunt smiled broadly and followed the Chancellor out of the hall. A silence followed. Ulrich started to speak several times, but stopped himself and finally slumped in his seat. Arista looked at Hadrian and took his hand. "I want you to go." Hadrian glanced at the door. "Being his bodyguard, I don't suppose I have a choice." She smiled, then added, "I also want Royce to come." Hadrian ran a hand through his hair. "That might be a bit of a problem." He looked toward Modena. "I have no objection," she said. "We need the best team I can put together," Arista added. "That's right," Ulrich said. "If ever there was a need for my miracle team, this is it. Tell him I'll make it worth his time. I still have some fortune left." Hadrian shook his head. "This time it won't be about money." "But you will talk to him?" Arista asked. "I'll try." "Hey," Ulrich said to Arista, "why is it that you feel compelled to go? I never remember you having any interest in Persepolis before." "To be honest, I would rather not go, but it's my responsibility now." "Responsibility?" "Perhaps penance is a better word. You could say, I am haunted." Her brother didn't appear to understand, but she did not elaborate. "We still need a historian. If only Arcadius had... But now..." "I know someone," Hadrian said, picking up Hall's journal. "A friend with an appetite for books and an uncanny memory." Arista nodded. "What about someone with sailing experience?" "Royce and I spent a month on the Emerald Storm. We know a little about ships. It's a shame I don't know where Wyatt Dementhal is, though. He was the helmsman on the Storm, and a fantastic seaman." "I'm familiar with Mr. Dementhal," Modena said, drawing a curious look from Hadrian. "I'll see if I can convince him to sign on." "That just leaves the dwarf," Arista said. "The what?" Hadrian stared at her. "Magnus." "You found him?" Ulrich asked. Modena did. "That's wonderful," Ulrich exclaimed. "We can execute him before our departure." "He's going with you," Modena told him. "He killed my father," Ulrich shouted. "He stabbed him in the back while he was at prayer." "While I can see your point, Your Majesty," Hadrian said to Ulrich, "there's a more pressing issue. He nearly killed Royce twice. If he sees Magnus, the dwarf is dead." "Then, perhaps, you should be the one to hang on to this." Modena produced the white dagger and slid it down the table, where it came to rest, spinning slightly before Hadrian. "I know all about Magnus's crimes. His obsession with Royce's dagger caused him to make poor decisions, including the one that got him arrested when he tried to steal it from the storehouse. You're going underground, perhaps deep underground. There'll be no maps or road signs, and I can't afford for you to get lost." "Ulrich, Modena and I agree on this," Arista said. "Remember, he was my father as well. We're setting out on a journey that may decide the fate of our race. The elves don't want to push us from our lands and lock us in slums. They plan to eradicate us. They won't ever let us have a second chance to hurt them. If we don't succeed, it's over. All of it. No more Melangar, no more Warwick, no more Avron. We'll cease to exist. If I must tolerate, even forgive, a murderer as payment for the safety of everyone and everything I've ever known, why, I'd marry the little cretin if that was the modest price Maribor put on this prize." There was a silence after the princess stopped speaking. "All right," Ulrich said grudgingly. I guess I can put up with him. Hadrian reached out and picked up Alverstone. I will definitely need to hold on to this. Wow, Morven said, looking at Arista. You'd marry him. That's really sick. Supplies are being prepared, Modena explained. Food kits designed by Ibis Thinley will be packed along with lanterns, ropes, harnesses, axes, cloth, pitch, blankets, and everything else we can think of that you might need. Then we will leave as soon as the supplies are ready, Arista declared. So, it's settled. Modena stood, and all the others followed suit. May Maribor guide your steps. Chapter 5. The Marquis of Gloucester. Myron sat curled up on his bunk, bundled deep in several layers of blankets. He had his hood up and a candle in his hand, which hovered over a giant book spread across his knees. He shared Hadrian's room in the knight's dormitories. The room lacked a window and fireplace, leaving it dark as well as cold. Only a plain green drape covering one wall interrupted the drab space. Myron didn't mind. He liked the room. He took his meals in the kitchen. Breakfast was early and supper late, working on Abbey time. He visited Red, the elk-hound, daily, and said his prayers alone. In many ways, it reminded him of the Abbey. He had expected he would be homesick by now, but the feeling never came. This surprised him at first, but home, he realized, wasn't so much a place as an idea that, like everything else, grew and blossomed along with the person. Being away gave him a new insight that the Abbey was no longer his home. He carried his home with him now, and his family wasn't just a handful of monks. He forced his eyes to focus on the book before him. Lord Amberlin of Gaston Lou had just discovered that he was descended from the Earl of Gast, who had defeated the invading Lumbertons in the Battle of Primerton Tor. He had no idea who Lord Amberlin was, nor whom the Lumbertons might be, but it was fascinating just the same. Everything he read still fascinated him. A knock at the door caused him to nearly spill the candle. He put the book away and, opening up, was greeted by a familiar page. "My lord." Myron smiled. The boy always called him that, and Myron found each instance funny. "The Lady Allenda requests an audience with you in the small east parlour. She's there now. Will you see her, or shall I respond with a message?" Myron stood puzzled for a moment. "Lady who?" "The Lady Allenda, of Gloucester." "Oh," he said. "Ah, I'll go, but... could you show me the way? I don't know where the east parlour is." "Certainly, my lord." The page turned and began walking, leaving Myron to quickly close the door and trot after him. "What is Lady Allenda like?" Myron asked. The page glanced at him, surprised. "She's your sister, my lord. At least, that is what she said." "Yes, she is, but do you know what she wants?" "No, my lord. The Lady Allenda did not say." "Did she sound angry?" "No, my lord." They reached the small parlour, with its hearty fire's warm glow. The room was filled with many soft, upholstered chairs and couches, lending the chamber a friendly feel. Rich tapestries depicting a hunt, a battle, and a spring festival covered the walls. Two women jumped to their feet the moment he entered. The foremost was dressed in a beautiful black gown of brocade, with a high collar and tight bodice composed of many buttons, lace, and trimming. The second wore a much simpler but nonetheless rich black gown of kersey. Having spent almost his entire life in a monastery on top of a remote hill, Myron had met few people, and even fewer women, and none like these two. They were both as beautiful as a pair of deer. They promptly curtsied, and Myron wasn't sure what that meant. Am I supposed to curtsy as well? Before he could decide, one of them spoke. My lord, the nearest woman said while still bent down, I am your sister, Elenda, and with me is my maid, Emily. Hello, he said awkwardly. I'm Myron. He held out his hand. Elenda, still in full curtsy, looked up, confused. She spotted his outstretched arm and gave an odd glance to the other woman before taking it. She kissed the back of his hand. Myron hauled his hand back, shocked. A long, uncomfortable silence followed. I really wish I had some cookies to offer you, he said at length. Again, silence. We always had cookies at the Abbey for guests. I want to ask your forgiveness, your lordship, Elenda burst out in a quavering voice, for failing to meet you before this. I know it was wrong of me, and that you have every reason to be angry. I have come now to beg you to be merciful. Myron looked at the woman before him, baffled. He blinked several times. You are begging mercy from me? Elenda looked at him, horrified. Oh, please, my lord, have pity. I didn't even know you lived until I was 14, and then I heard about you only in passing during a dinner conversation. It really wasn't until I was 19 that I fully realized I had another brother and that father had sentenced you to that awful place. I know I am not blameless. I realize my misdeeds and fully admit to you my foul nature. When I heard you lived, I should have come at once and embraced you, but I did not. Still, you must understand, I'm not accustomed to travelling abroad and visiting strange men, even if they are my long-lost brother. If only our father had brought me to you. But he refused, and sadly, I did not press. Myron stood frozen in place. Looking at him, Elenda wailed, Sentence me as you must, but please do not torture me any longer. My heart cannot stand it. Myron's mouth opened, but nothing came out. He stepped back, stunned. Elenda stood wavering on her feet. In the silence between them, she looked at the frayed, coarse woolen frock he wore, and her eyes filled with tears. She stepped toward him, her hands shaking. She reached out, touching his garment, letting it play between her fingers, and whispered with a closing throat, I am sorry for how father treated you. I am sorry for how I treated you. I am sorry for all that you have been forced to endure by our selfishness. But please, don't turn me out into the cold. I'll do whatever you ask, but please, have pity. Elenda fell to her knees before him, weeping into her hands. Myron fell to his own knees and, reaching out, put his arms around his sister and hugged her. Please, stop crying. I don't know what I did to hurt you, but I'm very sorry. He looked up at Emily and mouthed, Help me. The maid just stared at him in shock. Elenda looked up, dabbing the tears from her eyes with a lace handkerchief. You aren't going to strip me of my title, drive me off our land, and force me to fend for myself? Oh, dear Maribor, no, Myron exclaimed. I could never do that, but— You won't? Of course not, but— Will you— Could you also grant me my dowry of the Ryland Valley? She said, and then very quickly added, I only ask because no decent man would ever marry a woman without an adequate dowry. Without this, I would continue to be a burden to you, and the estate. Of course, the Rylan is very good land, and I understand that you may not want to part with it, but Father promised it to me. Still, I would be happy with anything you are willing to grant. But I can't give you anything. I'm only a monk of the Wind's Abbey. He pulled the cloth of his frock out from his chest. This is all I own. This is all I've ever owned. And, technically, I think this belongs to the Abbey. But... Elenda looked at him, stunned. Don't you know? Myron waited, blinking again. Our father and brothers are all gone, fallen in the battle against the elves. They died at Drondel Fields. I'm so sorry to hear that, Myron said. He patted her hand. I mourn for your loss. You must feel awful. They were your family as well. Yes, of course, but I wasn't as close to them as you were. Actually, I only met Father, and just once. But that doesn't diminish my sympathy for you. I am so sorry for you. Is there anything I can do? A questioning furrow across her brow, Elenda exchanged looks with Emily. I'm not sure you understand. With their passing, our family's fortune and title passes to you. They left you your inheritance. You are the Marquis of Gloucester. You own thousands of acres of land, a castle, villages. Barons and knights are all yours to command. You control the lives of hundreds of men and women who live or die at your decree. Myron shivered and grimaced. No, no. I'm sorry, you must be mistaken. I want none of that. I don't suppose I could trouble you to take care of those things. So, I can have the Ryland Valley? Oh, no. Well, I mean, yes. I mean, everything. I don't want it. You can have it all. Well, are there any books? A few, I think, Elenda said, dazed. Then, can I have those? He asked. You can have them back if you want, after I read them, but if you don't, I'd like to make them part of the library at Windermere. Would that be all right? Are you saying you want me to assume ownership of all of Gloucester? Everything except the books? Myron nodded and glanced at Emily. If that's too much trouble, perhaps your friend could help. Maybe she could have some of those castles and knights. You know, many hands make light work. Elenda nodded, with her mouth still open. Myron smiled. Was there anything else? Elenda shook her head slowly. Okay. Well, it was very nice meeting you. He reached out and shook Elenda's hand. Both of you. He shook Emily's as well. Neither said a word. He exited through the door and leaned with his back against the wall, feeling as if he had just escaped death itself. There you are! Hadrian called to him as he approached up the corridor, clutching a small notebook. The page told me you were here. The strangest thing just happened, Myron told him, pointing back at the parlour door. Save it. He held out the book. You need to read this tonight. The whole thing. Can you do that? Just the one? Hadrian smiled. I knew I could count on you. What is it? Edmund Hall's journal. Oh, my. Exactly. And tomorrow you can tell me all about it on the road. It'll help to pass the time. Road? Tomorrow? Myron asked. Am I going back to the Abbey? Better. You're going to be a hero. Chapter 6. Volunteers. As far as prison cells went, Wyatt Dementhal had seen far worse. Despite the stone, it was surprisingly warm, and remarkably similar to the solitary cell he'd been occupying for the past several weeks. The small bed he sat on was nicer than most of the rooms he had rented, and much better than the ship hammocks he was used to. A small window, high up, allowed light to splash the far wall. Wyatt had to admit it was a fine room. He might have even found it comfortable, if not for the locked door and the dwarf staring at him. The dwarf had already been in the cell when they had brought Wyatt in, and the guards hadn't bothered with introductions. He had a brown braided beard and a broad flat nose, and he was dressed in a blue leather vest with large black boots. Despite having been roommates for several hours, neither had said a word. The dwarf grumbled occasionally, shuffled his boots as he shifted position, but said nothing. Instead, he had a nasty habit of staring. Little round eyes peered out from beneath bushy eaves, eyebrows that matched his beard in colour, if not in neatness. Wyatt had known few dwarves, but they always sported carefully groomed beards. "So, you're a sailor," the dwarf muttered. Wyatt, who'd been passing the time by playing with the feather in his hat, raised his head and nodded. "And you're a dwarf. What was your first clue?" The little fellow smirked. "What'd you do?" Wyatt didn't see any point in avoiding the question. Lies were told to protect one's future, and Wyatt had no illusions of his. "I'm responsible for destroying Tour del Four." The dwarf sat up, interested. "Really? What part?" "The whole city. Well, technically all of Delgos, if you think about it. I mean, without the protection of Drumendor, the port is lost, and the rest is helpless." "You destroyed an entire country?" "Pretty much." Wyatt nodded miserably, then sighed. The dwarf continued to stare at him, now in fascination. "How about you?" Wyatt asked. "What did you do?" "I tried to steal a dagger." Now it was Wyatt's turn to stare. "Really?" "Sure, but you have to remember, I'm a dwarf. You'll probably get a slap on the wrist. After all, you only destroyed a country. I'll likely be ripped apart by wild dogs." The door to the chamber opened, and while Wyatt had never actually seen her before, there was no mistaking Empress Modena Novronian. She entered, flanked by guards and a spindly man in a foppish wig. "Both of you are guilty of crimes," she said, "punishable by execution." Wyatt was surprised at the sound of her voice. He had expected an icier tone, a shrill superiority common to high nobility. She sounded, oddly enough, like a young girl. "Wyatt Dementhal," the spindly man in the wig said formally, "for wanton acts that precipitated and enabled the invasion of Delgos and the destruction of Tour del Four by the Barang Gazelle, you are hereby found guilty of high treason against mankind and this empire. Punishment will be execution by beheading, to be carried out immediately." The Empress then turned to the dwarf, and once more the thin man spoke. "Magnus the dwarf, for the murder of King Amrath, you are hereby found guilty and sentenced to death by beheading, also to be carried out at once." "Seems you left something out," Wyatt said to the dwarf, who only grumbled in response. Both of your lives are over, Modena said. Then, when I leave this room, the headsman will escort you to the block in the courtyard, where your punishment will be administered. Is there anything you would like to say before I leave? My daughter, Wyatt began. She's innocent. So is Eldon, the big guy with her. I beg you, please don't punish them. They are safe and free to go. But where do you think they will go once you're dead? You've been caring for them both for many years, haven't you? While Eldon may make a fine babysitter, he's not much of a provider, is he? Why are you saying this? It mystified Wyatt that such a young girl could be so cruel. Because I would like to make you an offer, Mr. Dementhal. I would like to make both of you an offer. Given your positions, I think it is a very good one. I want the two of you to do a task for me. It'll involve a difficult journey that I suspect will be very dangerous. If you agree, then upon your return I shall absolve you both of your crimes. And if I don't come back? What happens to Eldon and Ali? Eldon will go with you. I need experienced sailors and strength. I think he'll be useful. What about Ali? I won't have her going to some prison or orphanage. Can't she come as well? No. As I mentioned, the trip will be dangerous, so she will remain with me. I will be her guardian while you are away. What if I don't come back? What if neither Eldon nor I... If that happens, I promise that I will personally adopt her. You will? Yes, Mr. Dementhal. If you succeed, you will be forgiven of all crimes you have committed. If you fail, I will make your daughter my daughter. Of course, you can refuse my offer, in which case I have to ask if you would prefer a blindfold or not. It's your choice. And me? Magnus asked. I offer you the same thing. Do as I ask, and you live. I'll consider your service as fulfillment of your sentence. In your case, however, there is one additional stipulation. Mr. Dementhal has proved that his ties to his daughter are strong enough to hold him to his commitments. You, on the other hand, have no such attachments and have a talent for disappearing. I can't afford to let you out of this cell without some insurance. I know a sorceress who can find anyone anywhere using only a strand of hair, and your beard is ever so long. Magnus's eyes widened in alarm. It's your choice, Master Dwarf. Your beard or your neck. Do we at least get to know where we're going and what we'll be doing? Wyatt asked. Does it matter? Wyatt thought a moment, then shook his head. You'll be accompanying a team to the ancient city of Perseplicus to find a very important relic that might just save mankind. If you succeed at that, I think you deserve to be forgiven for any crime. There is just one more thing. You'll be accompanied by Royce Melbourne and Hadrian Blackwater. As for you, Wyatt, they know nothing of your involvement with Merrick. I suggest you keep it that way. Merrick is dead, and nothing good can come from revealing your involvement in Tour del Four. Wyatt nodded toward the dwarf. I already told him. That's all right. I doubt Master Magnus will be speaking to them much. Magnus has had, shall we say, his own misunderstandings with Riyria, not to mention the children of King Amrath, who will also be along for the trip. I suspect he'll be on his best behaviour. Won't you, Magnus? The dwarf's face showed concern, but he nodded. So, gentlemen, the choice is yours. Risk your lives for me and have a chance to become heroes of the Empire, or refuse and die now as criminals. That's not much of a choice, the dwarf growled.
No, it isn't. But it's all you have.
Hadrian slowly climbed the steps. It felt like there were more of them this time. Aside from speaking to Myron, Hadrian had spent all night and a good part of the next day walking the corridors and courtyard, trying to formulate an argument, a reason that would convince Royce to go. The guard heard him coming and was on his feet, key in hand. He looked bored.
"You've come to take him?" he asked without interest. "I was told you'd be by. Expected you earlier."
Hadrian only nodded in reply.
So much fuss about this little guy. From hearing the talk around the palace, you'd think he was Oberlin himself.
The guard continued as he placed the key in the lock.
"He's been quieter than a mouse. A few nights ago I heard him crying. Muffled sobs, you know. Not exactly the demon I was warned about."
Royce hadn't moved. Nothing in the cell had changed since Hadrian's last visit.
"You want to give me a minute?"
Hadrian asked the guard, who stood behind him.
"Huh? Oh, sure. Take your time."
Hadrian stood silently at the open door. Royce didn't move. He continued to sit with his head bowed. Hadrian sighed. After all his searching, his thinking, his wandering, his solution seemed feeble at best. He had held dozens of mental debates in which he had played both sides of the argument, but when he sat across from Royce, he had only one thing he could say. "I need your help." Royce looked up as if his head weighed 100 pounds, his eyes red, his face ashen. He waited.
"One last job,"
Hadrian told him, then added,
"I promise."
"Is it dangerous?"
"Very."
"Is there a good chance I'll get killed?"
"Odds are definitely in favour of that."
Royce nodded, looked down at the scarf in his lap, and replied, "Okay." Chapter 7. The Laughing Gnome. Arista lugged her pack out into the cold. 3 stewards and 1 soldier, an older man with a dark beard who held the door open, offered to carry it for her. She shook her head and smiled. The pack was light. Gone were the days of bringing 6 silk dresses, hoop skirts, corsets, girdles, and a headdress, just in case. She planned to sleep in the clothes she travelled in, and learn to do without almost everything else. All she really needed was the robe. The wind blew snow in her face, freezing her nose. Her feet felt cold, but the rest of her was immune, protected by the shimmering garment. As she crossed the courtyard, the only light came from within the stable, and the loudest noise from her boots as they crushed the snow.
"Your Highness!"
A boy chased after her, gingerly holding a steaming cup in both hands.
"Ibis Thinley sent this to you."
He shivered, dressed only in light wool. She took the cup.
"Tell him thank you."
The boy made a feeble bow and turned so fast to run back that his foot slipped and he fell to one knee. The cup contained tea, and it felt wonderfully hot in her chilled fingers. The steam warmed her face as she sipped. Ibis had prepared a wonderful meal for everyone, laying it out across 2 tables. Arista had only glanced at the plates. It was too early to eat. She rarely ate breakfast. Her stomach needed time to wake up before going to work. That morning the thought of food was abhorrent. Her stomach was knotted and riding high. She knew she would pay later for skipping the meal. Somewhere along the road she would regret not having eaten something. The stable smelled of wet straw and horse manure. Both doors stood open, leaving a path for the wind which jingled the harnesses. Gusts harassed the lanterns and ripped through gaps in the walls, producing a loud fluttering howl as if a massive flock of sparrows were taking flight every few seconds. "I'll take that, Your Highness," a groom offered. He was a short, stocky, older man with a bristling beard and a knit hat that slumped to one side. He had 2 bridles draped around his neck and a bale hook hanging from his belt. He grabbed her pack and walked to the wagon. "You'll be riding back here," he told her. "I've made a right comfortable spot for you. I got a soft pillow from a chambermaid and 3 thick blankets. You'll ride in style, you will." "Thank you, but I'll be needing a horse and a side saddle." The groom looked at her with a blank stare, his mouth open, his lips thick and cracked. "But, Your Highness, where you're going, it's quite a ways from here, ain't it? Right awful weather, too. You won't want to be atop no horse." She smiled at him, then turned and walked up the aisle between the stalls. The aisle was brick, the stalls were dirt, and everything lay covered in bits of straw. The rear ends of a dozen horses faced her, swishing tails and shifting weight from one hoof to the other. Cobwebs gathered in corners, catching hay and forming snarled nests even in the rafters. The walls all bore a stain a full foot from the bottom, the high manure mark, she guessed. She stopped without thinking before a stall. This was where she had spent a night with Hilfred, where he had held her, where he had stroked her hair, kissed her. A pleasant-looking grey mare was there now. The horse turned her head, and Arista saw a white nose and dark eyes. "What do you call this one?" The groom slapped the horse's rump fondly. "This here girl is called Princess." Arista smiled. "Saddle her for me." Arista led Princess out into the courtyard. The groom followed close behind with the wagon. The team of horses puffed great clouds into the morning air. A crowd of people came out to the steps of the palace, wrapped in dark cloaks, heads draped in hoods. They spoke in soft voices and whispers, clustering in small groups. Some cried. The gathering reminded Arista of a funeral. She knew many of the faces, even if she didn't know all the names. Elenda Lanachlin stood beside Denneck, Lenair, and Belinda Pickering as they said goodbye to Morven and Ulrich. Morven threw his head back, laughing at something. It sounded wrong. Too loud. Too much effort. With her left hand, Belinda dabbed at her eyes with a cloth. Her right hand gripped Morven's sleeve with white fingers. Elenda looked over the crowd, managing to catch Myron's attention. She waved to him. The monk paused in his efforts to pet the noses of the team of brown geldings harnessed to the wagon. He smiled and hesitantly waved back. Not far away, 2 men Arista did not know spoke with the Empress. One wore a plumed cavalier hat, a red and black doublet, high leather boots, and a heavy sailor's wrap. The other man towered over everyone present. His head reminded Arista of a barrel, wide and flat on top and bottom, with vertical creases like wooden slats. He was mostly bald and missing one ear, and sporting several ugly scars, one that split his lower lip. A thick, untailored cape draped him like a tent. Arista speculated he had merely cut a hole in a thick blanket and pulled his head through. At his side was a huge, crude axe, hanging naked from a rough bit of raw leather. "Do what the Empress tells you," Arista heard the sailor say. "She'll take good care of you until I come back." A few feet away, Hadrian stood speaking with a man, a refugee from Melangar. He was a viscount, but she didn't know his name. An attractive young woman rushed up, went up on her toes, and kissed Hadrian.
The Viscount called her Emerald. What kind of name is that? Hadrian hugged her, pulling Emerald off the ground. She giggled. Her left leg bent at the knee. She was very cute, smaller than Arista, thinner, younger. The princess wondered if he had dozens of women like this all over Avron, or if this Emerald was special. Watching them together, seeing his arms around her, watching them kiss, she felt an emptiness, as if there were a hole inside her. She felt an ache, a pain like a weight pressing on her chest, and told herself to look away. After another minute, she actually did. 12 riding horses and 2 hitched to the wagon. 14 animals in all stood waiting in the snow. On 4 of the horses sat 5 young boys, squires Hadrian had called them, who he had recruited to act as servants and watch after the animals. All Arista knew about them were their names: Renwick, Elbright, Brand, Kine, and Mince. The last boy was so small that he rode double with Kine. They waited sitting straight and trying to look serious and grown up. The buckboard, filled with their provisions and covered with a heavy canvas tarp, had its wheels removed and was fitted with snow runners. Huddled on the forward bench, glancing only occasionally at the crowd and adjusting his hood with a disgusted, angry expression, was the dwarf. Beneath his heavy brows, beneath his large nose and frowning mouth, his long braided beard had recently been cut short. The dwarf's fingers absently played with it, the way a tongue might play with the space left by a missing tooth. He grumbled and sneered, but she could not find any sympathy for him. It was the first time she had seen Magnus since the day he had slammed the door in her face, less than a week after his hand had murdered her father. Royce Melbourne stood alone in the snow. He waited silently across the courtyard near the gate, his dark cloak fluttering lightly with the breeze, a small shadow near the wall. No one appeared to notice him except Hadrian, who kept a watchful eye, and Magnus, who repeatedly glanced over nervously. Royce never looked at any of them. His head faced the gate, the city, and the road beyond. Amelia exited the palace, wrapped in heavy wool. She pushed through the crowd and crossed the yard to Arista. Trapped under her arm was a parchment, wrinkled and creased. In her hands was what looked to be a short whip. "This is for you," she said, holding out what Arista now recognized as the severed half of the dwarf's beard, still neatly braided. Being aware of Magnus's tendency to disappear, Modena took the precaution of snipping some hair for you. She nodded. "Give her my thanks. Do you know where Gaunt is?" "He's coming." The castle doors opened once more, and Deegan Gaunt stepped out. He was clad in a belted, fur-lined houppelande and a chaperone hat with a full bourrelet wrapped around his head, and a long cornet that streamed nearly to the ground. The elaborate houppelande was worn complete with huge bell sleeves and a long train, which dragged across the ground, softly grading the snow behind him. "The future emperor has arrived," Amelia whispered, and then added, "He thought his clothes needed to reflect his future status, and he didn't want to be cold." "Can he ride in that?" Before the secretary could answer, a page ran out before Gaunt carrying 2 large silk pillows and a blanket. He proceeded to lay them out on the wagon's bench. The dwarf forgot his beard as he looked at the pillows beside him with another sneer. "I'm not riding beside a dwarf. Get that runt off of there," Gaunt said. "Hadrian will drive the wagon." When no one made a move, he added, "Do you hear me?" Arista pulled herself onto Princess's back, swung her leg over the side-saddle horn, and trotted rapidly to Gaunt. She reined the animal only a few feet short of Gaunt, causing him to step back. She glared down at him. "Magnus rides on the wagon because he's too short for the horses, and he is perfectly capable of driving it, true?" The dwarf nodded. "Good. But I do not wish to travel with him." "Then you may ride on a horse." Gaunt sighed. "I've been told this will be a long journey, and I do not wish to spend it on the back of a horse." "Then you can sit beside Magnus. Either way, it doesn't matter." "I just told you I don't want to sit beside a dwarf." Gaunt glared at Magnus with a grimace. "And I don't appreciate your tone." "And I don't appreciate your obstinacy. You can ride beside Magnus, ride on a horse, or walk for all I care, but regardless, we are leaving." She raised her head and her voice. "Mount up!" At her command, they all found their rides and climbed aboard. Looking livid, Gaunt stood staring at the princess. Arista pulled on the reins and turned her mare to face Medina, who was holding Ali's hand. This left Gaunt facing the rear of her mare. "I swear I will do all I can to find the horn and return it as soon as possible." "I know," Medina replied. "May Maribor guide your path." Ulrich and Marvin rode at the head of the party, although the king didn't know where they were going. He had studied many maps, but only set foot out of Melangar on 3 occasions. Ulrich had never travelled that far south, and he had never heard of Amberton Lee before the meeting. He trusted someone would tell him when to turn. Arista, most likely. They travelled the old southern road, which Ulrich knew from maps, ran all the way to Tour del Four, at the southern tip of Delgos. As they passed through the Edendal de Rat, the road was little more than a cleft in the ridge that sliced through the Rocky Mountains as it dropped down from the plateau of Warwick to the plain of Renyid. Snow drifted in the pass, such that on occasion they needed to dismount and pull the horses through, but the road remained passable. Months of sun, followed by bitter nights, had left a crust on the surface that crunched under the horses' hooves and left icicles, hanging thick like frozen waterfalls, across the face of the rocky cliffs. The height of winter was over, days grew longer, and while the world lay buried, it wasn't as deep as it once had been. No one talked much during the course of the morning. Gaunt and Magnus were particularly quiet, neither saying a word, nor looking at each other. Deegan sat bundled, his long train wrapping his body and head, so only his nose remained exposed. Magnus appeared oblivious to the cold, as he drove the wagon with bare, ruddy hands. His breath iced his moustache, and what remained of his beard, leaving him with a frozen grimace of irritated misery. Ulrich felt better seeing his discomfort. Royce and Hadrian rode at the rear of the party, and Ulrich never noticed either speak. Royce rode absently, his hood up, his head down, bobbing as if he were asleep. The 5 boys were with them. They whispered among themselves occasionally, as servants were prone to do. The sailor they called Wyatt rode beside his giant friend. Ulrich had never seen a man that size before. They had provided him a draught horse, and still his feet hung nearly to the ground, the stirrups left dangling. Wyatt had whispered a few words to the giant at the start, but Eldon never spoke. The only conversation, the only break from the droning crunch of snow and panting breath of the animals, was that of Myron and Arista. A quarter hour didn't pass without the monk pointing out some curiosity to her. Ulrich had forgotten Myron's fascination with everything, no matter how trivial. Myron found the 20-foot icicles hanging from the cliffside nothing short of a miracle. He also pointed out designs he found in the rock formations. One, he swore, looked like the face of a bearded man. Arista smiled politely, and even offered a laugh on occasion. It was a girl's laugh, high and light, natural and unburdened. Ulrich would feel self-conscious to laugh so openly. His sister didn't seem to care what those around her thought. Ulrich hated how she had taken charge when setting out. As much as he had enjoyed the look on Gaunt's face when she had barked at him in the courtyard, he disliked the bold way his sister acted. If only she had given him the time to act. He was the king, after all. The Empress might have given Arista authority to organize the expedition, but that didn't extend to leading it. She had never satisfactorily explained why she was along, anyway. He had assumed she would ride quietly in the wagon and leave commanding the venture to him, but he should have known better. Given her theatrics in the courtyard, it was surprising that she still rode side-saddle and hadn't taken to wearing breeches. They escaped the tight pass before noon, as morning clouds finally gave up their tight grip on the world. Ahead, the land dropped away, leaving a magnificent view to the south. Ulrich spotted Ratibor in the distant valley. The whole city appeared no larger than his thumb, and from that distance it looked beautiful, a clustered glen in a sea of forest and field. "There," Hadrian announced from the rear, pointing toward a shining river to the east. "You can see Amberton Lee, sort of, down near the Burnham River, where it bends. See there, how the land rises up into 3 hills?" "Yes, that's it," Arista agreed. "I remember." She looked up at the sky. "We won't make it today." "We could spend the night in Ratibor," Hadrian offered. "It's only a few miles. We could reach it by nightfall." "Well, I don't—" Arista began. "We will head to Ratibor," Ulrich declared quickly, causing Arista to look at him in surprise. "I was just going to say," she went on, "if we veer east now, we'll be that much closer in the morning." "But there's no road," Ulrich told her. "We can't be wandering through the snowy fields." "Why not?" "Who knows how deep that snow is and what lies beneath?" "Royce can find us a route through. He's good at that," Hadrian said. "That's what I was thinking," Arista agreed. "No, Ratibor is a much better choice," Ulrich said, loudly. "We'll get a good night's rest, then push on at first light and be there by noon." "But Ulrich—" "You heard my decision." He kicked his horse and trotted down the road, feeling their eyes on his back. Hooves trotted up behind him. He expected it to be his sister and dreaded the argument, but he wouldn't back down. Ulrich turned hotly only to see Morven with his hair flying. The rest of the group followed 20 feet behind them, but they were moving in his direction. He let his horse, slow to a walk. "What was that all about?" Morven asked, moving alongside where the 2 horses naturally fell into the same pace. "Oh, nothing," he sighed. "Just trying to remind her who's king. She forgets, you know." "So many years, so few changes," Morven said softly, brushing the hair out of his eyes. "What's that supposed to mean?" Morven only smiled. "Personally, I prefer your idea. Who wants to sleep in the snow if you can have a bed? Besides, I'd like to see Ratibor. It was on our list, remember?" Ulrich nodded. "We were also supposed to go to Tordil 4. "Yeah, but let's save that for another time, since it's under new management and all," Morven mentioned. "I still can't believe we're on our way to Persepliquis. That was always the big prize. The dream." "Still hoping to find the Teshlor codes?" Morven chuckled. That's right. I was going to discover the secret techniques of the Teshlor Knights. You remember that, do you? I was supposed to be the first one in 1,000 years to possess that knowledge. I would have guarded it jealously and been the greatest warrior alive. Morven glanced behind them. Not much chance of that now. Even if I did find them, I could never match Hadrian. He grew up with it and was taught by a master. That was a stupid dream, anyway. A boy's fantasy. The kind of thing a kid thinks before actually seeing blood on a blade. When you're young, you think you can do anything, you know. And then... He sighed and turned away. Ulrich noticed his hand go up to his face briefly, before settling on the pommel of his sword. Only it was not Morven's sword. I didn't notice before, Ulrich told him, nodding toward Morven's side. This is the first time I've worn it. He pulled his hand away, self-consciously. I've wanted it for so long. I used to see my father wield it. So beautiful. So elegant. I dreamed of it sometimes. All I ever wanted to do was hold it, swing it, and hear it sing in the air for me. Ulrich nodded. What about you? Morven asked. Are you still interested in finding Novron's crown? The king huffed and might have laughed if the statement had not seemed so ironic. I already have a crown. Yeah, Morven said sadly. Ulrich spoke in a voice just loud enough for Morven to hear. Sometimes the price of dreams is achieving them. They were just closing the city gate for the night when the party arrived in Ratibor. Arista didn't recognize the guard. He was a burly, balding man in a rough-stitched rawhide coat who waved at them impatiently to get inside. "Where's a good place to find lodgings for the night, my good man?" Ulrich asked, circling his mount on the guard as he went about locking down the city. "A questa! Ha!" the man laughed. "I meant here." "I knows what you meant," he said gruffly. "The gnome has open rooms, I think." "The gnome? It's a tavern," Arista explained. "The Laughing Gnome, King Street and Lore." The guard eyed her curiously. "Thank you," she said, quickly kicking her horse. "This way." The heavy scent of manure and urine that Arista had remembered as the prominent smell of Ratibor was replaced by the thick smell of wood smoke. Other than that, the city had changed little from the last time she had been there. Streets ran in awkward lines, forcing adjoining buildings to conform to the resulting spaces, often with strange results, such as shops in the shapes of wedges of cheese. The wooden planks that used to bridge the rivers of muck lay buried beneath a thick layer of snow. The winter had stolen the leaves from the trees, and the wind ripped along empty streets. Nothing but the snow moved. Arista had expected winter would brighten the place and bury the filth, but instead she found it bleak and barren. She rode in the lead now. Behind her she could hear Ulrich grumbling. He spoke too low for her to catch the words, but his tone was clear. He was unhappy with her. Again. Any other time, she might have fallen back, apologized for whatever it was she had done wrong, and tried to make him feel better. But she was cold, hungry, and tired. She wanted to get to the tavern. His feelings could hurt, at least until they were settled. As they approached Central Square, she tried to keep her eyes down and focus on the snow where Princess walked, but she couldn't resist. When they were in the...
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
exact middle of the square, her eyes ignored her will and looked up. The post was still there, but the ropes were gone. Dark and slender, nearly blending into the background, it was a physical reminder of what might have been. There is blood under the snow, she thought. Her breath shortened and her lip began to quiver. Then she noticed someone riding beside her. Arista wasn't aware if she had heard his approach or merely sensed his presence, but suddenly Hadrian was an arm's length away. He didn't look at her or speak. He merely rode quietly alongside. This was the first time he had left Royce's side since they had started out, and she wondered what had brought him forward. Arista wanted to believe he joined her because he knew how she felt. It was silly, but it made her feel better to think it. The signboard above the door at the public house was crowned in snow, and yet remained as gruesome as ever. The obscenely large open mouth, hairy pointed ears, and squinting eyes of the namesake gnome glared down at them. Arista halted, slid off her mount, and stepped onto the boardwalk. "Perhaps the rest of you should wait here, while Hadrian and I make arrangements." Ulrich coughed, and she caught him glaring at her. "Hadrian and I know this city. It'll just be faster if we go," she told him. "You were the one that wanted to come here." He frowned, and she sighed. Waving for Hadrian to follow, she passed under the sign of the Laughing Gnome. A flickering yellow light and warm air that smelled of grease and smoke greeted them. A shaggy, spotted dog scampered over, trying to lick their hands. Hadrian caught him just as he jumped up toward her. He let the dog's forepaws rest on his thighs as he scrubbed behind its ears, causing the animal to hang its tongue. The common room was empty except for 2 people huddled near the hearth, so different from the first time she'd been there. She stared off at the spot near the centre where a fiery-haired young man had once held the room spellbound. This was the place. It was here I saw Emery for the very first time. She had never thought about it before, but this revelation made the room sacred to her. She felt a hand on her shoulder. Hadrian gave her a gentle squeeze. She spotted Heirs behind the bar, wiping out mugs. He was wearing the same apron, which appeared to have the same stains. The innkeeper hadn't shaved in a day or 2, and his hair was mussed, and his face moist. "What can I do you for?" he asked as they approached, the dog trailing behind, pawing at Hadrian for more attention. "We'd like rooms." Arista counted on her fingers. "There are 15 in our party, so maybe 4 rooms? Do your rooms sleep 4? They can, but I usually charge by the pair." "Oh, okay. So then 7 rooms if you have them, I guess. The boys can all sleep in 1 room." "Do you have vacancy?" "Oh, I've got 'em. No one here but the mice. All the folk heading down from Wintertide passed through weeks ago. No one travels this time of year. No need to." He trailed off as he looked intently at Arista. His narrow eyes began widening. "Why? Ain't you... I mean, you're her, ain't you? Where have you been?" Embarrassed, she glanced at Hadrian. She had been hoping to avoid this. "We'd just like the rooms." "By Mar, it is you," he said, loud enough to catch the attention of the 2 near the fire. "Everyone said you was dead." "Almost. But really, we have people waiting in the cold. Can we get rooms? And we have horses, too, that—" "Jimmy! Jimmy, get your arse in here, boy!" A freckle-faced kid, as thin as a Black Diamond member, rushed out of the kitchen, bursting through the doors with a startled look on his face. "Horses outside need stabling. Get on it." The boy nodded, and as he stepped by Heirs, the proprietor whispered something in his ear. The lad looked at Arista, and his mouth opened as if it had just gained weight.
A moment later, he was running. "You understand, we're tired," Arista told the innkeeper. "It's been a long day of riding, and we need to leave early in the morning. We're just looking for a quiet night."
"Oh, absolutely, but you'll be wanting supper, right?"
Arista glanced at Hadrian, who nodded. "Yes, of course."
"Wonderful. I'll get something special for you."
"That's not necessary. We don't want to cause any—"
"Nonsense," Ayres told her. "Rusty!" he shouted over her head toward the two at the hearth, who were now on their feet, hesitantly inching closer. "Run and tell Engels I want his cut of pork."
"Pork?" the man replied. "You can't serve her no smoked pork. Benjamin Braddock got a prize lamb he's kept all winter, feeds it like a baby, he does."
"Yeah, real sweet animal," the other man said. Okay. Tell him to get it to Engels and have it butchered."
"How much you willing to pay?"
"Just tell him who it's for, and if he wants to come ask her for money, let him."
"Oh, please, this isn't necessary," Arista said.
"He's been saving that lamb for a special occasion," Rusty told her, and smiled. "I can't see how he can expect a better one."
The door opened, and the rest of the party entered, dusting snow off their heads and shoulders and stomping their feet. Once inside, Gaunt let go his train and threw back his hood, shivering. He walked directly toward the fire with his hands outstretched and brought to Arista's mind the image of a giant peacock. Rusty nudged his buddy. "That's Deegan Gaunt."
"By ma," Ayres said, shaking his head. "If'n you get a drop, it's a flood. And look at him, all dressed up like a king. He's one of your group?"
Arista nodded.
"Blimey," Rusty said, staring now at Hadrian. "I seen this fella afore too, just a few weeks ago. He's the tourney champion. He unhorsed everyone except Brecton, and he only missed 'cause he didn't want to kill him."
He looked at Hadrian with admiration.
"You would have dropped him if'n you had the chance, I know it." "Who else you got with you?" Ayres asked, looking overwhelmed. "The heir of Novron?"
Arista and Hadrian exchanged glances.
"Our rooms, where are they?"
Ulrich asked, joining them as he shook the wet out of his hood.
Let me show you."
Ayres grabbed a box of keys and led the way up the stairs. As she climbed, Arista looked down at the empty space below and remembered how they had spent 45 silver to sleep there. "How much for the rooms?" Ayres paused, turned, and chuckled. When they reached the top of the stairs, he threw his arms out.
"Here you are."
"Which rooms?"
Ayres grinned. "Take the whole floor."
"How much?" Ulrich asked.
Ayres laughed. "I'm not charging you. I can't charge you. I'd be strung up. You get settled in, and I'll call you when dinner is ready."
Ulrich grinned. "See? I told you it was worth coming. They're very friendly here."
"For her," Ayres said, nodding in Arista's direction, "nothing in this city has a price."
Ulrich frowned. "That is very kind," she told him, "but given our situation, I think 5 rooms will still be best."
"What? Why?"
Ulrich said. "I don't think we want to leave Magnus or Gaunt unsupervised. Do you?" Hadrian, Royce, Myron and Gaunt took 1 room. Wyatt, Eldon, Magnus and Morven took the 2nd, and the boys took the 3rd. Ulrich insisted on his own room, which left Arista alone as well.
"Relax as long as you like," Ayres told them. "Feel free to come down and enjoy the hearth. I'll roll out my best keg and uncork my finest bottles. If you choose to sleep, I'll send Jimmy to knock on your doors as soon as the meal is ready. And I just want to say, it's a great honor to have you here."
He said the last part while staring at Arista. She heard Ulrich sigh. Wyatt lay on one of the beds, stretching out his sore muscles. Eldon sat across from him on the other bed, his huge head in his hands, his elbows on his knees. The bed bent under the pressure. Wyatt could see the ropes drooping down below the frame. Eldon caught Wyatt's look and stared back with sad, innocent eyes. Like Ali, Eldon trusted him. He gave the big man a reassuring smile. "Stop! Don't touch that!" Morven shouted, and every head in the room turned. The Count was hanging his cloak on a string with the other wet clothes. He glared at Magnus, who had a hand outreached toward the pommel of Pickering's sword, which was sheathed and hanging by a belt slung over the bedpost. Magnus raised a bushy eyebrow and frowned. "What is it with you humans? And you call us misers? Do you think I'll stuff it under my shirt and walk off with it? It's as tall as I am." "I don't care. Leave it be." "It's a fine weapon," the dwarf said, his hand retreating, but his eyes drinking it in. "Where did you get it?" "It was my father's." Morven advanced to the end of the bed and grabbed his sword. "Where did he get it?" "It's a family heirloom passed down for generations." Morven held the sword in his hand gingerly, as if it were an injured sparrow needing reassuring after its narrow escape from the dwarf. Wyatt had not noticed the weapon before, but now that his attention was drawn, he saw that it was an uncommonly attractive sword. It was elegant in its simplicity. The lines were perfect, and the metal of the hilt shone bright. Almost imperceptible were fine decorative lines. "I meant, how did your family come to have it? It's a rare man who owns such a blade as this." "I suppose one of my ancestors made it, or paid for it to be made." The dwarf made a disgusting noise in his throat. "This was not made by some corner blacksmith with a brat pumping a bellows. That there, lad, was forged in natural fires in the dark of a new moon. Your kind didn't touch it for centuries." "My kind? Are you saying this is dwarven?" Again the noise of reproach. "Bah! Not my kin. That blade is elvish, and a fine one at that, where I've never worn a beard." Morven looked at him sceptically. "Does she sing when she travels in the air? Catch the light around her and trap it in her blade? Never grow dull, even if used as a shovel or an axe? Cut through steel? Cut through other blades?" Morven's face answered the dwarf. The Count slowly drew it out. The blade shimmered in the lamplight like glass. "Oh, yes, she's an elven blade, boy, drawn from stone and metal, formed in the heat of the world and tempered in pure water by the first ones, the children of Faerol. No finer blade have I laid my eyes on, save one." Morven slipped it back and frowned. "Just don't touch it, okay?" Wyatt heard the dwarf grumble something about having his beard cut off. Then Magnus moved to the bed on the other side of the room, where he was too far for Wyatt to hear. Morven still held the blade, rubbing his fingers over the pommel. His eyes had a far-away look. They were strangers to Wyatt. Morven, he knew, was a Count of Melangar and close friend of King Ulrich. He had also heard that he was a good sword fighter. His younger brother had been killed in a sword fight some years back. His father had died recently, killed by the elves. He seemed a decent sort. A bit moody, perhaps, but all right. Still, he was noble, and Wyatt had never had many dealings with them, so he decided to be cautious and quiet. He kept a closer eye on the dwarf, and wondered about the misunderstandings the Empress had spoken of. How do I keep getting myself into these situations? Poor Eldon. Wyatt had no idea what he made of all this. "How are you feeling?" Wyatt asked. Eldon shrugged. "Want to go down for the meal, or have me bring you back a plate?" Again, a shrug. "Does he talk?" Marvin asked. "When he wants to," Wyatt replied. "You're the sailors, right?" Wyatt nodded. "I'm Marvin Pickering," he said, putting out his hand. Wyatt took it. "Wyatt Dementhal. And this is Eldon." The Count looked Eldon over. "What does he do on a ship?" "Whatever he wants, I should think," Magnus muttered. This brought a reluctant smile to everyone's lips, including those of the dwarf, who clearly had not meant it as a joke, but gave in just the same. "Where are you from? Magnus, is it?" Wyatt asked. "Is there a land of dwarves?" The dwarf's smile faded. "Not any more." He clearly meant that to be the end of it, but Wyatt continued to stare, and now Morven and Eldon were doing likewise. "From up north, the mountains of Trent." "Is it nice there?" "It's a ghetto. Dirty, cramped and hopeless, like every place they let dwarves live. Satisfied?" Wyatt regretted saying anything. An awkward silence followed until the tension was broken by a pounding at the door and a cheerful shout. "Meal is ready!" The knock came to their door announcing supper, and Hadrian and Myron were first on their feet. Royce, who sat on a stiff wooden chair in the corner by the window, didn't stir. His back was to them as he stared out at the dark. Perhaps his elven eyes could see more than the blackness of the glassy pane. Perhaps he was watching people moving below, or the windows of the shops across the street, but Hadrian doubted he was even aware of the window itself. Royce hadn't said a word since they had left Aquesta. When he bothered, he communicated in nods. Royce was always quiet, but this was unusual, even for him. More disturbing than his silence were his eyes. Royce always watched the road, the eaves of the forest, the horizon, always looking, scanning for trouble. But not that day. The thief rode for over 9 hours without once looking up. Hadrian couldn't tell if he stared at the saddle or the ground. Royce might have been asleep, except that his hands continually played with the ends of the reins, twisting them with such force that Hadrian could hear the leather cry. "Hadrian, fetch me a plate of whatever they're handing out down there," Tegan told him as he lay on his bed staring up at the ceiling. Upon first entering the room, Gaunt had immediately claimed the bed nearest the fireplace. He had cast off his houppelande and chaperon, throwing them on the floor. Then he had flung himself on the mattress, where he sprawled, moaning about his aches. "And make sure it's lean," Gaunt went on. "I don't want a bunch of fat. I want the good stuff. And I'll take dark bread if they have it. The darker the better. And a glass of wine? No, make that a bottle, and be sure it's good stuff, not... Maybe you should come down and pick out what you want. That way there won't be any mistakes. Just bring it up. I'm comfortable. Can't you see I'm comfortable here? I don't want to mingle with all the local baboons. An emperor needs his privacy. And for Novron's sake, pick up my clothes. You need to hang those up so they can dry properly." He looked quizzical. I suppose that should be for my ancestors' sake, now wouldn't it? Perhaps even for my sake?" He smiled at the thought. Hadrian rolled his eyes. "Let me rephrase. Get your own food, or go hungry." Gaunt glowered and slapped his mattress so that even Royce looked over. "What bloody good is it having a personal servant if you never do anything for me? I'm not your servant. I'm your... bodyguard," he said with reluctance, the word tasting stale. "How about you, Royce?
Can I bring you something?" Royce didn't bother to even shake his head. Hadrian sighed and headed for the door. When he descended the stairs, Hadrian found the laughing gnome filled to the walls. People packed the common room. Considering their numbers, the crowd was keeping remarkably quiet. Rather than being filled with a roar of conversation and laughter, the room barely buzzed with a low hum of whispers. All heads turned expectantly when he and Myron emerged from the steps. That was followed quickly by signs of disappointment. "Right this way, gentlemen," Ayres called, pushing forward. "Clear up path! Clear up path!" Hadrian caught a few muttered, "False knight," and "joust champion" comments as Ayres escorted them from the bottom of the stairs around to a large table set up in a private room. "I'm keeping them out so you can eat in peace," Ayres told them, "but I can't kick them out of the inn altogether. I have to live in this town, and I'd never hear the end of it." Wyatt, Morven, Magnus, and Ulrich already sat at the table with empty plates before them. Jimmy, dressed now in a stained apron, rushed about filling cups. He held a pitcher in each hand and danced around the table like a carnival juggler. The room was a small space adjacent to the kitchen. Fieldstone made up half of the wall, along with the corner fireplace. Thick milled timbers and plaster formed the upper portion. The room's 3 windows remained shuttered and latched. "Are they all here to see us?" Myron asked. He paused at the doorway, looking back at the crowd, mirroring their expressions of awe. Hadrian had just taken a seat when a cheer exploded beyond the closed door in the common room. Ulrich drained his glass and held it up to Jimmy, shaking it. "Are you all right? Where have you been?" Voices, muffled by the wooden door, called out in the common room. "Were you kidnapped? Will you resume your office? We missed you. Will you drive out the Empire again?" "Forgive me, dear people, but I've travelled long today," Arista said from the other room. "I'm very tired and cannot hope to answer all your questions. Just know this. The tyrants that once controlled the Empire are gone. The Empress now, and for the first time, rules, and she is good and wise." "You met her?" "I have. I lived with her for a time, and have just come from a questa. Evil men held her prisoner in her own palace and ruled in her name. But she rose up against her captors. She saved my life. She saved the world from a false imperium. Now she is in the process of building the true successor to the Empire of Novron. Show her the trust you have given me, and I promise you will not be disappointed. Now, if you will allow me, I'm very hungry." Cheering. Applause. The door opened, and Arista stepped inside, then closed it behind her and leaned on it, as if she were barricading it with her body. Where did they all come from? "Word spread," Ayres replied, looking self-conscious. "I need to get back to the bar. I can't leave the mob too long without refreshment." As Ayres exited, Hadrian spotted Mintz standing with the other boys just outside the doorway. Hadrian waved them in. All 5 entered the dining room in single file and stood just inside, afraid to move farther. "They came to our room and told us there was food down here, sir," Renwick said to Hadrian, "but we don't know where to go." "Take a seat at the table," Hadrian replied. All the boys reacted with the same shocked expression, a mixture of fear and wonder. "Oh, we aren't going to have the servants eat with us," Ulrich said, causing the boys to halt. "There are enough chairs," Arista pointed out. "But, honestly, stable boys, look at them. They're not just servants, they're children. There must be somewhere else they can eat. Actually, if I may..." Hadrian spoke loudly, stood up and grabbed a hold of Mintz, who was attempting to worm his way out of the room. "These young men here," Hadrian said, pointing to Elbright, Kyne, and Brand, assisted in rousing the people of Aquesta to open the gates for you and your army. And Renwick," Hadrian pointed at the oldest, "was a tremendous help to me as my squire during the time I pretended to be a knight." "Still am, sir. I don't care what they say." Hadrian smiled at him. "He also fought in the palace courtyard and was one of the first into the dungeon, if you recall. And this young man here," he said, holding the squirming boy with both hands, "is Mince. This child, as you call him, has been singled out by the Empress herself as being instrumental in the overthrow of Ethelred and Saldor. Without them, it's very likely that your sister, Royce, I, and even the Empress would all be dead. Oh, and of course, so would you and Morvin. Not bad for a stable boy. So, for all that they've done, don't you think they deserve a place at our table?" Yes, of course, Ulrich said quickly, looking a bit ashamed. "Sit down," Hadrian told them, and they each took a seat, smiles across their faces. A rotund woman with short, ratty hair and saddleback cheeks backed into the room from the kitchen, carrying a deep tray of spit-roasted lamb. She wore a grey wool dress, and yet another grease-stained apron. She approached the table and stopped abruptly, looking at the diners with a disappointed, even irritated expression. "Missing 3, she said, her high voice reminding Hadrian of a squeaking door. "I'll bring a plate up for Royce. He's not feeling well," Hadrian explained. Arista glanced at him. "Is it okay to leave him alone?" Hadrian nodded. "I think so. Besides, if he wanted to do something, who's going to stop him?" "Eldon will also be staying in his room," Wyatt mentioned. "He has a thing about crowds." The cook nodded. Her large breasts, outlined by the apron, hung over the edge of the pan, threatening to nudge the steaming lamb. No one else spoke. Finally she asked, "And where's that scoundrel, Deegan Gaunt? Can't imagine him turning down a free meal." "Scoundrel?" Hadrian said, surprised. "I thought he was a hero here in Ratibor." "Hero?" He nodded. "Yeah, you know, local boy who went off to seek his fortune, became a pirate, and returned to lead the liberation movement." The cook laughed, though it was more like a cackle that juggled its way out of her round throat. She put down the tray and began cutting the meat. Everyone at the table exchanged glances. Wyatt shrugged. "I don't know his background, but Gaunt was no pirate. That I do know." Again the cook cackled, and this time put a hand to her lips, which turned the laughter inward and caused her shoulders and chest to bounce. "Are you going to let us in on the joke?" Ulrich asked. "Oh, well, it's not my place to be spreading rumours, now is it?" she said, and followed the statement by making a show of biting her lower lip. Her hands slowed in their work, and then stopped. She looked up, and a huge grin pushed the saddlebags apart. "Okay, so it's this way," she said, lowering her voice. "I grew up only a few doors down from Gaunt, right there on Deegan Street. Did you know that his mother named him Deegan because it was the only word she knew how to spell, having seen the street sign for so many years?" Now that her mouth was going, so were her hands, and she sliced portions and delivered them to their plates, heedless of the little trails of grease she left. "Anywho, his mother and mine were close, and I used to be best friends with his sister, Miranda. She was a joy. But Deegan, well, even as a boy he was a demon. We stayed clear of him when we could. He was a pitiful little wretch. He got caught stealing dozens of times, and not because of need. I mean, I don't agree with theft, but pinching a loaf of bread from Bricklin's bakery when the old man has his back turned to surprise your mother with on Wintertide is one thing. I ain't saying it's right, but I overlook something like that. Well, as for Deegan, he goes in for stuff like smashing the window in the curio shop so he can have a porcelain rabbit he had his eye on.
Thing is, everyone knows he's a no-good. You can see it in the way shopkeepers watch him or shoo him out of the door. They can spot the likes of him a mile away. Just then, Heirs barged in. "Jimmy! Get to the cellar and roll out another keg. They've already drained the one we pulled up earlier." The boy put down his pitchers and ran toward the kitchen. Heirs stared at the cook. "You're not bothering these folks, are you, Bella? Is she bothering any of you?" "Not at all," Arista replied, and all the heads at the table nodded in agreement. "Well, keep it that way. She has a way of yammering, she does." Bella blinked her eyes innocently. Jimmy appeared, rolling a barrel from the kitchen. "How many we got left?" the innkeeper asked. "4." Heirs frowned. "I should have ordered more, but who knew?" He pointed at the diners and shrugged. Heirs took control of the barrel and returned to the tavern. Bella waited a moment, staring at the door. Then a grin filled her face and she went on. "Now, just to give you an idea about how bad things got for old Deegan, he even received a visit from the BD telling him to cut it out. Course he don't, and yet somehow managed to avoid punishment. Miranda and I used to talk about how that boy was charmed. But after his mother's death, he got into some real trouble. Now, I wasn't there to see it, but rumour is, and it sure seemed like the kind of thing that idiot would do, he got drunk and raped Clara, the candlemaker's daughter. Well, her old man had connections. Not only was he a favourite merchant to the royal chamberlain, but his nephew was in the BD. "BD?" Myron asked. "I don't understand." "BD, Black Diamond," Morven told him. Myron still looked confused. "Not a lot of literature on them," Hadrian said. "The Black Diamond is a very powerful thieves' guild. They control all the illegal activity in a city, just like a potter's guild controls the pottery market." The monk nodded. The cook was standing still again, holding a lamb chop between two greasy, stubby fingers, waiting, as if her body couldn't move unless her mouth was. "I'm sorry. Please continue," Myron said. "This is a wonderful story." "Well, now," she went on, dumping the chop onto Myron's plate so roughly and off-centre that it nearly flipped over. "I remember there were patrols combing the streets for him. They was angry, too, shouting that they was going to hang him. Only they never found old Deegan. Turns out that a press gang near the docks caught him that very night. They didn't know who he was. They just needed hands for his ship and hauled him off to sea. Like I said, the man is charmed. Okay, so this next part I know from reliable folk. Some years later, the ship he was on was attacked by pirates. They done killed the whole crew, but somehow old Deegan survived. Who knows how he done it? He probably convinced them pirates he knew where a treasure was buried or something. Anywho, he gets away. Some folks say a storm wrecked the pirate ship, and again he's the lone survivor. That seems a mite bit lucky for anyone, but for Deegan it doesn't seem so strange. So, he ends up in Delgos, and gets into trouble again. He's back to his old tricks, this time stealing from the merchant families at the border villages. He's going to be executed for sure this time, but then he spins his greatest tale. He says he was only taking the money to finance his dream of freeing the common man from the boot of the aristocracy. Can you believe it? Deegan Gaunt, a man of the people. Well, that kind of talk plays real well down that way. Those folk on the peninsula hate the monarchies. They swallow it, and, what do you know, not only do they let him go, they give him money for his cause. Well, this just tickles Deegan, as you could imagine, and he decides to keep the thing going. He travels all over, giving speeches and getting donations. I heard him once, when he was preaching his spiel in Colnora. He was actually pretty good at it,
All shouts for liberty and freedom, banging his fist on a podium and working up a sweat. Then, of course, he passes the hat. But then... She stopped talking as she struggled to free a troublesome lamb chop from the rest. "But then?" Ulrich asked. "Oh, sorry," she said. "Somehow, he goes from being this travelling sideshow to actually running an army, and a successful one at that. That's just strange. It's one thing to be—" The crowd outside the door began clapping, and a moment later the door to the dining room opened, and Deegan stepped inside. He had a disapproving sneer on his face. "You started serving without me?" No one answered, and the cook puckered her lips, continuing to dish out the meal in silence. Deegan took a seat and waited impatiently for his plate. Everyone stared at him until he glared back, irritated. "What?" "This is very good," Wyatt spoke up, pointing to the lamb on his plate. "Thank you," the cook replied. "If it is, it'll be the first time this place has served anything eatable," Gaunt muttered. "Hurry up, woman!" The cook, who stood behind him, made a see-what-I-mean face and dropped a chop on his plate. "What time will you folks be getting up?" the cook asked. "You'll be wanting breakfast, won't you?" "We'll be leaving early," Arista said. She caught a look from her brother. "Isn't that right, Ulrich?" She added. Yes, dawn, I should think," he said. "Breakfast should be before that. Something hot, I hope." "Seeing the business you're bringing him, old Heirs would pay to poach venison if you wanted it. Course, he ain't going to be too pleased you're leaving tomorrow. I'm sure he's hoping you'll be here a week at least." "We're in a hurry," Arista explained. Bella looked as if she might say more when the common room door opened again. "Bella, quit bugging them. I don't pay you to chatter. I have orders for food. I need 5 stews and a ploughman's meal." All right, she bellowed back. She turned to the diners and, with an awkward curtsy, rushed off to the kitchen. The room was dark, except for the moonlight that entered through the window and the glow of hot coals in the fireplace. Outside, the wind blew snow against the building. Royce could hear the muffled sounds of voices rising through the floorboards as everyone ate dinner. The shift of furniture, the clink of glasses. He had heard it all before. Royce's eyes focused on the street corner outside. He could see the start of the alley between Ingersoll's leather shop and a silversmith. It was right there, on that very corner, that exact spot. "That's where I came from." Royce spoke to the empty room, his words condensing on the window's glass, making a tiny fog. He remembered nights like this, cold, windy nights when it was hard to get to sleep. Most nights he had slept in a barrel packed with straw, but when it was really cold, the kind of cold that killed, he had climbed into barns and squeezed between sheep and cattle. Doing so was dangerous. Farmers listened to their animals, and if they found intruders, they assumed they were stealing. Royce had been only 8, maybe 10 years old. He had been freezing, his feet and hands numb, his cheeks burning. It was late, and he had crawled into the stable on Legends Avenue. The rear stall was blocked off into a makeshift manger for 4 sheep. They lay curled up with one big woolly bed, their sides rising and falling like breathing pillows. Royce carefully crawled into the middle, feeling their body heat and the soft wool. They bleated at his intrusion, but given the size of the stall, they suffered his presence. In just a few minutes, he fell asleep. He woke to a farmer with a pitchfork. The farmer jabbed and nearly got Royce in the stomach. Royce rolled, taking the tongs in his shoulder.
He screamed and scattered the sheep, which bounced off the walls. In the confusion, Royce escaped into the snow. The hour was late. It was still dark, and blood ran down his arm. He hadn't yet discovered the sewers, and had no place to go. He returned to the barrel on the corner and climbed in, pulling as much straw over him as he could. Royce remembered hearing Ladies of Enganol played on a fiddle from inside the gnome. He listened to them all night. People singing, laughing, clinking glasses, all warm, safe, and happy, while outside he shivered and cried. His shoulder screamed in pain. The rags he wore hardened as the blood froze. Then it started to snow. He felt the flakes on his face and thought that he would die that night. He was so certain that he prayed. And that was the first and last time he had ever asked the gods for help. The memory was so vivid he could almost smell the straw. He recalled lying there shivering, his eyes shut tight as he had whispered aloud to Novron, asking to be saved. He pleaded, reminding the god that he was only a child, a boy. Only he knew that was a lie. He wasn't a boy. Boys were human. Royce was not human. Not entirely. He was a mere, a half-breed, a mongrel. He knew Novron would not help him. Novron and his father Meribor were the gods of men. Why would they listen to the words of an elf, a hated cur whose own parents had thrown him away as trash? Still, he begged for his life anyway. Because he didn't look like an elf. The young Royce reasoned that maybe Novron wouldn't notice. Right down there, on that corner, Royce had begged to live. He traced a circle on the window with his finger. He always remembered it as the worst night of his life. He had been alone, terrified, dying. And he had been so happy the next morning when he was still alive. Starved, shaking from the cold, stiff from sleeping in a ball, shoulder throbbing, but as happy as a person could be. Here I am, warm and comfortable in the laughing gnome, and I'd give anything to be in that barrel again. A board creaked, and Myron entered quietly. He hesitated at the door, then slowly crossed the room toward Royce, and sat down on the bed near him. "I used to sit for hours too," the monk said, his voice soft, just a tad above a whisper. "I used to remember things, times and places, both good and bad. I would see something that reminded me of my past and wish I could go back. I wished I could be the way I used to be, even if that meant pain. Only I could never find my way around the wall. Do you know what I mean by the wall?" Royce refused to answer. Myron didn't seem to mind. "After the burning of the abbey, I never felt whole again. Half of me was missing, gone. More than half. What was left was lost, like I didn't know where I was or how to get back." Royce stared. He was breathing faster without knowing why. "I tried to find a way to go on. I could see familiar traces of the path that was my life, but there was always the wall behind me. Do you know what I mean? First you try and climb, pretending it never happened, but it's too tall. Then you try to go around, thinking you can fix it, but it's too far. Then, in frustration, you beat on it with your hands, but it does nothing. So you tire and sit down and just stare at it. You stare because you can't bring yourself to walk away. Walking away means that you're giving up, abandoning them. There's no way back, There's only forward. It's impossible to imagine there's any reason to move ahead, but that isn't the real reason you give up. The real fear, the terror that keeps you rooted, is that you might be wrong. Royce reeled. It was as if Myron were rifling through his heart, opening sealed closets and exploring locked drawers. Royce gave Myron a withering look. If he were a dog, Royce would be growling, yet Myron didn't seem to notice. The little monk went on. Instead of passion, you have regret. In place of effort, you are mired in memory. You sink in nothingness, and your heart drowns in despair. At times, usually at night, it's a physical pain, both sharp and dull. The anguish is unbearable. Royce reached out and grabbed Myron by the wrist. He wanted him to stop, needed him to stop. You feel you have no choices. Your love for those who have gone makes you hold tight to their memory and the pain of their loss. You feel to do anything else would be disloyal to them. Myron went on, placing his free hand on top of Royce's and patting it gently. While the idea of leaving is at first impossible to contemplate, the question you need to ask is, how would they feel, knowing that you are torturing yourself because of them? Is this what they would want? Is that what you would want them to do if the situation was reversed? If you love them, you need to let go of your pain and live your life. To do otherwise is a selfish cruelty. Hadrian opened the door and nearly dropped the plate of lamb. He stepped in hesitantly. "Everything all right here?" he asked. "Get him away from me before I kill him," Royce growled between gritted teeth, his voice unsteady, his eyes hard. "You can't kill Myron, Royce," Hadrian said, rapidly pulling the monk away as if he had found a child playing with a wild bear. "It'd be like killing a puppy." Royce didn't want to kill Myron. He honestly didn't know what he wanted except for him to stop. Everything the monk had said hurt, because it was all true. The monk's words were not close. They were not worrisomely accurate. What he said was dead on, as if he were reading Royce's mind and speaking his innermost thoughts aloud, holding his terrors to the light and exposing them. "Are you all right, Royce?" Hadrian asked, still holding Myron close. His tone was cautious, nervous. "He'll be fine," Myron replied for him. The 5 boys and Myron had left the dinner table, followed shortly by Hadrian and Wyatt, who took plates up to Royce and Eldon, respectively. Ulrich, who had eaten his fill, loosened his belt but made no move to leave. He sat back smiling as Ayers brought out another bottle of wine and set it on the table before them. For the first time since they had started this trip, Ulrich was feeling good. This was more like it. He could see the same expression in Morven's eyes. This was the dream of their youth, riding hard, exploring, seeing strange new sights, and in the evening settling in at a local inn for a fine meal and a night of drinking, laughing, and singing. At last, the carefree days of his boyhood, once stolen, now returned. This was an adventure at last. This was a man's aspiration, a chance to live life to the fullest. "My finest stock," Ayers told them with pride. "That's awfully kind of you," Arista said, "but we need to be getting up early tomorrow." "It's not polite to insult a host like that, Arista," Ulrich said, feeling her hands trying to strangle his dream. "I didn't. Ulrich, you can't stay up all night drinking and expect to get an early start in the morning." He frowned at her. This was why she had never been included in his and Morven's plans. "The man wants to honor us, all right?"
If you're tired, go to bed and leave us be.
Arista huffed loudly and threw her napkin on the table before walking out.
Your sister isn't pleased with you, Gaunt observed. Are you just discovering that now? Ulrich replied. Shall I open it? Ayres asked. I don't know, Ulrich muttered. It would be best to do as she tells you, Gaunt said. What's that? I only meant her being in charge and all. You don't want to become the nails sticking out. I can see why you're afraid of her, and I sympathize, believe me. You saw the way she treated me when we left. But what can we do? She holds all the power. She's not in charge, Ulrich growled. I am. He looked at Ayres. Open that bottle, my good man, and pour liberally. Gaunt smiled. I guess I misjudged you, Your Majesty. I've actually been doing too much of that. Take Magnus here, for example. Ulrich preferred not to. The idea that he had just finished a meal with, and was about to drink at the same table with, his father's killer sickened him. I was offended that I had to ride with a dwarf, but it turns out he's not a bad companion. True, he's not exactly a big talker, but he's interesting just the same. Did you know he's held here by the hairs of his beard? Literally. He's another member of our exclusive club, who your sister controls and forces to do her bidding. My sister doesn't control me, Ulrich snapped. And you had best watch your tongue, my friend, Morven advised Gaunt. You are treading on dangerous ground. My apologies. Perhaps I am mistaken. Please forgive me. It's just that I've never seen a woman lead a mission like this before. It's shocking to me, but then again, you come from the north and I come from the south, where women are expected to stay behind while their men go off to fight. Allow me to toast her. He raised his glass. To the Princess Arista, a lovely leader. I told you she's not in charge. I am, Ulrich said with more force. Gaunt smiled and raised his other hand defensively. I meant no offence. He raised his glass again. To you, then. To King Ulrich, the true leader of this mission. Hear, hear. Ulrich joined him and drank. Chapter 8. Amberton Lee. People were singing in the streets. They danced, and it did not seem to matter with whom. Streamers flew through the air, and explosions of light illuminated the sky like magic. Bands played, and every face reflected their joy. The doors to all the shops were open, their wares free to the people on the street. Free bread, free cakes, free meats, free drinks. People took whatever they liked, and the owners smiled and waved. Good founding, they shouted to each other. Good founding to you. May Novron bless his home and people. She felt disturbed at this, although she did not know why. Something was wrong. She looked at the faces. They did not know. Know what? She wondered. She had to hurry. Time was running out. Running out? What is going to happen? She had to move, but not too quickly. It was important not to give them cause for suspicion. She must get to the rendezvous. She squeezed the necklaces in her hand. Working the spell had taken all night. There was not even time to say goodbye to Alinia, and that broke her heart. As she hurried along, she knew she would never see Alinia again. Turning onto the Grand Mare, she saw the Imperial Guards waiting in the eaves. Each group was led by a Teshlor knight.
The 3 swords the knights carried marked them as surely as their imperial armor did. Heroes of the realm, the protectors of the emperor, assassins all. She had to find Navrik and Jerish. Pausing at the column of stone, she turned. The palace was straight ahead, not more than another half-mile. She could see the great golden dome. Emperor Nerion and his family were there. Her heart pounded, and her breath came in short gasps. She could go. She could face them. She could fight. They would not expect that, and she could get the first incantation. She would blow the whole miserable palace apart, and let the glass and stone rip through the bleeding bastards. But she knew it would not be enough. This would not stop them. But she would kill a few, and hurt many others. Not Venlin, though, and not Yolric. They would kill her. Maybe not Yolric, but Venlin, certainly. Venlin wouldn't hesitate. She would be dead. The imperial family would follow, and Navrik and Jerish would be lost. No, she needed to sacrifice the father for the son. It was the emperor's wish, his order. The line must endure at all costs. The line must survive. She turned and ran down Ebonydale, weaving her fingers, masking her movement. She had to get the necklaces to them. Then they could hide. The Empire would be safe, at least one small piece. Once the amulets were safely around their necks, and they were on their way, she would turn back. And Maribor helped the traitors then, for she was done hiding. They would see the power of a Senjar unleashed, unrestrained by edict. She would destroy the entire city if she needed to, lay it all to waste, bury it deep beneath the earth, and let them spend eternity picking through the rubble. For now, though, she had to hurry. It was time to go. Time to go. Time to... Arista woke up. It was dark, but as always, the robe was glowing faintly, revealing the small, sparse room. She felt as if she had fallen from one world to another. She was in a hurry to do something, but that was only a dream. Out the window, she could just make out the first hints of morning light. Slowly, she remembered she was in the Laughing Gnome in Ratibor. She kicked off the blankets and reached out with her toes, looking for her boots. The fire was out, and the room was cold. Touching the floorboards was like standing on ice. In just a few moments, she was moving up the corridor, knocking on doors, hearing people groan from behind them. Downstairs, the crowd from the night before was gone. The common room looked like a storm had passed through. Bella was up, and Arista smelled leftover lamb and onions. The rest staggered down groggily, wavering as they wiped their eyes. Malvin's hair was worse than ever, as several locks stood up on one side. Magnus couldn't stop yawning, and Ulrich kept dragging his hands over his face as if trying to remove a veil. Only Myron appeared alert, as if he had been up for some time. While they ate, Ayers ordered Jimmy into the cold to saddle the animals. Hadrian and Marvin took pity on the boy, and along with the other boys, they all went out to help him. By the time the sun reached the horizon, they were ready to leave. "Arista!" Ulrich stopped her as she headed for the door. They were alone in the common room, standing beside the bar, where a dozen mugs reeked of stale beer. "I would appreciate it if you were a little less quick to give orders in my presence. I am king, after all." "What did I... Are you mad that I woke everyone up?" "Well, yes, to be honest, I am. That and everything else you've done. You're constantly undermining my authority. You make me...
Well, you make me look weak, and I want you to stop. All I did was get people out of bed so we could get an early start. If you were up pounding on doors, I wouldn't have to. I told you that staying up late wasn't a good idea, but you didn't listen. Or would you rather we had waited until noon? Of course not. And I'm glad you got everyone up, but... But what? It's just that you're always doing that. Always taking command. Seems to me I wanted to ride on to Amberton Lee yesterday, but you ordered us here. Did I argue? You started to. If I had ridden off, we'd still be debating. Arista rolled her eyes. What do you want me to do, Ulrich? Not talk anymore? You want me to crawl in with the rest of the supplies in the sled and pretend I'm not here? That's just it. You insert yourself into everything. You shouldn't be here at all. This is no place for a woman. You may be king, but this is my mission. Medina didn't assign this task to me. I went to her to explain where I was going. This was my idea, my responsibility. I would have gone even if no one else did, even if Medina forbade me. And let me remind you that unless we succeed, you won't be king of anything. Ulrich's face was red, his cheeks full, his eyes angry. Lovers quarrel? Morven asked, walking in with a smile. When neither replied, he dropped the expression. Okay, never mind, I just forgot my gloves. But, the horses are ready. He picked the gloves up off a table and quickly slipped back out. Listen, Arista said in a quieter tone. I'm sorry, okay? I'll try to be more of a lady, if you want, and I'll let you lead. She gestured outside. They would probably prefer taking orders from a man anyway. There was a long pause, and she said, Still hate me? Ulrich wore a nasty look on his face, but the storm had passed. Let's go. People are waiting. He walked past her, and Arista sighed and followed him. By mid-morning, they found the ancient road. Royce seemed better, and rode with Hadrian at the head of the column, guiding them along narrow trails, paths, and even frozen rivers. Ulrich took his position right behind them. Arista stayed back. She rode with Myron once more, this time just behind the wagon. They left the farmlands and entered an unclaimed wilderness of fields and thickets. Not long after reaching the woods, they came upon a broad avenue. It didn't look the same as when Arista had ridden on it with Etcher. The snow hid the paving stones and weeds. Arista stopped Princess broadside in the avenue and looked up and down its length. Straight as a maypole, she muttered. The monk looked at her. This is it, she told him. The road to Persepliquus. Under this snow are stones laid thousands of years ago by order of Novron. Myron looked down. It's nice, he replied politely. They followed the tracks left by the sled ahead of them. There was silence as they rode through the trees. Here the snow was a soft powder and muffled everything, the sound of the horses and sled smothered to a whisper. Once more they travelled without much comment. Not long after they had started up the road, Magnus brought up the subject of lunch, and she was pleased to hear Ulrich say they would eat when they reached the Lee. The sun had passed overhead, and shadows were forming on the other side of the trees when they began climbing a steep hill. As they cleared the grey fingers of the forest, Arista saw the snow-crowned summit ahead. On it were broken shapes of cut stone, ruins of a great city poking up through the surface. Ancient walls, buried now in earth and snow, caught the pale light of a late winter afternoon. It is a grave, she thought, and wondered how she could have missed this before.
A sense of sadness and loss radiated from the mounds now that she understood what she was seeing. Pillars lay half buried in the hillside, mammoth headstones of a giant's graveyard. Broken steps of marble and walls of stone lay crumbled. Only one tree stood upon the hill. It appeared dead, but, like the rest of the ruins, still stood long after its time. The strange shapes rose from the earth, casting blue shadows. The scene was beautiful. Beautiful but sad, in the way a lake can still be beautiful, even when frozen. Royce raised a hand for them to stop when they reached the base of the open hillside. He dismounted and went ahead on foot. They all waited, listening to the jangle of the bridles as the horses shook their heads, unhappy with the interruption. When he returned, he spoke briefly with Hadrian and Ulrich. Arista's brother glanced back at her as if he might say something or call her up to ask advice. He looked away, and the party moved on once more. Arista fought the urge to trot ahead and inquire about what was happening. It was frustrating to sit in the dark, sentenced to the corner like a naughty child, but it was important for Ulrich to hold the reins. She squeezed her hands into fists. She loved her brother, but she didn't trust him to make the right decisions. Hadrian is up there with him, she thought. He won't let him do anything stupid. Thank Maribor she had Hadrian with her. He was the only one in the party she felt she could rely on, the only one she could lean on without fear of breaking or offending. Just looking at the back of him as he bounced on his horse was comforting. They climbed to the summit and dismounted. "We'll have lunch," Ulrich announced. "Myron, come up here, will you?" Royce, Ulrich, and Myron spoke together for several minutes while Arista sat on some stone, absently eating strips of smoked beef and exhausting her jaws in the attempt. Ibis had sent full meals, but she was in no mood. The chewing gave her something to do besides walking over there. She turned away to see Eldon staring at her. He looked away bashfully, pretending to search in his pack for something. "Don't mind him, my lady," Wyatt said. "Or should I address you as your highness?" "You can call me Arista," she said, and watched his eyes widen. "Seriously?" She nodded. "Of course." He shrugged. "Okay, then. Arista?" He spoke the word gingerly. "Eldon here, he doesn't get out much, and when he has, it's been on board ships where there aren't any women. I suspect you're the first lady he's seen up close in, well, as long as I've known him. And I'm sure you're the only noble woman he's ever seen." She touched her matted hair and the robe that hung on her like a smock. "Not a very good example, I'm afraid. I'm not exactly Lady Linnea Pickering, am I? I'm not even the best-looking princess here. My horse takes that title. Her name is Princess." She smiled. Wyatt looked at her, puzzled. "You sure don't speak like a noblewoman. I mean, you do, but you don't." "That's very coherent, Mr. Dementhal." "There, you see. Those are the words of a princess, putting me in my place with eloquence and grace." "As well she should," Hadrian said, appearing beside her. "Do I need to keep an eye on you?" he asked Wyatt. "I thought you were his bodyguard." He pointed to Gaunt, who remained on the wagon with the dwarf, their lunches resting on the bench between them. "You'd think that, wouldn't you?" "What did Royce find?" Arista asked. "Tracks, but they're old." "What kind of tracks?" "Gazelle. Probably a scouting party. Looks like King Frederick was right about the flood. But we're still a ways from Violin Hills. I'm surprised they're scouting out this far." She nodded thoughtfully. "And Ulrich has Myron and Royce trying to find the entrance?" "Yep, they're looking for a river, Hall's book tells of a river flowing into a hole. What about the tracks?
What about them?
Have you followed them?
They're too old to be a threat. Royce guesses they were made more than a week ago.
Maybe they aren't from Violin Hills. The Patriarch said gazelle were in Persepliquus. Follow the tracks. They might lead to the entrance. And get Magnus off the wagon. Isn't he supposed to be an expert at finding underground passages? Hadrian stared at her stupidly.
You're absolutely right.
He started to return to the others. Hadrian? She stopped him.
Yeah?
Don't tell Ulrich I said anything. Say it was your idea. He looked confused for a second, then said,
Oh, right.
He nodded with sympathy. Hadrian started to climb the hill, then waved at Wyatt.
Come on, sailor. You can help look too.
But I'm still... Hadrian gave him a smirk.
Okay.
Excuse me, my lady. Arista. The two climbed to the top of the hill and disappeared over the rise. Eldon came over and sat beside her. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small bit of wood, holding it out in his huge palm. It was a figurine, deftly carved in the shape of a woman. She took it and, upon closer inspection, realized it was her. The detail was perfect, right down to her messy hair and Ezra Hardin's robe.
"For you,"
she heard him whisper. It's beautiful. Thank you. Eldon nodded. Then, standing up slowly, he moved off to sit by himself. Arista held the statuette in her fingers, wondering when he had found time to make it. She tried to determine whether he had whittled in the saddle or carved it the night before while the rest of them were eating dinner. Myron left the top of the hill, and Arista waved him over. So, what does Mr. Hall have to say about how he got in? Myron smiled comically.
"Not a lot that is of much help. Although he did have some nice diagrams that showed the ruins, so we are in the right place. As for getting in, all he said was that he went into a hole. From his accounts, it was really deep. He started climbing down and fell. A nasty fall by the sound of it, too. His handwriting afterwards was shaky, and he only bothered to write short sentences. Fell in a hole, no way out. The pile. They eat everything. Cyclone of darkness. River running. Stars. Millions. Crawling, crawling, crawling. They eat everything."
Arista sneered. "Doesn't sound all that pleasant, does it?"
"It gets worse," he said. "Down near the underground sea, just before he reached the city, he encountered the Bahran gazelle, but that wasn't the worst of it. He actually made it to the Great Library when—"
A whistle sounded.
"Found it!"
Ulrich shouted. The hole was not on the summit of the hill. Hadrian had watched as Magnus and Royce had located the passage, each coming at it from a different direction. Royce traced gazelle tracks, and Magnus followed what he called the sound of an underground hollow. They came together down the back side of the slope, where the angle grew steep and dangerous. A patch of trees and thick thorny brambles wreathed what appeared to be a minor depression. The only clue that something more lurked there was the faint echo of falling water. "Looks slippery," Morven said, as they all gathered on the icy ridge above. "Who's going first?" Before anyone could answer, Royce appeared, carrying a heavy coil of rope, wearing his climbing harness and slipping on his hand claws, brass wraps with sharpened hooks that jutted out of his palms. Hadrian helped him get situated, then Royce lay on his stomach and inched along, leaving a trough in the soft snow as he eased off the ridge. As he started down the slope, Royce began to slide. He tried to get a grip, but his hands and claws found only snow. He picked up speed like a sled, and Hadrian worked at taking up the slack in the rope. Then Royce crashed through the thickets and disappeared from view. Morven joined Hadrian on the rope, which was now as taut as a bowstring. "Get the end," Hadrian ordered. "Tie it to that tree." Magnus moved to grab the line. "No, not you," Hadrian shouted, and the dwarf scowled. Hadrian looked to the next closest person. "Wyatt, could you tie the end off?" The sailor grabbed the end of the rope and dragged it around the base of the little birch. "How you doing, Royce?" Hadrian called. "Dangling," Royce replied. "Pretty slick up there. Give me some slack." They stood in a circle, each keeping a safe distance, all of them standing on their toes trying to see down. Overhead, the winter clouds made it hard to tell the time. There was no sun, just a vague grey light that filled the sky, leaving everything murky and drained of colour. Hadrian guessed they had only 4 hours of light left. Morven and Hadrian let out the rope until it hung from the tree, although Hadrian continued to hold on to it just the same. He couldn't see Royce, and stared instead at the thin rope. It, too, was mostly lost, buried in the snow, leaving only a telltale mark. "Can you reach the bottom?" "How much rope do we have?" Royce's voice returned like an echo from the bottom of a well. Hadrian looked at Arista. 10 coils of 50 feet each," she replied. "All told, there should be 500 feet's worth," she shouted, tilting her head up a bit, as if throwing her voice into the hole. "Not half good enough," Royce replied. "That's a deep hole," Hadrian said. The rope shifted and twisted at the edge. "What are you doing, buddy?" "Trying something." "Something stupid?" "Maybe." He sounded winded. The rope stopped moving and went slack. "Royce?" Hadrian called. No answer. "Royce!" "Relax," came his reply. "This might work. I'm on a ledge, big enough for all of us, I think. Icy, but doable. We can tie on here, too. Looks like we'll have to work our way a leg at a time. Might as well start sending down the gear." They brought up the wagon and began lowering supplies, each package disappearing through the opening in the brush. "I'll go first," Ulrich announced when the wagon was empty. Hadrian and Morven tied the safety rope around his waist and legs. Once tethered, the king took hold of the guide rope and, sitting down on the snow, scooted forward. Morven and Hadrian were careful this time to let out the rope slowly, and soon Ulrich reached the thickets and peered through. "Oh, dear Maribor!" Ulrich exclaimed. "You have me, right?" he shouted back at them. "You're not going anywhere until you want to," Morven replied. "Oh, Lord," he repeated several times. Royce was offering suggestions, but too faintly for Hadrian to hear exactly what they were. Okay, here I go," Ulrich said. He turned himself over and, lying flat on his stomach, started backing into the hole, clutching tightly to the guide rope. "Slowly now," he warned, as Morven and Hadrian let out the tether, and inch by inch he slipped over the edge and out of view. "Oh, sweet Maribor!" they heard him exclaim. "You okay?" Hadrian called. "Are you crazy? Of course I'm not. This is insane." "Lower him," Royce shouted. They let out the line until Hadrian felt a tug that he guessed was Royce pulling Ulrich to the ledge. The rope went slack. Royce shouted the all clear, and they reeled up the empty harness. Feeling it best to send him early so they still had enough people to man the rope, they sent Eldon next. He went over the side quietly, although his eyes told a story similar to Ulrich's.
"Deegan, you're next,"
Hadrian informed him.
"You are joking," Gaunt replied. "You don't expect me to go down there?" "Kinda while you're here." "That's insane. What if the rope breaks? What if we can't reach the bottom? What if we can't get back up? I'm not doing this. It's ridiculous."
Hadrian just stared at him, holding the harness.
"I won't."
"You have to," Arista told him. "I don't know why, but I know the heir of Novron must accompany us for this trip to be successful. Without you, there's no need for any of us to go."
"Then fine. None of us go."
"If we don't, the elves will kill everyone." He looked at her and then at the others with a desperate, pleading face.
"How do you know this? I mean, how do you know I have to come?"
"Ezra Harden told me."
"That loon?
He was a wizard."
"He's dead. If he was so all-knowing, how come he's dead? Huh?" "Waiting down here," Ulrich shouted up.
"You have to go," Arista told him.
"And if I refuse?"
"You won't be emperor."
"What good is being emperor if I'm dead?"
No one spoke. They all just looked at him. Deegan slumped his shoulders and grimaced.
"How do you put this damn thing on?" "Put your feet through the loops and buckle it around your waist," Hadrian explained.
After Gaunt and Arista were down, Wyatt took over Hadrian's position on the rope, freeing him to speak with Renwick.
"You have supplies to last a week, perhaps more if you conserve," he told him and the other boys as they gathered around. "Take care of the horses and stay off the hilltop. Make camp in that hollow. For your own safety, and avoid a fire in the daylight. The smoke will be visible at a distance. It would be best not to attract any uninvited guests." "We can handle ourselves," Brand declared. "I'm sure you can, but still it would be best not to wander, and try to keep unnoticed." "I want to go with you," Renwick said. "Me too," Mintz added. Hadrian smiled. "You're all very brave." "Not me," Elbright said. "A man would have to be a royal fool to go into something like that." "So, you're the sensible one," Hadrian told him. "Still, we need all of you to do your job here. Keep the camp and take care of the horses for us. If we aren't back in a week, I suspect we won't be coming back, and it will probably be too late if we do. If you see fire in the north or west, that will likely mean the elves have overrun Aquesta or Ratibor. Your best bet would be to go south, perhaps try to catch a ship to the Westerlands, although I've no idea what you'll find there." "You'll be back," Renwick said confidently. Hadrian gave the boy a hug, then turned to look at the monk who was, as usual, with the horses. "Come on, Myron. It's nearly your turn." Myron nodded, petting his animal one last time, whispering to it. Hadrian put an arm around him as they walked toward the ridge, where Wyatt and Morven were in the process of lowering Magnus. "What did you say to Royce last night?" Hadrian asked the monk.
"I just spoke with him briefly about loss and coping with it."
"Something you read?"
"Sadly, no."
Hadrian waited for more, but the monk was silent. "Well, whatever it was, it worked. He's, I don't know, alive again. Not singing songs and dancing, of course. If he did that, I suppose I'd worry. But you know, kind of normal, in a Royce sort of way."
"He's not," Myron replied, "and he'll never be the way he was again. There's always a scar."
"Well, I'm just saying the difference is like summer and winter. You should be thanked, even if Royce will never say it. There aren't many who would face him like that. It's like pulling a thorn from a lion's paw. I love Royce, but he is dangerous. The life he's lived denied him a proper understanding of right and wrong. He wasn't kidding when he said he might have killed you.
I know.
Really?
Myra nodded. Of course.
You didn't even seem worried. What happened to my little naive shut-in who walked in awe of the world? Where did all the wisdom come from?
Myron looked at him, puzzled.
I'm a monk.
Hadrian was the last to enter the hole, lowering himself hand over hand, sliding on his stomach to the edge, where at last he looked over and saw what Ulrich and the rest already had. An abyss opened below him. From the rim of the bowl, the opening looked small, but it was an illusion. The aperture was huge, an almost perfect circle of irregular rock, like the burrow of some enormous rabbit, and it went straight down. As in the past, long icicles decorated the upper walls, stretching down from stony cliffs, and snow dusted the crevices. He couldn't see the bottom. The setting sun cast an oblique light across the opening and against the far wall, leaving the depths lost to darkness. Far below, so far he wouldn't have ventured an arrow shot, swallows flew, their tiny bodies appearing as insects, highlighted by the sunlight and brilliant against the black maw as they swirled and circled. A bit light-headed, Hadrian stared down into the space below his feet. His stomach lightened, and it took conscious effort to breathe. He got a firm hold of the rope, slipped over the side, and dangled in mid-air. The sensation was disturbing. Only the thin line separated him from eternity. "You're doing great," Arista called to him, as if she were an old pro now, her voice hollow as it echoed across the mouth of the shaft. He felt Royce pulling him in toward the side. Looking down, he saw all of them crouched on a narrow ledge that was glassy with ice, their gear stacked at one end. He touched down, feeling hands on his waist, pulling him to the safety of the wall. "That was fun," he joked, only then realizing how fast his heart was racing. "Yeah, we should do this all the time," Morven said, and followed it with a nervous laugh. "Want us to leave the rope or untie it?" Renwick called down. "Have him leave it," Roy said. "That lip will be a problem otherwise. From this point on, I'll come last and bring the rope with me. Wyatt, you have the most climbing experience. Why don't you find the next ledge?" Hadrian could see tension on the sailor's face as they tied on the harness. The interior of the hole was a wall of stone with many handholds. Hadrian guessed that even he could climb it with little fear, if not for the ice, and the knowledge that he was hundreds of feet from the ground. Wyatt found a landing point, a new ledge some ways down, and they began the moving process again. The next ledge was narrower and shorter. There wasn't enough room for everyone, and Wyatt was forced to move on before all of them were down. Royce brought up the rear, untying the rope, coiling it around his body, and climbing down untethered using just his claws. The next 2 levels, Hadrian didn't consider ledges at all. They were merely a series of hand and footholds, where only 3 could pause. As they were forced to cling to the rock without ropes, their gear was left to dangle. The next ledge was the widest yet, being the width of a country lane, and upon reaching it, several of them collapsed, lying down on their backs, their chests heaving, sweat dripping. Hadrian joined them, yawning to relieve the growing pressure in his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw a circle of white light above them that was no larger than his thumb held at arm's length. A seemingly solid shaft of light, like a pale grey pillar, beamed down into the hole. Through its luminescent column, the swallows swooped at eye level, rising and falling, dancing through the shaft. The far wall was still so distant, it appeared hazy in the ethereal light.
It's like being bloody spiders, Ulrich remarked. I'm not sure even being ruler of the world is worth all this, Deegan moaned. I can see how Edmund Hall fell now. But he must have gotten down a long way to have survived, Arista said. Could you imagine doing this alone? He wasn't alone, Myron said. He had 2 friends and several servants. What happened to them? Were they locked up as well? No, Myron replied. They didn't survive, did they? I'm afraid not. Hadrian sat up. His clothes were wet. Around him droplets fell, cascading down the walls. Looking across the shaft, he could see a clear division between a bright level of ice and snow and a much darker level of damp stone. It's warmer, he said. We need to keep going, Royce told them. The light is fading. Anyone want to do this holding a torch? Try and find thicker ledges, Ulrich told Wyatt. I find what I find. The lower they went, the darker it became, regardless of the daylight, which, to Hadrian's dismay, was fading quickly. They dropped down 4 more ledges. Their efficiency grew with repetition, but their progress was being hampered by the failing light. The walls were black, while overhead the opening had changed from a brilliant grey to a sickly yellow, with one side dipping into a rosy purple as the sun began to set. Arista was on the rope, climbing down, when he heard her scream. Hadrian's heart skipped. He was holding the rope, had it wrapped around his waist, when he felt her weight jerk him. "Arista!" he shouted. "I'm all right," she called up. "Did you slip?" Ulrich yelled from farther below. I put my hand on a bat," she said. "Everyone quiet," Royce ordered. Hadrian could hear it too, a faint squeaking, but on a massive, droning scale. That was followed by a hum, a vibration that bounced within the shaft until it grew to a thunder. The air moved with a mysterious wind, swirling and gusting. "What's going on?" Arista called out, her voice hard to hear behind the growing roar. "Hang on!" Hadrian shouted back. They felt a rushing movement like an eruption that issued from below as the world filled with the fluttering of endless wings and high-pitched squeals. Hadrian braced himself, holding tight to the rope, as Arista screamed once more, and the shaft filled with a cloud of bats that swirled with the force of a cyclone. With his head down, Hadrian clutched the rope, wrapping it tight around his forearm. Morven and Royce grabbed hold of him. Arista was not going anywhere. In less than a minute, the hurricane of bats passed by. "Lower me down," Arista called, "before something else happens." He felt her touch down, and as he reeled up the harness, Hadrian looked up. The small patch of mauve sky was filled with a dark, swirling line. A cloud of bats snaked like the tail of a serpent, twisting, looping, circling. Like a magic plume of smoke, they were mesmerizing to watch. Hadrian guessed there had to be millions. Looking back down, he noticed there was a light below, a bright light that filled the shaft, revealing the glistening walls. "What's going on down there?" he called. "I'm tired of not being able to see," Arista yelled back. "She's got her robe glowing," Ulrich said uncomfortably. When Hadrian got down, he saw the princess perched on an outcropping of rock. Her legs dangled over the edge, scissoring in the air, her robe glowing white. Whenever she moved, the shadows shifted. Everyone stole repeated glances, as if it might be impolite to stare. Gaunt had no such reservation as he gaped, openly horrified. On they went, following the same order, all of them doing their job with a rhythm.
They travelled in silence, except for the necessary calls of "Down" and "Clear." It took 5 more descents before he heard Wyatt call up, "Stop! I'm at the bottom!" "You're still on the rope," Hadrian shouted back, confused. "You haven't touched down yet. You need more slack." "No! No slack. I would prefer not to touch down." "River?" Arista asked. "Nope, but it's moving." "What is?" "Can't really tell. It's too dark down here. Give me a minute to find a place to land." In time, they all descended to an island of rock that jutted up from the floor of the cavern. Even with Arista beside him, it was too dark for Hadrian to see clearly what lay around them. All he knew was that they stood on an island within a sea of dark movement. He smelled a foul odour and heard a soft chattering coming from the floor. The smell was very much like an old chicken coop. "What is it, Royce?" "I really think you need to see this for yourself," Royce replied. "Arista, can you turn that thing up?" Before he finished his sentence, Ezrahardin's robe increased in brilliance, a phosphorus light illuminating the entire base of the shaft. What they saw left them speechless. They were not actually at the bottom. They stood on the tip of an up-thrusted rock, tall enough to breach the surface of a monolithic pile of bat droppings. The cone-shaped mound of guano stood easily 300 feet high. Every inch of it moved, as across its surface scurried hundreds of thousands of cockroaches. "By Mar!" Morven exclaimed. "That's disgusting," Ulrich said. There was more than cockroaches. Hadrian spotted something white and spidery darting across the surface. A crab. And there was not just one, but hundreds, all scuttling along. There was a faint squeal lower down, and he saw a rat. The rodent was scrambling to escape the pile as a horde of beetles swarmed it. The rat toppled and was pulled onto its back, where it floundered, struggling in the soft guano. It squealed again. Its feet, tail and head quivered and thrashed above the surface as an endless mob of beetles pulled it down, until only the trembling, hairless tail was visible, and then it, too, vanished. "Crawling, crawling, crawling. They eat everything," Myron quoted. "Anyone want to try walking across that?" Royce asked. Wyatt replied with an uncomfortable laugh, then said, "No. Seriously, how do we get down?" "What if we jump and run real fast?" Morven offered. This idea garnered several grimaces. "What if it's not solid? Can you imagine it being so soft that you went under, like water?" Magnus muttered. "You're thinking something," Hadrian said to Royce. "You saw this from above. You wouldn't have come down if you didn't have some kind of plan." He shook his head. "Not me, but I was hoping she would." He gestured at Arista. All eyes turned to the princess, and she returned the looks with an expression of surprise and self-doubt. "You need to provide us with a path or something," Royce told her. "Some means of getting down the slope of this pile. There's an opening over there, a crack in the wall, see it?" He pointed. "It'll be tight, but I think we can get through. Of course, we'll have to crawl, possibly even dig our way out. So, really, anything you can do to distract the meat-eating beetles would be nice." She nodded and sighed. "I really don't have a lot of experience at this." "You do what you can," Hadrian told her. "The only other alternative is Morven's idea. We run for it and hope to get out before we're completely eaten." Arista made a face and nodded again. Everyone should stand behind me. I don't know exactly what will happen."
"What's she gonna do?" Gaunt asked. "What's going on?"
"Just do as she says," Royce told him.
The princess took a position on the edge of the rock and faced the mound. The rest gathered behind her, shifting their feet so as not to fall. Arista stood with her arms at her sides, rotating her palms out toward the mound, and slowly, softly, she began to hum. Then the light of her robe went out. Darkness swallowed them. Their only reference point was the tiny circle of starlit sky that lingered overhead, and in the absence of sight, the chattering sounds of a million roaches echoed. They all stood close to each other, huddled against the black, when tiny lights began appearing. Pinpricks flashed and died in the air before them. While the sparks lived, they swirled and drifted, riding currents of spinning air. More appeared, until Hadrian felt he was seeing the top of a giant campfire. There was no flame, only the swarm of sparks that rose high into the air, carried up as if the shaft were an enormous chimney. In addition to the sparks, there was heat. It felt as if Hadrian stood before his father's forge. He could feel it baking his clothes and flushing his skin. With the heat came a new smell. Far worse than the musty ammonia scent, this was thick and overpowering, the gagging stench of burning hair. As they watched, the pile before them began to radiate light, a faint red glow like embers in a neglected fireplace. Then spontaneously flames caught, flaring here and there, throwing tall demonic shadows dancing on the walls. All right, Ulrich shouted. That's enough. You're burning my face off." The flames subsided. The red glow faded, and the soaring sparks died. Arista's robe once more glowed, but fainter and with a bluish tint. Her shoulders slumped and her legs wavered. Hadrian grabbed hold of her by the elbow and waist. "Are you all right?" "Did it work? Is anyone hurt?" she asked, turning to look. "A little seared, perhaps," he said. Royce ventured a foot out onto the pile. There was an audible crunch, as if he were stepping on eggshells. The surface of the mound looked dark and glassy. Nothing moved any more. Royce took 2 steps, then returned promptly to the island. "Still a tad warm. We might want to wait a bit." "How did you do that?" Deegan asked, astonished, while at the same time shifting away from her as far as the tiny perch allowed. "She's a witch," Magnus said. "She's not a witch." In the otherwise silent cave, the volume of his own voice embarrassed Hadrian. It echoed twice. He noticed Ulrich looking at him surprised, and he felt suddenly crowded. He stepped off and started walking. He felt the surface of the pile crackle beneath his weight, the heat under his boots as if he were striding across sun-baked sand. He shuffled down the side of the pile, kicking the roasted remains of crabs aside. Light bobbed behind him, and he knew at least Arista followed. They reached the crack. It was larger than it had seemed at a distance, and he was able to pass through without so much as ducking. Chapter 9. War News. The 2 girls sprinted across the parapet, their dark winter cloaks waving in their wake. Mercy jerked to a halt, and Ali nearly ran her down. They bumped and both giggled into the cold wind. The sky was as grey as the castle walls they stood on, their cheeks a brilliant red from the cold, but they were oblivious to such things. Mercy got to her hands and knees, and, crawling between the merlons, she peered down. Huge blocks of unevenly coloured stone formed a 20-foot-high wall, the squares seeming to diminish in size the farther away they were. At the bottom lay a street, where dozens of people walked, rode, or pushed carts. The sight made Mercy's stomach rise, and her hands felt so weak that squeezing anything caused a tickling sensation. Still, it was wonderful to see the world from so high, to see the roofs of houses and the patterns formed by streets. With the snow, almost everything was white, but there were splashes of colour. The side of a red barn on a distant hill, the 3-story building painted sky blue, the bronze patches of road where snow retreated before the heat of traffic. Mercy had never seen a city before, much less one from this height. Being on the battlements of the palace made her feel as if she were the empress of the world, or at least a flying bird, both of equal delight in her mind. "He's not down there," Ali shouted, her voice buffeted by the wind, so that her words came to Mercy as if from miles away. "He doesn't have wings." Mercy crawled back out of the blocks of stone, and, bracing her back against the battlement, paused to catch her breath. Ali was standing before her, grinning madly, her hood off, dark hair flying in the wind. Mercy hardly noticed Ali's ears, or the odd way her eyes narrowed any more. Mercy had been fascinated by her that first day, when they had met in the dining hall. She had wandered away from the Pickerings' table to get a closer look at the strange, elven girl. Ali had been just as interested in Mr. Rings, and from then on, the two were inseparable. Ali was her best friend, even better than Mr. Rings, for although Mercy confided all her secrets to each, Ali could understand. Ali sympathized when Mercy told her how Arcadius had refused to let her roam the forests near the university. She had suffered equally from similar hardships, such as when her father refused to let her roam their home city of Colnora. Both girls spent long nights by candlelight, sharing horror stories of their adventure-impoverished childhoods, rendered such by overprotective guardians who refused to see the necessity of finding tadpoles, or obtaining the twisted metal of the tinsmith threw away. They tried on each other's clothes. Ali's wardrobe consisted of boyish outfits, mostly tunics and trousers, all faded and worn with holes in the knees and elbows, but Mercy found them marvellous. They were much easier to wear than dresses when climbing trees. Ali had very few clothes compared to the many dresses, gowns, and cloaks Mercy used to have at the university, but of course, now Mercy had only the one outfit Miranda had dressed her in the day they had fled Sheridan. In the end, all they managed to do was trade cloaks. Mercy's was thicker and warmer, but she liked how Ali's old tattered wrap made her look dashing, like some wild hero. Ali let Mercy play with the spare sextant her father had given her, showing her how to determine their position by the stars. In return, Mercy let Ali play with Mr. Rings, but began regretting the decision, now that he climbed on Ali's shoulder more often than her own. Late at night, she would scold the raccoon for his disloyalty, but he only chattered back. She wasn't at all certain he understood the gravity of the problem. "There!" Ali shouted, pointing farther up the parapet, where Mercy spotted the raccoon's tiny face peering at them from around the corner. The two bolted after him. The face vanished, a ringed tail flashed, and was gone. The two slid on the snow as they rounded the corner. They were at the front of the palace now, above the great gates. On the outside was a large square where vendors sold merchandise from carts, and barkers shouted about the best leather, the slowest-burning candles, and the bargain price of honey. On the inside lay the castle courtyard and, beyond it, the tall, imposing keep, rising as a portly tower with numerous windows. The raccoon was nowhere to be seen. "More tracks!" Mercy cried dramatically, The fool leaves a trail!" Off they ran once more, following the tiny hand-shaped imprints in the snow. "He went down the tower stairs, lasses," the turret guard informed them as they raced by. Mercy only glanced at him. He was huge, as all the guards were, wearing his silver helm and layers of dark wool, and holding a spear. He smiled at her, and she smiled back. "There!" Ali shouted, pointing across the courtyard at a dark shadow darting under a delivery cart. They scrambled down the steps, bounded to the bottom, and raced across the ward. They caught up to him when he neared the old garden. The two split up like hunters driving their quarry. Ali blocked Mr. Ring's path, forcing him toward Mercy, who was closing in. At the last minute, Mr. Rings fled toward the wood pile outside the kitchen. He easily scaled the stacked logs and scampered through a window, left open a crack to vent smoke. "Crafty villain!" Ali cursed. "You can't escape!" Mercy shouted. Mercy and Ali entered the yard door to the kitchen and raced through the scullery, startling the servants, one of whom dropped a large pan which rang like a gong. Shouts and curses echoed behind them as they sped up the stairs, past the linen storeroom, and into the great hall, where Mercy finally made a spectacular diving grab and caught Mr. Rings by the back foot. His tiny claws skittered over the polished floor, but to no avail. She got a better grip and pulled him to her. "Gotcha!" she proclaimed, lying on her back, hugging the raccoon and panting for breath. "It's the gallows for you!" Ahem! Mercy heard the sound and instantly knew she was in trouble. She rolled over and, looking up, saw a woman glaring down, her arms folded and a stern look across her face. She wore a brilliant black gown decorated with precious stones that twinkled like stars. At the nearby table, another woman and 8 men with grim faces stared at them. "I don't recall inviting you to this meeting," the woman told Mercy. "Or you," she said to Ali, who had tumbled in behind Mercy. She then focused on Mr. Rings. "And I know I didn't invite you." "Forgive us, Your Eminence," the 2 door guards said in near unison as they rushed forward, the foremost taking a rough hold of Ali. The second guard grabbed for Mercy, who scrambled to her feet, frightened. The lady raised a delicate hand, bending it slightly at the wrist, and instantly the guard halted. "You are forgiven," she told him. "Let her go." The guard holding Ali obeyed, and the little girl took a step away, looking at him warily. "You're the Empress?" Mercy asked. "Yes," she replied. "My name is Modena." "I'm Mercy." "I know. Ali has told me all about you. And this is Mr. Rings, correct?" the Empress asked, reaching out a hand and stroking the raccoon's head. Mr. Rings tilted his snout down in a shy gesture as he was awkwardly held to Mercy's chest, his belly exposed. "Is he the one causing all the trouble?" "It's not his fault," Mercy blurted out. "We were just playing a game. Mr. Rings was the despicable thief who stole the crown jewels, and me and Ali were on the hunt, tracking him down to face the axeman's justice. Mr. Rings just happens to be a really good thief." "I see. But alas, we are in the middle of a very important meeting that does not include thieves, axemen, or little girls." She focused on Mr. Rings, as if she were speaking only to him. "And raccoons, no matter how cute, are not allowed. If you 2 would be so kind as to take him back to the kitchen and ask Mr. Thinley to make him a plate of something, perhaps that will keep him out of mischief. See if he can also find some sweetmeats for the 2 of you. Toffee, perhaps. And while he's being so kind, you might return the favor by asking if there are any chores you can do for him." Mercy was nodding, even before she finished. "Away with you, then," she said, and the two sprinted back the way they had come, exchanging wide-eyed looks of relief. Medina watched them race out, then turned back to the council. She didn't resume her seat, but preferred to walk, taking slow steps, circling the long table where her ministers and knights waited. The only sounds in the room were the crackle of the fire and the click of her shoes. She walked more for effect than from need. As Empress, she had discovered the power and necessity of appearances. The dress was an outward expression of this. Stiff, tight, restraining, noisy, and generally uncomfortable, it was, nonetheless, impressive. She noticed the expressions of awe in the eyes of all who beheld her. Awe begot respect. Respect begot confidence. Confidence begot courage, and she needed her people to be brave. She needed them to cast aside their doubts, even in the face of a terrible growing shadow. She needed them to believe in the wisdom of a young woman, even when faced with annihilation. The men at the table were not fools. They would not be there if she'd thought them so. They were practical, clear-thinking, war-hardened leaders. Such romantic notions as the infallibility of a daughter of Novron did not impress them. The count of spears and a calculated plan were more to their liking. Still, even such efforts she knew to be futile. Warriors on a battlefield and the belief in a demigod empress would stand equal chance of saving them now. She had but one hope, and, as a goddess or a thoughtful ruler, she needed their blind allegiance to raise the payment needed to buy time. So, she walked with her head bowed, her fingers tapping her lower lip in apparent contemplation, giving the impression that she calculated the number of swords and shields, their positions at the choke points, the river dams set to be broken, the bridges set to be destroyed, the units of cavalry, the state of preparedness of the reserve battalions. More than anything, she didn't wish to appear to these old men as a flighty girl who held no understanding of the weight she bore. She paused, looking at the fire, leaving her back to the table. "You are certain, then?" she asked. "Yes, Your Eminence," Sir Brecton replied. "A beacon is burning." "But only one?" "We know that the elves are capable of swiftness and stealth. It's why we had so many signal patrols." "Still, only one?" "It's no accident." "No, of course not," she said, pivoting on a heel so that her mantle swept gracefully around. "And I do not doubt it now, but it shows something of their ability. Out of 24, only one man had enough time to lay a torch to a pile of oiled wood." She sighed. "They have crossed the Gaelwar, then. Trent has fallen." "Very well. Send orders to clear the countryside, evacuate the towns and villages, and break the dams and bridges. Seal us off from the rest of the world, except for the southern pass. That we leave open for the princess. Thank you, gentlemen." The meeting was over, and the council stood. Brecton turned to Medina. "I will leave immediately to personally take charge of destroying the bridges in Colnora." She nodded, and noticed Amelia wince at his words. "Sir Brecton, I hope you do not take offence, but I'd like to have my secretary accompany you so that she can report to me. I don't want to take you away from your duties just to keep me informed." Both of them looked shocked. "But, Your Eminence, I will be riding north. There is risk." "I will leave it to her, then. Amelia, will you go?" She nodded. "As my Empress wishes," she said solemnly, as if this were a terrible hardship that she would endure only for the sake of the Empire. Amelia, however, was not a very good actress. As you will be passing by Terran Vale, see that you check on Amelia's family and ensure they are sent here to the palace." This time Amelia lit up with genuine surprise. "As you wish," Sir Brecton said with a bow. Amelia said nothing, but reached out and squeezed Medina's hand as she passed her. "One more thing," Medina said. "See to it that the man, the one that lit the fire, see that he receives a commendation of some kind. He should be rewarded." "I will indeed, Your Eminence." Servants entered the hall carrying plates, but pulled up short with guilty looks. No, come in." She waved them forward. "Chancellor, you and I will continue in my office to allow these people to set up for the evening meal." Outside the great hall, the corridors and public rooms buzzed with dozens of people walking, working, or just gathering to talk. She liked it this way. The castle felt alive. For so long she had lived within a cold, hollow shell, a ghost within a mausoleum. But now, packed tightly with guests, all fighting for access to wash basins and seats at tables, and arguing over snoring and blanket stealing, it felt like a home. At times she could almost imagine they were all relatives, arriving as guests for a grand party, or, perhaps, given the lingering mood, a funeral. She had never met most of those she saw, but they were family now. They were all family now. Guards escorted them through the corridor and up the central stairs. Since the Royce incident, as Brecton called it, he insisted she have bodyguards at all times. They ordered people in gruff tones to step back. "Empress!" they would call out, and crowds would gasp, look around nervously, dividing and bowing. She liked to smile and wave as she passed, but on the stairs she had to hold the hem of her dress. The dress, for all its expense, was no end of problems, and she looked forward to the end of the day, when she could retire to her room and slip into her linen nightgown. She half considered going there now. Nimbus wouldn't mind. He had seen her in it hundreds of times, and while he was a shining example of protocol himself, he was silent to the foibles she made. As Medina climbed the stairs, it occurred to her she would have no more reservation about changing her clothes in front of him than she would about doing so in front of Red or Amelia, as if he were a doctor or priest. They entered what had once been Salda's office. She had most of the church paraphernalia and personal items removed. The chambermaids might even have scrubbed it, as the room did smell better. The sun was setting outside the window, the last of the light quickly fading. "How long has it been?" she asked Nimbus as he closed the office door. "Only 2 days, Your Eminence," Nimbus replied. "It seems so much longer. They must have reached Amberton Lee by now, right?" "Yes, I should think so. I should have sent riders with them to report back. I don't like this waiting. Waiting to hear from them, waiting to hear the trumpet blare of invasion." She looked out at the dying light. "When they seal the northern pass and destroy the bridges in Colnora, the only way in or out of this city will be by sea, or by the southern gate. Do you think I should put more ships out to guard against a water invasion? We are vulnerable to that." "It's possible, yet unlikely. I've never heard of elves being ones for seagoing. I don't believe they brought ships with them across Dunmore. Brecton destroyed the Mellingar fleet and— What about Trent? They might have gone there for the ships." The slender man nodded his powdered wig-covered head. "Except that there was no need at that time. There will be no need until your men close the roads. Usually one doesn't go to great lengths, unless one has to. And so far, they have had an easy time of killing us. Will it be any harder for them here?" "I think so," Nimbus said. "Unlike the others, we have had time to prepare. But will it be enough?" Against any human army, we would be impregnable, but... Modena sat on the edge of her desk, her gown puffing out as she did. The report said swarms of Gilarabrin. You've never seen one, Nimbus, but I have. They're giant, brutal, terrifying flying monsters. Just one of them destroyed my home, burned it to ash. They're unstoppable. And yet you stopped it. I killed one. The man said swarms. They will burn the city from the sky. The shelters are almost complete. The buildings will be lost, but the populace will be safe. They'll not be able to take the city by Gilarabrin. You have seen to that. What about food? We've been lucky there. It was a good year. We have more in store than is usual for late winter. Fishermen are working around the clock, harvesting, salting, and smoking. All meats and grains are rationed and underground. Even here, at the castle, the bulk of the stores are already in the old dungeon. It should slow them down, shouldn't it? I think so, he said. She looked back out the window at the snow-covered roofs. What if Arista and the others had trouble? What if they were attacked by thieves? They might have died even before reaching the city. Thieves? Nimbus asked, stifling a laugh. I dare say I should pity any band of thieves that had the misfortune of assaulting that party. I'm certain they have entered Amberton Lee safely. She turned to face him. His tone was so confident, so certain, that it set her mind at ease. Yes, I suppose you're right. We just have to hope they are successful. What obstacles they will face beneath the lee will certainly be more formidable than a band of thieves.
Chapter 10. Beneath the Lee. Arista had no idea what time it was, or how long they had walked since reaching the bottom of the shaft. Her feet, sore and heavy, slipped and stumbled over rocks. She yawned incessantly, and her stomach growled. But there was no stopping. Not yet. They followed a series of narrow crevasses so small and tight it often required crawling and, in the case of Eldon, a sucked-in stomach and the occasional tug-of-war. It was frighteningly claustrophobic at times. She moved sideways through narrow slits where her nose passed within inches of the opposite side. During this period, Arista's robe was the only source of light. At times, she noticed it dim or flicker briefly, which gave her concern. She would stiffen, and instantly the light grew steady, often brighter, but as the night dragged on, the light drifted steadily from white to darker shades of blue. The passage widened and constricted, but Royce usually found a way to move ahead. On a few occasions, he was wrong, and they needed to backtrack and find another way.
At such times, Arista heard Magnus mumble.
Royce must have heard him too, but the thief never spoke or looked in his direction. The dwarf, who moved through the tunnels like a fish in water, did not elaborate on his grumblings. He remained generally quiet, and travelled in the rear or middle of the group. Yet occasionally, when Royce entered a crevice, Magnus might cough with a disapproving tone. Royce ignored him and invariably returned with a scowl. After a few missteps, Royce started turning away from an appealing path the moment Magnus made a sound, as if a new thought had just occurred to him. Silently worked out and agreed upon, the system functioned well enough for both of them. The rest of the party followed mindlessly, focused only on their own feet. After the first hour, Ulrich, who had begun the march giving the occasional obvious direction or asking questions, then nodding his head as if approving some sort of action, gave up the pretense altogether. Soon he dragged himself along like the rest, blindly following wherever Magnus and Royce led.
Arista heard Magnus intoning somewhere ahead, as if he had just tasted something wonderful. The princess was fumbling forward, ducking and twisting to get by, as they struggled through another long, narrow fissure. The blue light of her robe made the rock appear to glow. "Wonderful," the dwarf muttered. "What is it?" "You'll see." They inched onward through the crevice, which became tighter. She felt forward with her feet, kicking away loose stones to find footing. "Whoa!" She heard Royce's voice from somewhere up ahead, speaking the words slowly with uncharacteristic awe. She attempted to look forward, but Morven and Ulrich, standing ahead of her in the narrow pass, blocked her view. Ulrich soon exclaimed, "By Mar! How is that possible?" "What's happening?" Deegan said behind her. "No clue. Not there yet," she replied. "Morven's big head is blocking me." "Hey!" he retorted. "It's not my fault. It gets really narrow in—" "Oh, my God." Arista pushed forward. Morven was right. The path did grow very tight, and she had to bend, squeeze, and step through. Her shoulders brushed the stone, her hair caught on jagged rocks, and her foot was almost stuck as she shifted her weight. She held her breath and pulled her body through the narrowest gap. Once on the far side, the first thing she noticed was that she was standing in a large cavern which, after the hours of crawling like a worm, was wonderful. The action of some forgotten river had cut the walls out in scoops and brushed them to a smooth, wavy finish. Elongated pools of water that littered the floor shone as mirrors divided from each other by smooth ridges of rock. The second thing she noticed was the stars. "Oh, my," she found herself saying as she looked up. The roof of the cavern appeared just like the night sky. Thousands of tiny points of light glowed bright. Captured in the enclosed space, they illuminated the entire chamber. "Stars!" "Glowworms," Magnus corrected as he walked out ahead of her. "They leach onto the ceiling stone." "They're beautiful," she said. "Drome didn't put all his grandeur on the outside of a lan. Your castles, your towers are sad little toys. Here are the real treasures we hoard. They call us misers on the surface. They've no idea. They scrape for gold, silver, and diamonds, never finding the real gems beneath their feet. Welcome to the House of Drome. You stand on his porch." "There's a flat table of rock up there," Royce told them, pointing ahead at the massive plate of stone that lay at a slight angle. "We'll camp and get some food, and sleep." Yes, that sounds wonderful," Ulrich agreed, bobbing his head eagerly. They walked around the pools filled with the reflected starlight. Myron and Eldon, both with their eyes locked on the distant ceiling, missed their footing several times, soaking their feet. Neither seemed to care. They climbed to the surface of the table rock, which was as large as the floor of the palace's great hall. It was a vague triangle, and the long point rose at the centre of the cavern, like the prow of a ship breaching a wave. With no wood and no need for tents, making camp consisted entirely of dropping their packs and sitting down. Arista had the lightest pack, carrying only her own supplies of food, bedding, and water, but still her shoulders ached, and did so even more noticeably once she set her burden down. She planted herself on the prow, her legs dangling over the edge, and leaned back on her hands, rolling her head. She felt the aches in her neck and looked up at the false night sky. Eldon was the first to join her. He settled in and mimicked her actions exactly. He smiled bashfully when he caught her looking. The big man's forehead and his left cheek had ugly scrapes, and his tunic was torn across the chest and along his right shoulder. It was a wonder he had made it through it all.
From her pack she pulled one of the meals, in a neatly sewn bag. She tore it open and found salted fish, a preserved egg with a green look to it, a bit of hard bread, walnuts, and a pickle. Just as she had once devoured the pork stew Hadrian and Royce had given her the first night she had travelled with them, she consumed this meal, and when finished, she searched the bag for any remaining crumbs. Sadly, she found only 2 more walnuts at the bottom. She considered opening another bag, but reason fought against the idea. Partially sated, her hunger lost its edge and gave up. Most of the group found seats along the edge of the shelf and lined up like birds on a fence, their legs dangling at various rates of swing. Royce was the last to settle. As in the past, he spent some time exploring ahead and checking behind. Deegan and Magnus sat together some distance from the rest, speaking together softly. "Blessed Maribor, am I starved!" Morven declared as he tore open a bag of his own. His expression showed his disappointment, but he wasn't discouraged. After he tasted the contents, a smile returned. "That ibis is a genius. This fish is wonderful. I have the pork." Ulrich managed to get out around the food in his mouth. "Good." "I feel as if I'm back on a ship," Wyatt mentioned, but didn't pause to explain why, as he tore his bread with his teeth. Myra negotiated a trade with Eldon over walnuts, a discussion held without words. The little monk looked exhausted, but managed to smile warmly at the giant as they debated with hand gestures and nods. Eldon grinned back, delighted by the game. After eating, Arista looked around for a place to sleep. It wasn't like bedding down in a forest, where you looked for a flat area clear of roots and stones. Here, everything was rock. One place was as good as another, and all appeared to offer little in the way of comfort. With her pack in hand, she wandered toward the center of the shelf, thinking that at the very least she didn't want to roll off. She spotted Hadrian far down at the low end of the rock. He was lying on his back, his knees up, his head on his blanket, which he had rolled into a pillow. "Something wrong?" she asked, approaching cautiously. He turned on his side and looked up. No." "No?" She got down on her knees beside him. "Why are you all the way over here?" He shrugged. "Just looking for some privacy." "Oh, then I'm probably bothering you." She got up. "No, you're not." He stopped her. "I mean—" He sighed. "Never mind." He sounded upset, frustrated, maybe even angry. She stood hovering over him, unsure of what to do. She hoped he would say something, or at least smile at her. Instead, he refused to look her way. His eyes focused on the darkness across the cavern. The miserable, bitter sound of the words, "Never mind," echoed in her head. "I'm going to sleep," she said at last. "That's a good idea," he replied, still not bothering to look at her. She walked slowly back to the center of the table, glancing at him over her shoulder. He continued to lie staring at nothing. It bothered her. If it were Royce, she wouldn't give it a second thought. But this was not like him. She spread out her blankets and lay down, feeling suddenly awful, as if she had lost something valuable. She just wasn't sure what. Her robe was dark. She had not noticed until that moment and couldn't recall when it had faded. They were all tired, even the robe. She looked up at the glowworms. They did look like stars. There must be hundreds of thousands. The boy was pale, ghostly, his eyes sallow. His mouth hung slightly agape, as if perpetually on the verge of asking a question, only he could no longer form words.
She guessed it took all his mental capacity to keep from screaming. Jerish stood next to him. The fighter towered over the lad with a look that reminded her of a cornered mother bear. They were both dressed in common clothes, his armour and emblems left at the palace. He appeared to be a poor merchant or tradesman, perhaps, except for the long sword slung to his back, the pommel rising over his left shoulder, as if keeping watch. "Grinder," the boy said, as she entered the station. "Neri," she greeted him, and it took effort not to bow. He looked so much like his father, the same lines, the same clarity in his eyes, the cut of his mouth, the lineage of the Emperor so obvious. "Were you followed?" Jerish asked. She smirked. "A Senjar cannot be followed." "No," she said bluntly. "Everyone still thinks I'm loyal to the cause. Now we have to be quick. Here." She held out the necklaces. "This one is for you, Neri, and this is Jerish's. Put them on and never take them off. Do you understand me? Never take them off. They will hide you from magical eyes, protect you from enchantments, allow me to find you when the time is safe, and even provide you with a bit of luck." "You intend to fight them?" "I will do what I can." She looked at the boy. Her efforts had to be for him now, for his safety and his return. "You cannot save Nereon," Jerish told her bluntly. She looked at the boy and saw his lips tremble. "I will save what is dearer to him, his son and his empire. It may take time, a long time perhaps, but I swear I will see the empire restored even if it costs me my life." She watched as they slipped the necklaces on. "Be sure to hide him well. Take him into the country. Assume the life of a commoner. Do nothing to draw attention and await my call. Will these really protect us from your associates?" "I will have no associates after today. Even old Yolric." She hesitated. "Yolric is very powerful, but wise. If he's so wise, why is he with them? Is it not wisdom to preserve the Empire and show loyalty to the Emperor?" "I am not certain Yolric is with them. He has always remained an island. Even the Emperors do not influence him. Yolric does as he wishes. I cannot say what he will do. I hope he will join with me, but should he side with Venlin—" She shook her head sadly. "We must hope." Jerish nodded. "I trust you to watch our backs. I never thought I would ever say that, not to a Senjar. Not to you. And I entrust you with the future of the Empire, and ultimately the fate of mankind. I certainly didn't expect to be saying that to you." Jerish tore off his glove and held out his hand. "Goodbye, brother." She took his hand in hers. This was the last time she would ever shake anyone's hand. "How do I know that?" "Goodbye, Neri," she told the boy. At the sound of her voice, Navrik rushed forward and threw his arms around her. She hugged him back. "I'm scared," he said. "You must be brave. Remember, you are the son of Nereon, the Emperor of Apelladorn, the descendant of Novron, the savior of our race. Know that the time will come when the blood descendant of Novron must protect us again. Your descendant, Neri. It may take many years for me to defeat the evil that has risen today, so you must not wait. If you find a girl who makes your heart smile, make her your wife. Remember, Persephone was a mere farmer's daughter, and she mothered a line of emperors. You must find a girl like that, and have a family. Give your child your necklace, and stay safe. Do what Jerish says. After this day, there will be no warrior greater than he. I will see to that as well." She noticed a dark look come over Jerish. "It is necessary," she told him, surprised at the ice in her own voice. Jerish nodded miserably. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "Just make certain you are not in the city when I do it." Tink, tink, tink. Arista woke up, cold and confused. The sense of urgency, the fear and concern lingered. Her back hurt. The hard, damp stone tortured her strained muscles, leaving her feeling crippled. She rolled to her side with a miserable groan. Tink, tink, tink. The sound of stone striking stone echoed. She looked up but saw nothing. It was all black now. The worms were gone, or no longer giving off light. Tink. There was a spark of white light, and in that brief flash she spotted Magnus, hunched over a pile of rocks only a few feet from her. Tink. "Ba Dorum Heben," he growled. She heard him shift position. "How long have I been asleep?" she asked. 6 hours, the dwarf replied. Tink. Another flash. Another incomprehensible grumble. "What is it you're doing?" "Frustrating and embarrassing myself." "What?" "It's just been so long, although that's really no excuse. I can hardly call myself a Brendelen if—" Tink. Another flash. This time it did not go out. The spark appeared to linger, amazingly bright. Instantly Magnus bent down and she could hear him blowing. The spark grew brighter with each puff. Soon she could see clearly the face of the dwarf, the ridges of his cheeks, the tip of his nose, the beard trimmed short, all highlighted by the flickering glow. His dark eyes glistened, eagerly watching the flame he breathed life into. "We have no wood," she said, puzzled, as she sat up. "Don't need wood." She watched him pile fist-sized stones on top of the little flame. He blew again, and the fire grew. The stone was burning. "Magic?" "Skill," he replied. "Do you think they only have fire on the outside? Drome taught the dwarves first. In the deep, the blood of a land bubbles up. There are rivers of burning stone, red and yellow, flowing thick and hot. We taught the secret of fire to the elves, much to our regret." "How old are you?" she asked. It was common knowledge that elves lived longer, much longer than humans, but she had no idea about dwarves. Magnus looked at her through squinting eyes and pursed his lips as if he had tasted something bitter. "That's not a polite question, so I will be just as rude and ignore it. Since you feel you still need me, I trust you won't burn me to a cinder for it." Arista rocked back. "I would never do such a thing. Perhaps you've forgotten. I am not the one who randomly commits murder."
"No? My mistake. Apparently you're only content with enslavement."
He tugged at his cropped beard. "Would you have come if the Empress had merely asked?"
"No. What care is it of mine if the elves erase you? It would restore the world. Humans have always been a blight, like the Baran gazelle. Only with the gazelle you know where you stand. They don't pretend to accept you when they want something, then shove you out in the cold when they're done with you. No, the gazelle's hatred is up front and honest, not like the lies of the humans."
"I'd listen to him, Princess. He's an expert on betrayals." The voice, low and threatening, came out of the darkness, and Magnus jumped up, scrambling toward her, as if for protection. A moment later, Royce appeared at the edge of the fire's light.
"I just wanted the dagger,"
Magnus replied, a hint of desperation in his voice, which rose an octave higher than normal.
I understand, and I promise that the moment this business is done, I will make a present of it to you." Royce told him, with a hungry look in his eyes that gave even Arista's heart pause. "Be sure to keep me informed of his usefulness, won't you, Your Highness?" "He's actually being very helpful, so far," she replied. "Too bad," Royce said. "Still, I've every confidence that will change. Won't it, Magnus?" He glared at the dwarf for several minutes, as if expecting an answer. Then the thief looked at her. "Better get everyone up. It's time we got moving." Royce turned and disappeared silently into the cave's gloom. When she looked back at the dwarf, Magnus was staring at her with a surprised, almost shocked expression, as if something about her suddenly mystified him. He turned away and grumbled something she didn't catch before returning to his pile of burning rocks. Magnus's campfire made the process of getting up and having breakfast almost cheerful, and lent a sense of normality to their queer surroundings. The bright yellow flicker reminded Arista of her days travelling with Royce and Hadrian, and of her trip to Aquesta. It was shocking to think of those days as better times. Her life since the death of her father had been one long cascading fall that had left her tripping over ever greater troubles. She could hardly imagine a more desperate state than the one she faced now. There wasn't much that could top the extinction of mankind. She was certain, however, that it would never come to that. Even should the elves prevail, even if they sought to eradicate humans, she suspected there would be pockets that survived. It would be like trying to kill all the mice in the world. A few would always survive. She looked around the cave as she sat tying up her hair for the day's journey. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, could live down there alone. Like her father, she wasn't an overly religious person, and yet she could not believe that Merebor would let his people vanish from the face of Elan. He had saved them before. He had sent Novron to snatch them from the brink, and she suspected he would do so again. Myron ate breakfast with Eldon much as he had dinner. The two communicated in silence while Wyatt rolled up blankets. She had no idea what to make of Wyatt. He and Eldon kept mostly to themselves, rarely speaking, and usually only to each other. They didn't seem a bad sort, not like Gaunt. Deegan bothered her like a splinter in her skin. How he could be the descendant of Novron was bewildering, and not for the first time she wondered if perhaps Ezra had gotten it wrong. They lit lanterns from the dying flames of the campfire, and after packing up, Royce roamed about the cavern, disappearing from view occasionally. Only the glow of his lantern showed his position. "Wrong way," she heard Magnus mutter, his arms folded, his foot tapping the stone. "Better, better. Now up, up. Yes." From across the cavern they could see Royce swinging his light, and they marched forward. They climbed a sheer cliff to a crack in the rock and sliced through to another chamber. Then they climbed down into another long passage, into yet another cavity. Each looked the same as the ones before, smooth walls and wet, pool-scattered floors. "I thought caverns were supposed to have long, cone-shaped stones hanging down from the ceiling," Ulrich mentioned as they entered yet another chamber. "Not old enough," Magnus said. "What's that?" the king asked. "These caves, they're not old enough for dripstones to form. It takes tens of thousands of years. These," he looked around, pursing his pudgy lips, "these tunnels are young. I doubt they have existed for more than a few thousand years, and most of that time this was underwater from a powerful river. That's what carved the walls and rounded the rocks. You also need limestone, and this isn't that kind of cave. Actually—" He paused, then stopped to pick up a rock.
As he weighed it in his hand, a puzzled look came over his face. "What is it?" Morven asked.
"The rocks here are from the surface." He shrugged. "Perhaps a river carried them."
He continued to stare, licking his teeth, for several seconds before dropping it and moving on. They entered another narrow space, but not nearly so tight as before. This was an irregular passage, about the size of a typical second-story castle corridor. Low ceilings caused them to duck, and rough ridges made them step around, but the way was considerably easier and more comfortable than those previously encountered. The passage was in a constant descent, growing more pronounced with each step. They followed the glow of Royce's lantern and kept track of the back of their procession by the bob of Hadrian's. As on the previous day, Arista walked in the middle, her robe glowing softly. They heard a rush, as if someone far away was beating a drum. The sound echoed, making it hard to determine what direction it was coming from. They all paused, looking around nervously. Arista felt a slight breeze forming and realized what was coming. At the same instant, she knew that outside the sun had just risen. "Here they come," Hadrian called out. Arista crouched down, pulling the hood of her robe up over her head, as through the corridor swept the same multitude of bats that had frightened her in the shaft the evening before. The world around her filled with squeaks and flutters. Then the wind passed and the sound moved away. She stood up and peeked out and saw the others lowering their arms as well. A few slow strays continued to fly by, when one not far from Myron was snatched from the air. The monk staggered backward with a gasp and fell in front of Eldon, who picked the monk up as if he were a doll. "Snake," Wyatt announced. "A big black one." "There's dozens of them," Royce explained. "Where?" Ulrich asked. "Mostly behind you on the walls." "What?" the king said, aghast. "Why didn't you say something?" "Knowing would only make travelling slower." "Are they poisonous?" Morven asked. They could all see the silhouetted shoulders of Royce's shadow on the far wall shrug. "I demand you inform me of such things in the future," Ulrich declared. "Do you want to know about the giant millipedes then, too?" "Are you joking?" "Royce doesn't make jokes," Arista told him as she looked around, anxiously hugging herself. Immediately her robe brightened, and she spotted 2 snakes on the walls, but they were a safe distance away. "He must be joking," Ulrich muttered quietly. "I don't see any." "You aren't looking up," the thief said. Arista did not want to. Some instinct, a tiny voice, warned her to fight the impulse, but in the end she just couldn't help herself. On the low ceiling, illuminated brightly by the robe, slithered a mass of worm-like bugs with an uncountable number of hair-like feet. Each was nearly 5 inches in length and close to the width of a man's finger. There were so many that they swarmed over each other until it was hard to tell if the ceiling was rock at all. Arista felt a chill run down her back. She clenched her teeth, forced her eyes to the floor, and focused on walking forward as quickly as possible. She promptly passed Ulrich and Morven, both moving quicker than normal. She reached Royce, who stood outside the corridor on a boulder at the entrance to a larger passage. "I guess I was wrong. Looks like I should have told you earlier," Royce said, watching them race forward. "Are there?" she asked, pointing upward without looking. Royce glanced up and shook his head. "Good," she replied. "And please, if Ulrich wants to know these things, fine, but don't tell me. I could have gone the rest of my life not knowing they were there." She shivered. Everyone scurried out of the corridor except Myron, who lingered, staring up at the ceiling and smiling in fascination. "There are millions." They entered another chamber, a smaller cavern of dramatic boulders that thrust up and out. Arista thought they appeared how the timbers of a house might look if a giant stepped on it. As soon as they entered, they faced a mystery on the far wall, where 3 darkened passages awaited, one large, one small, and one narrow. The party waited as Royce disappeared briefly into each one. When he returned, he did not look pleased. "Dwarf!" he snapped. "Which one?" Magnus stepped forward and poked his head into each. He placed his hands on the stone, groping over the surface as if he were a blind man. He pressed his ear to the rock, sniffed the air in each opening, and stepped back with a perplexed look. "They all go deep, but in separate directions." Royce continued to stare at him. "The stone doesn't know where we want to go, so it can't tell me." "We can't afford to pick the wrong path," Arista said. "I say we choose the largest," Ulrich stated confidently. "Wouldn't that be the most sensible?" "Why is that sensible?" Arista asked. "Well, because it's the biggest, so it ought to go the farthest and, get us there." "The largest might not remain that way," Magnus replied. "Cracks in rock aren't like rivers. They don't taper evenly." Ulrich looked irritated. "Okay, what about you?" he asked Arista. "Can you do anything to, find which is the right one?" "Like what? Do I need to spell it out? Like—" He waved his hands in the air in a mysterious fashion that she thought made him look silly. "Magic!" "I knew what you meant, but what exactly do you expect me to do? Summon Novron's ghost to point us in the right direction?" "Can you do that?" the king asked, sounding both impressed and apprehensive. "No!" Ulrich frowned and slapped his thighs with his hands as if to indicate how horribly she had let him down. It irritated her how everyone seemed so disgusted by her talent and yet was even more upset when they found her ability lacking. "Myron," Hadrian said softly to the monk, who stood silently staring at the passages. 3 openings. What to do?" Myron said eerily. "Myron, yes," Ulrich smiled. "Tell us, which way did Hall go?" "That's what I'm reciting to you," he replied, trying to hide a little smile. 3 openings. What to do? I sat for an hour before I gave up trying to reason it out, and just picked. I chose the closest." Myron stopped, and when he failed to say more, Ulrich spoke. "The closest? What does that mean? Closest to what?" "Is that all Hall wrote?" Arista asked. "What came next?" Everyone crowded around the little man as he cleared his throat. Down, 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 always down, never up. Slept in the corridor again. Miserable night. Food running low. Big-eyed fish looking better all the time. This is hopeless. I will die in here. I miss Sadie. I miss Ebbett and Dram. I should never have come. This was a mistake. I have placed myself in my own grave. Feet are always wet. Want to sleep, but don't want to lie in water. A pounding up ahead. A way out, maybe. Pounding stopped. I don't think it was from the outside. I think someone else is down here, something else. I hear them. Not human. Baran gazelle, sea goblins, a whole patrol. Nearly found me. Lost my shoe. Bread mouldy, salted ham nearly gone. At least there is water. Tastes bad, brackish. Slept poorly again. Bad dreams. I found it. Their shoe? Wyatt asked. No, Myron replied, smiling. The city. Interesting, Gaunt said. But that doesn't help us with the passages, does it? By the sound of things, he travelled for days and never listed any landmark. It's pointless. We could split up, Ulrich said, considering. 2 groups of 3 and 1 of 4. One group is bound to reach Persepolis. Arista shook her head. That only works if we can divide up Mr. Gaunt in 3 parts. He is the one who has to reach the city. So you keep reminding me, Gaunt said, but you refuse to tell me exactly what you expect me to do. I am not a man of many talents. There's nothing I can do that someone else in this party can't. I hope to Maribor you don't expect me to slay one of those Gillibrand things. I'm not much of a fighter. I suppose you have to, I don't know, blow the horn. Couldn't I have done that after you returned with it? Arista sighed. There's something else. I don't know what. I just know you have to be here. And yet, we have no idea where Heir is, he said indignantly. Arista sighed and sat down on a rock, staring at the entrances. As she did, Ulrich stared at her. What? She asked. Ulrich smiled and glanced back at the passages. I was wrong. Hall went in the narrow passage on the right. He sounded so certain that everyone looked at him. Care to tell us how you know that? Arista asked. He grinned, obviously very pleased with himself. Sure, but first you have to tell me why you sat there, he said to her. I don't know. I was tired of standing and this might take a while. Exactly, Ulrich said. What did you say, Myron? It took an hour for Hall to decide which passage? Close. I sat for an hour before I gave up trying to reason it out and just picked, the monk corrected. He sat for an hour trying to decide, Ulrich replied. He sat right where you are. How do you know? Gaunt asked. How do you know it was on that rock and not someplace else? Ask Arista, the king replied. Why did you sit there and not someplace else? She shrugged and looked around. I really didn't think about it. I just sat, I guess, because it looked like the most comfortable place. Of course it is. Look around. That rock is perfect for sitting. All the others are sharp on the top, or at steep angles, or too big or small. That is the perfect sitting rock for looking at those passages, and that's the same reason Hall chose that spot, and the closest passage is the narrow one. Hall went in there. I'm positive. Arista looked at Royce, who looked at Hadrian, who shrugged. I think he might be right. Sounds good to me, Royce said. Arista nodded. I think so too. Everyone seemed pleased except for Gaunt, who frowned but said nothing. Ulrich adjusted his pack and, taking the lantern from Royce, promptly led the way. That lad might amount to something yet, Morven said, chuckling, as he followed his king. Chapter 11. The Patriarch. Monsignor Merton shuffled along the dark, snowy road, his black hood up, his freezing fingers gripping the neck of his frock. He shuffled for fear of falling on the ice he could not feel. The tip of his nose and the tops of his cheeks had gone from feeling cold to burning unpleasantly. Maybe I have frostbite, he thought. What a sight I will be without a nose. The thought did not bother him much. He could get along fine without one. The hour was late. The shop windows were all black, dull, sightless eyes reflecting his image. He had passed fewer than a dozen people since leaving the palace, and all of them were soldiers. He felt sorry for the men who guarded the streets. The shopkeepers complained when they collected taxes, the vagrants wailed when they drove them off, and the criminals cursed them. They were half-shaven, blunt-nosed, loud, and always seen as bullies, but no one saw them on nights like this. The shopkeepers were all asleep in their beds, the vagrants and thieves tucked in their holes, but the soldiers of the Empress remained. They felt the cold, suffered the wind, and endured exhaustion, but they bore their burdens quietly. As he shuffled on, Merton said a quiet prayer to Novron to give them strength and make their night rounds easier. He felt foolish doing so. Surely Novron knows the plight of his own. He doesn't need me reminding him. What an utter annoyance I must be. What a bother. It's little wonder that I should lose my nose. Perhaps both feet should be taken as well. Without feet, Lord, how will I serve? He spoke softly. His voice came out in clouds that drifted by as he walked. For I am not fit for much else these days beyond carrying messages. He stopped. He listened. There was no answer. Then he nodded. I see. Stop being a fool and walk faster, and I will keep my feet. Very wise, my lord. On he trudged, and reaching the top of the hill, he turned off Majestic Avenue and entered Church Square. At the centre of the dark void glowed the clerestory lights of the great cathedral, the imperial basilica of Aquesta. Now that Irvanon was no more, crushed and defiled by the elven horde, this was the seat of power of the Novron Church. Here emperors would be crowned, married, and laid to rest. Here wintertide services would be performed. Here the patriarch and his bishops would administer to the children of Maribor. While it had nowhere close to the majesty of the Basilica of Irvanon, it had something Irvanon had never had. The heir of Novron, their earthly god returned. And not a moment too soon, was how Merton saw it, but gods had a flair for dramatic timing. He considered himself blessed to be granted life in such a wondrous time. He would be a living witness to the fulfillment of the promise and the return of Novron's empire, and in some small way he might even be allowed to contribute. He climbed the steps to the massive doors and tugged on the ring. Locked. It always mystified Merton why the house of Novron should be sealed. He beat against the oak with his frozen fist. The wind howled. The cold ripped mercilessly through his thin wool. He looked up, disappointed not to see stars overhead. He liked the stars, especially how they looked on cold nights, as if he could reach up and pluck one. As a boy, he had imagined that he might scoop them up and slip them into his pocket. He never imagined doing anything with the stars. He would just run his fingertips through them like grains of sand. The door remained closed. He hammered again. His hand made a feeble, fleshy sound against the heavy wood. "Is it your will that I freeze to death here on your steps?" he asked Novron. "I certainly should not think it would look good to have the body of your servant found here. People might get the wrong idea." He heard a latch slide. "Thank you, my lord. Forgive my impatience. I am but a man." "Monsignor Merton!" Bishop de London exclaimed as he held up a lantern and peered out. "What are you doing out so late on a night like this?" "God's will." "Of course, but certainly our Lord could wait until morning. That's why he makes new ones every day." De London was more the curator of the church than its bishop these days, now that the patriarch had taken up residence. He was like the captain of a ship that ferried an admiral. Bishop de London had unusually dark skin even for a Calayan, which made his wreath of short white hair stand out against his balding head, the top of which looked like a dark olive set in cream. The bishop had a habit of wandering the halls at night like a ghost. Exactly what he did on his walks about the cathedral, Merton had no idea, but tonight he was more than thankful for his nocturnal habits. "And it wasn't Novron who sent you out on such a night. It was Patriarch Nilnev." He pulled the great door closed and slid the bolt. "Back from the palace again, are you?" These are troubled times, and he needs to keep informed. Besides, if not for my wanderings, who would praise the beauty of our Lord's knights?
Those farther south, I imagine, de London retorted gruffly. Put your hands on the lantern. Warm them lest they fall off.
Such compassion, Merton said, and for the likes of an Irvinite like me.
Not all Irvinites are bad.
There's only 4 of us.
Yes, and of the 4 I can say that you are a good, devout, and gentle man.
And the others?
I don't speak of them at all. I still find it altogether strange that only he and his guards managed to escape the desolation of Irvinon, while all others perished.
I am here.
Novron loves you. Our Lord pointed you out on the day of your birth, and told his father to watch over you.
You are too kind, and surely Novron loves everyone, and the leader of his church most of all.
But the Patriarch is not any more.
The bishop peered from the vestibule toward the interior.
I don't like how he treats you.
Since the Patriarch had arrived, Bishop de London had been very vocal about how the Patriarch treated everyone and, more importantly, his cathedral. It was a matter of jealousy, but Merton would never say anything. If Novron wished the bishop to learn this lesson, he would find a worthier vessel than him to explain.
I also don't like how he holds court in the holy chancel as if he were Novron himself. The altar deserves more respect. Only the Empress should occupy that space, only the blood of Novron, but he sits there as if he is the Emperor.
Is he there now?
Of course he is. Him and his guards. Why does he need guards, anyway? I don't have guards, and I meet dozens of people every day. He meets no one, but is never separated from them. What strange men! They speak only to him, and always in whispers. Why is that? He unnerves me. I'm glad I never met the man when I was a deacon, or I should never have devoted my life to Novron.
And that would have been a terrible loss to us all, Merton assured him.
Now, if you do not mind,
I must speak with the Patriarch.
Patriarch! That's another thing. The man has a name. He was born with a name just like the rest of us, but no one ever uses it. We refer to our lords as Novron and Maribor, but Nilnev of Irvinon must be referred to as the Patriarch, out of respect for his office as head of the church. But as I said, he's not the head any more. Novron's child has returned to us, but still he sits there. Still he rules.
I don't like it.
I don't like it one bit, and I don't think the Empress approves either. If she doesn't, we can be assured our Lord Novron isn't too pleased.
Would you like me to speak to him about your concerns?
De London scowled. Oh, he knows. Believe me, he knows.
Merton left the bishop in the narthex and entered the nave. He stopped briefly, looking down the long cavernous room with its magnificent arched ceiling, shaped like a great ship's keel. The word nave, Merton had learned, was derived from the ancient term navus, meaning ship. Towering rows of ribbed pillars, like bunches of reeds bound together, rose hundreds of feet, spilling out at the tops, which spread to form the vaulted ceiling. To either side, lower aisles flanked the nave, encased in arcades, the series of repeating archways and columns. Above them, the clear story or second story was pierced by tall catafoil windows, which normally flooded the floor with light. Tonight they remained black and oily as they reflected the fire of the candles. The same was true of the great rose window at the far end of the cathedral, which appeared as one giant eye. Merton often thought of it as the eye of God watching them, but just as the clear-story lights were dark, so too the great eye remained shut. Reaching the altar, Merton found alabaster statues of Maribor and Novron. Novron, depicted as a strong, handsome man in the prime of his youth, was kneeling, sword in hand. The god Maribor, sculpted as a powerful, larger-than-life figure with a long beard and flowing robes, loomed over Novron, placing a crown on the young man's head. The statues were the same in every church and chapel, only the materials differed, depending on the means of the parishioners. "Come forward, Monsignor," he heard the patriarch say. His voice carried in echoes from the altar. The cathedral was so large that from where he stood, those in the chancel appeared tiny, dwarfed by distance and made small by the height of the ceiling and the breadth of the walls. Merton walked the long pathway, listening to the sounds of his shoes against the stone floor. Just as de London had described, the patriarch sat at the altar on a chair, his gold and purple robes draped to the floor. Rumours circulated it was the same chair he had used in Ervenon, which he had ordered brought with him, at great effort. Merton had never interviewed with His Holiness while in Ervenon, so he couldn't say if that rumour was true. Few could. His Holiness had rarely seen anyone in his days sequestered in the Crown Tower. He might have been sleeping, the way the old did, regardless of where they happened to be. To either side of him stood the guards, matching their charge perfectly in colour and fashion. De London was right, at least about the guards. They were a peculiar pair. They stood like statues, without expressions, and for a moment he considered how their eyes reminded him of the windows. Upon reaching the patriarch, Merton knelt and kissed his ring, then stood once more. The patriarch nodded. The guards did not move, not even to blink. "You have news?" Nilnev prompted. "I do, Your Holiness. I have just come from a meeting with Her Eminence and her staff." "So, tell me, what is the Empress doing to protect us?" "She has done a great deal. Supplies have been stored to last the city an estimated 2 years with proper rationing, which she has already instituted. In addition, the grounds of High Court Fields will be open to farmers come spring. This and other areas of the city will produce grain and vegetables from stored seed. Already, manure is being delivered as fertilizer. Fish are being netted around the clock, and salt houses are preserving the cod in bulk. A salt works has been built near the docks to provide pans for raking. These measures could very well provide the city and its people with food for years, indefinitely perhaps, should the fishing fleet be free to farm the sea. All stores are being kept underground in bunkers being dug by the populace, in the event of attacks from the sky, similar to what was seen at Dahlgren. In most instances, this is merely an expansion or adaptation of an existing dungeon. Series of tunnels have already been built that allow access to fresh water. The wastes from latrines are being channeled through newly built sewers. Given the frozen ground, progress is slow, but it's believed that adequate space is already available to save the population, although it will be most uncomfortable. Plans to continue the expansion underground could take 2 or 3 more months. The Empress actually feels that having it completed is beneficial, as it gives the people something to do. So, she plans to become a city of moles, hiding in the dirt? Well, yes and no, Your Holiness. She has also strengthened the defences of the city. A series of catapults are in various states of construction around the outer walls, and soldiers are being drilled by officers appointed by Marshal Brecton. He has devised a number of redundant procedures for every contingency, allowing a means of giving commands in the form of horns, drums, and flags to be flown from the high towers. Archers have stockpiled thousands of arrows, and any able-bodied citizen not already employed is working to gather wood for more. Even children are scouring the forest floors. Oil and tar vats are prepared and in ample supply at all gates. Signal fires were placed to burn the moment the elves were spotted. One was lit, and the Empress has ordered all of the roads leading to the city to be destroyed, save the southern gate. All bridges and dams are to be broken in order to prevent— "Destroyed?" the Patriarch interrupted. "When did she give this order?" "Just last night." "Last night?" The Patriarch looked concerned. "Is there anything else?" "The Empress asked me to inquire what precautions you will be taking." "That is none of her business," he replied. Merton was shocked. Begging your pardon, Your Holiness, but she is the Empress as well as the head of the Church. How is it not her business to know what efforts you have taken to secure her flock?" The Patriarch glared at him for a moment, then softened his expression. "You are a good and devout member of the Church, Merton of Ghent, and, as our Lord has seen fit to make you my liaison to the Empress, I think perhaps it is time you were made aware of certain truths." "Your Holiness?" "Empress Modena is not the head of this church," the Patriarch declared simply. "But she's the heir of Novron." "That's exactly the point. She is not." The Patriarch licked his non-existent lips and continued. "Bishop Saldor and Archbishop Galion overstepped their mandate while in Dahlgren. They took it upon themselves to declare the girl the anointed heir. It was a well-intentioned mistake. They were too impatient to wait for Novron to show the way, so they sought to artificially create a new empire. They picked this girl at random, using the unexpected incidents on the Nidwalden to serve as proof. What happened there, however, was proof of nothing. It's a fabrication that a Gilarabrin can only be slain by the blood of Novron. They used the ignorance of the masses to build this false empire." "Why didn't you stop it?" "What could I do? Did you think I chose to live my life in seclusion?" Merton looked at the Patriarch for a moment, confused. Then the revelation dawned on him. "You were a prisoner?" "Why else would I be locked away at the top of the Crown Tower all these years, never seeing anyone?" "These guards?" "The only two souls I know to be truly loyal to me. They tried to free me once. They spoke out, and Galion had their tongues sliced off. Only now, with Saldor and the others dead, and Ervanon destroyed, am I able to speak freely." "I can hardly believe it," the Monsignor said. "The Archbishop and Saldor as well. But they both seemed so kindly." "You have no idea of their ruthlessness. Now, as a result of their actions, a false god sits on the throne of our Lord, and our fate is in peril." "But you can do something about it now, can't you?" "What can I do? You've heard the mutterings of even old Bishop de London. Imagine what the world would think if I tried to tell the truth. I would be labelled a jealous old man clinging to lost power. No one would believe me. The Empress would see me murdered, just as she eliminated Ethelred and Saldor when they stood in her way. No, I cannot act openly." "Not yet." "What do you intend to do, then?" "There is a greater issue at stake. We do not face just the extinction of the Empire, but of mankind. Modena and her actions will doom all of us." "Her preparations to defend the city certainly appear to—" "Her efforts are useless. But that is not of which I speak." "You're referring to the mission to Persepliquus?" "Yes. It's by this that she imperils all." "But you were at the meeting. Why didn't you say anything?" "Because that mission is necessary. It's imperative that the horn be found. The danger lies in who finds it. That horn is a weapon of incredible power. What Modena does not know, what even Saldor and Ethelred did not know, is that they have been fooled into searching for it. The enemy needs to lay hands on it as much as we do. Whoever wields it controls all. It's he who they obey. They have always been his pawn. For centuries, he has planned this, his hand guiding every move.
hidden in the shadows, manipulating forces unseen. They think he is gone, that he is dead, but he is not. He is clever and crafty. His magic is beyond imagining, and he seeks revenge. A millennium of preparation comes down to this moment, and it is he who desires the horn, and with it will make all of mankind bow to him. Even the elves will pay for crimes committed 1,000 years ago. They will hand the horn to him, for they do not see the danger travelling with them. Right now, in the depths of this world, 10 individuals are delving into the past and discovering what never should be known, and with that knowledge, the world will be undone. Unless... Merton waited, and when the patriarch said nothing more, he asked, "Unless what?" The old man, with his barren brows and bluish hair, looked back as if pulled from a terrible nightmare. "I did what I could. I managed to strike a deal with a member of the Empress's team. At the right moment, my agent will betray them." "Who?" "I will not say. You are a good servant of Novron, but I cannot take a chance of revealing his identity, even to you, not with so much at stake." "Can you at least tell me who this evil one is? Who can span the course of 1,000 years to bring this about?" "Think hard, Monsignor, and you will know. But for now, pray. Pray to Novron that my agent will succeed in his charge." "I will, Your Holiness. I will." "Good. And pack your bags lightly." "Am I going somewhere?" "We both are." Chapter 12. Thieves' End. Royce heard whispering. He estimated it was an hour before dawn. Although he wasn't certain, it would surprise him if he was very far off. Royce had experience keeping track of time underground. He had developed a surprisingly accurate method during his incarceration in Manzant. During those days, tracking minutes had focused his mind, keeping it off other, more painful thoughts. This was the first time in many years he had allowed himself to remember those days. He had carefully locked them away, packaged them into a back corner of his mind with a dark blanket laid over top, just in case he accidentally looked that way. Only now did he welcome the memories. The pain they caused worked much the same way as keeping track of time had in Manzant, much the same as biting a finger or squeezing his fist until the fingernails dug half-moons into his palm. They distracted him from thoughts of loss far more fresh, far more crippling. More than a decade had passed since the first officer of the Black Diamond had betrayed him, since he had tragically killed Jade, and as a result was sent to Manzant prison by his best friend. Manzant was a dwarven-constructed prison and salt mine. He could still remember the dark rock with streaks of white and fossils of shellfish. The walls were shored up with timber. Dwarves never used wood. Men added that years later as they carved deeper, hauling the chunks of rock salt out to the elevator in baskets. It was easy to tell the man-made sections from the dwarven by the height of the ceiling. Those being punished worked in the dwarven tunnels, and Royce often found himself there. He recalled the constant clink of pick on stone, and the heat of the fires boiling the brine out of underwater lakes. Huge pans, bubbling and hissing, filled the stale air with steam. If he closed his eyes, he could see the line of bucketmen and the walkers chained by their necks to the huge wheel powering the pump. He could also see men driven to exhaustion until they collapsed into the furnace pit. Water was plentiful,
so it was available to those who worked. But Ambrose Moore, the owner of the prison mine, didn't waste his profits on food. They were lucky to receive a single small meal a day, usually the spoiled remnants of what a crew of indentured sailors refused to eat. This was just one of many deals Ambrose arranged to minimize operation costs. Royce would fall asleep to dreams of killing Ambrose, and the thoughts lingered throughout the day. In the 2.5 years he spent in Manzant, he killed Ambrose 537 times, no two alike. He killed many people in Manzant, and not all of them were imaginary. He never thought of them as people. They were all animals, monsters. Whatever humanity a man had possessed going in was leached out by the salt, pain, and despair. They all fought for rotten food, a place to sleep, a cup of water. He learned how to sleep light, and how to appear like he was sleeping when he was not. Never seeing daylight, never breathing fresh air, and being worked to exhaustion each day and beaten for mere recreation, had killed many and driven others insane. For Royce, Manzant was only part of his prison, the latest incarnation. The real walls had been building up brick by brick for years. Escaping Manzant was impossible, but it was ultimately easier than escaping the prison of his own making. Nim had started him on the path, and later Arcadius and Hadrian had guided his way, but it was Gwen who had finally unlocked the cell door. She shoved it open and stood just outside calling, assuring him it was safe. He could smell the fresh air and see the brilliance of the sun. He was almost through, almost out. Almost. The whispering came from near the pool. He thought everyone was asleep. They had travelled a long distance that day over hard terrain. No one had called for him to stop, but he had seen them stumbling. All except the dwarf. The little rat never seemed to tire, but continued to scurry, and more than once Royce had spotted a little smile behind the moustache and remains of his beard. He had almost killed Magnus that first night they had spent at the Laughing Gnome. The thought had danced teasingly on his mind. That was before Myron came back from dinner and got all chatty. Royce wouldn't admit it to anyone, but the dwarf was useful, and unsurprisingly good behaviour, which showed even more good sense. More than that, he discovered he no longer had the desire. Like everything else, the dwarf's crime had been made trivial by Gwen's death. Both love and hate were banished from him. He was a desert, dry of all passion. Mostly, he was tired. He had one last job to do, and he would do it. Not for the Empire, not even for Hadrian. This was for Gwen. He got to his feet silently, out of curiosity more than concern. The whispering was definitely coming from the party, not some intruder. He spotted the princess lying on her side, wrapped in twisted blankets. She was jerking and thrashing again, that creepy robe glowing different colours, fading out and lighting up. He had no idea if the robe was causing her to dream so violently, or if her dreams sparked the robe's response. He didn't see how it was any of his business, and moved on. At first, he thought it might be Magnus and Gaunt whispering. He frequently spied them travelling together and talking when the rest were too far to hear. Drawing closer, he discovered the source. It was Eldon. He could see the huge reclined form up on one elbow under the blanket. His conspirator was on the far side and blocked from view. Wyatt lay a short distance away. He, too, was awake and watching. "What's going on?" Royce whispered to the sailor. "Who's Eldon talking to?" "The monk. Myron." Wyatt nodded. Is it normal for him to talk to strangers like that? Wyatt looked at him. He's talked more to that little monk in the last 3 days than he has to me in the last decade. They were doing this last night too, and I swear I heard Eldon crying. I once watched while a ship's surgeon put a red-hot poker to a wound on his thigh. Eldon didn't make a sound, but last night that little monk had him weeping so bad his eyes were red the next morning. Royce said nothing. Funny thing, though, he was smiling. All day long I saw Eldon grinning from ear to ear. That's just not like him. Best get back to sleep, Royce told him. I'll be waking everyone in another hour. Royce stopped again. Hadrian couldn't see him over the heads of the others from his position at the rear. This time Royce knelt down, placed the lantern on the ground beside him, and scraped the dirt. Ulrich approached and stood slightly to one side. The party spent most of that day, like the one before, travelling in a single column in the narrow corridor. Overhead, water dripped, soaking their heads and shoulders. Likewise, their feet felt pickled from wading through ankle-deep pools. "What is it this time?" he heard Deegan mutter with disdain. "He's stopping every 20 feet now. This is the problem with monarchies and the whole feudal system for that matter. Ulrich is in charge by no other virtue than his birth, and the man is clearly incompetent. He lost his own kingdom twice over in a single year, and now he's in charge of us. We should have a leader who is elected on merit, not lineage. Someone who is the most talented, the most gifted. But no, we have Ulrich. And the king, in all his minuscule wisdom, has chosen Royce to guide us. If I were in charge, I'd put Magnus out front. He's obviously far more gifted. He's constantly correcting Royce's mistakes. We'd be making twice the time we are now. I've observed that people respect you." Hadrian noticed Gaunt was looking at him. Up until that moment, he hadn't known who Gaunt was speaking to. "No one says it. No one bows or anything, but you're highly regarded, I can tell. More than Ulrich, that's for certain. If you were to support me, I think we could persuade the others to accept my command of this group. I know Magnus would." "Why you?" Hadrian asked. "Huh? Why should you be in charge?" "Oh, well, for one thing, I'm the descendant of Novron and will be emperor. And second, I'm smarter than that oaf Ulrich by far." "I thought you said you wanted a system based on merit, not lineage." "I did. Well, like I said, I'm far better suited to the task than he is. Besides, why else am I here if not to lead?" "Ulrich's led men into battle. And when I say led, I mean it. He personally charged the gates of Medford under a hail of arrows ahead of everyone, even his bodyguards." "Exactly. The man is a fool." "All right. He might not have been the smartest choice, but it did show courage and an unwillingness to sit back in safety while sending others into peril. That right there gives him credit in my book. But okay, I see your point. He might not be the smartest leader, so if you want someone with brains and merit, then Princess Arista's your clear choice." Deegan chuckled, apparently taking his comments as a joke. When he saw Hadrian scowl, he stopped. "You're not serious? She's a woman! An irritating, manipulative, bossy woman. She shouldn't even be on this trip. She's got Ulrich wrapped around her finger, and it'll get us all killed. Did you know she tried to free me from that dungeon all by herself? She failed miserably, got herself captured and her bodyguard killed. That's what she does, you know. She gets people killed. She's a menace. And on top of that, she's also a wit—" Deegan struck the wall with the back of his head, bounced off, and fell to his knees. Hadrian felt the pain in his knuckles, and only then realized he had hit him. Gaunt glared up, his eyes watering, his hands cupping his face. "Crazy fool! Are you mad?" "What's going on?" Arista called back down the line. "This idiot just
punched me in the face. My nose is bleeding."
"Hadrian did?" the princess said, stunned.
"It was an accident,"
Hadrian replied, knowing it sounded feeble, but not knowing how else to describe his actions. He hadn't meant to hit Gaunt. It had just happened. "You accidentally punched him?" Wyatt asked, suppressing a chuckle. "I'm not sure you have a full understanding of the whole bodyguard thing."
"Hadrian!"
Royce called.
"What?"
he shouted back, irritated that even Royce was going to join in this embarrassing moment.
"Come up here. I need you to look at something."
Deegan was still on his knees in a pool of water.
Sorry about that. Get away from me!"
Hadrian moved up the line as Wyatt, Eldon and Myron pressed themselves against the walls to let him pass, each one looking at him curiously.
"What did he do?"
Arista whispered as he reached her.
"Nothing really."
Her eyebrows rose. "You punched him for no reason?"
"Well, no, but it's complicated. I'm not even sure I understand it. It was sort of like a reflex, I guess."
Reflex?" she said.
I told him I was sorry. "Any time today would be nice," Royce said.
Arista stepped aside, looking at him suspiciously as he passed.
"What was all that about?"
Ulrich asked as he approached.
I punched Gaunt in the face."
"Good for you," Ulrich told him.
"About time someone did," Morven said. "I'm just sorry you beat me to it."
"What do you make of this?" Royce asked, still on his knees and pointing to something on the ground beside his lantern. Hadrian bent down. It was a leather string with a series of stone beads, feathers, and what looked like chicken bones threaded through it.
"It's a Trajan ankle bracelet," he told them, "worn for luck by warriors of the Angkor tribe of the Gazelle."
"The ends aren't torn," Ray said, "but look how they're bent and twisted. I think it just came untied. And it's partially buried under the dirt, so I'm thinking it's been here a while. Regardless, we're in their neighborhood, so we'd better start moving a bit more cautiously. See if you can keep the chatter down to a minimum." Hadrian looked at the bracelet and caught Royce by the arm as he was about to move forward again. "Here," he said, keeping his body positioned to block the view of the rest of the party. He placed Alverstone into Royce's hand. "I was wondering where that went." "Time to reclaw the cat, I think," Hadrian said. "Just be a good boy. Okay. Look who's talking." The party moved forward again. Hadrian didn't return to the rear. He thought it was more likely they would encounter Gazelle from the front, and he also didn't relish the idea of returning to Gaunt. The corridor widened until they could walk three abreast. Then abruptly the passageway ended. It stopped in a small room, where the far side narrowed to no more than a crack. In the centre was nothing more than a sizable pile of rocks. Gaunt shook his head in disgust. "I told you he was incompetent," he said, pointing at Ulrich. "He was so sure this was the right passage, and here we are days later standing at a dead end." "You said I was incompetent?" the king asked, then looked to Hadrian. "No wonder you hit him. Thanks." "What about us?" Gaunt asked. "How many days of food do we have? How much time have we wasted? We've been down here, 3 days now, and it took us 2 days from Equesta. That's 5 days. Add 5 days to get back, and even if we were to leave right now, we'll have been gone 10 days. How long do you think we have until the elves reach Equesta? 2 weeks? We'll blow most of that time just retracing our steps." "I did not hear you suggesting a different choice," Arista said. "Ulrich picked as best he could, and I don't think anyone here could have chosen any better." "How surprising. His sister defending him." Morven stepped toward Gaunt and drew his blade. The sword picked up the light from the lanterns on its mirrored surface and flashed as Morven raised the point to Gaunt's neck. "I warned you before. Do not speak of my king without respect in my presence." "Morven, stop," Arista ordered. "I'm not going to kill him," he assured her. "I'll just carve my initials in his face." "Ulrich," she turned to her brother, "tell him to stop." "I'm not certain I should."
"See, this is the oppression I spoke of," Gaunt shouted. "The evils of a hereditary authority."
"Somebody shut him up," Royce snapped.
"Morvin?"
Hadrian said. "What?" Morven looked at him, confused. "You punched him?" "Yeah, well, that was then." "Lower your blade, Morven," Ulrich said, relenting. "My honour can wait until we're through at this." Morven sheathed his weapon, and Gaunt pushed himself away from the wall, breathing heavily.
"Threatening me doesn't change the situation. We are still at a dead end, and it's—"
"It's not a dead end," Magnus stated. He stomped his boot twice, got to his knees, and placed his ear to the ground. Then he looked up and glared at the pile of rocks. He got back to his feet and began throwing the rocks aside. Beneath were several pieces of wood planking and, below them, a hole. "That was hidden on purpose," Wyatt said.
"This doesn't mean we're in the right passage," Gaunt argued. "I don't remember the monk ever saying anything about going in a hole. There's no way to tell this is the right way."
"It is," Myron replied. Gaunt turned on the little monk.
"Oh, so you're keeping information from us, is that it? Or are you merely incompetent and just forgot to tell us about this part of the journal?"
"No," he said meekly. "There's nothing in the journal about this."
"Then surely you are more pious than I thought, for Merryball himself must be giving you information he keeps from the rest of us."
"Maybe," Myron replied. "All I know is that's Edmund Hall's mark." He pointed. "See, there, carved into the stone." Royce was first to it, and, holding his light above the floor, revealed the etched inscription.
E.H.
Gaunt read.
"How do we know that stands for Edmund Hall?"
"You think there's a parade of people coming through here with those initials, do you?" Royce asked. "That's the exact way he wrote his initials in the journal," Myron explained. "What about these, Myron?" Royce asked, as he pushed more rocks away to reveal more etchings. These were much brighter, fresher than the E.H. Myron glanced at them for only a moment before saying, "I don't know anything about those." Hadrian stepped up, blew the dirt away. Then he turned to Arista and Ulrich.
"Didn't the Patriarch say he sent other teams?"
"Yes, he did," Ulrich agreed. 3 of them, I think." "According to the Empress, they all failed," Arista added. Hadrian glanced at Royce. "I think we know about the 3rd group he sent, but they didn't come this way. Still, I'm guessing these are the initials of either the 1st or the 2nd team." He looked at Royce again. "If you were going to hand-pick a group to come down here, and you could choose anyone, who would you pick to lead such a group?" "Brecton, maybe," Royce replied. "Or possibly Graven Dent of Delgos." "Well, we know they didn't pick Brecton. And look at the first initials. G.D. Now, when was the last time anyone saw Graven? He wasn't at the Wintertide Games this year." "Not last year either," Ulrich said. "He was at Dahlgren," Morven said. "Yes, he was," Arista confirmed. "I remember Fannin pointing him out and saying what a great adventurer he was and how he worked mainly for the Church of Novron. He called him something. Quester?" Morven asked. "Yes, that's it." "Now, let's think about that," Hadrian said. "They would need a scholar, a historian. Dent was at Dahlgren. Wasn't there someone else too? That funny guy with the catapult, what was his name?" "Tobias Retinol," Morven asked. He was a real nut.
Yeah, but do you remember him saying something about how he named the catapult after Novron's wife because of all the research he did into ancient imperial history?
Yes. He said something about having to learn a language or something, didn't he? He was all boastful about it, remember?
That's right.
Hadrian was nodding.
Look at that second set of initials. T.R.
Tobias Retinal, Morven said. It even looks like how he would draw his letters.
What about all the others?
Ulrich asked. Hadrian shrugged. I'm really only guessing at the first two. I've no idea about the others. I do, Magnus said. Well, one of them at least. H.M. That's Herclaw Math.
Who?
Hadrian asked, and looked around, but everyone shrugged. Of course none of you would know him. He's a mason. A dwarf mason. And a good one. I would recognize his inscription anywhere. The Maths are an old family. A Math even worked on the design team of Drumondor. His clan goes back a long way.
Why did they initial the stone?
Wyatt asked. Maybe to let anyone who might follow know they got this far, Magnus replied. Why didn't they mark the bloody three-choice passage? Morven asked. Maybe they planned to, Arista said. Maybe, like us, they didn't know if they picked the right one, but planned to mark it on the way out, only they never came out. Maybe we should carve our initials too, Morven suggested, so others will know we were here.
No, Arista said. If we don't come back out, there will be no others to follow us.
Each of them looked toward the hole with apprehension. At any rate, Roy said, this looks like the place. Who's carrying the rope? They tied 3 lengths of rope together, and with Hadrian on the line, Royce climbed in. They fed out 2/3 of it before Hadrian felt the line stop and Royce's weight come off. He waited. They all waited. Some sat down on whatever flat spots they could find. Eldon remained standing. He had an unpleasant look on his face as he eyed the hole. Despite Arista's comments, the dwarf busied himself carving each of their initials into the stone. "You want to call down to him?" Ulrich asked. "He's been in there a while." "It's better to be patient," he replied. "Royce will either call up or yank on the line when he wants us to come down." "What if he fell?" Morven asked. "He didn't. On the other hand, what's more likely is that there's a patrol of Gazelle and he's waiting for them to pass. If you get nervous and start yelling down, you'll get him killed, or angry. Either way, it's not a good idea." Morven and Ulrich both nodded gravely. Hadrian had learned his lesson the hard way, on that first trip the two made to Irvanon. Learning to trust Royce when it was dark, you were alone, and the world was so quiet you could hear your own breathing, was not something you did overnight. Hadrian remembered the wind whipping them as they climbed the Crown Tower. That was a big tower. He must have climbed 100 of them with Royce since, but aside from Drumondor, that was the tallest, and the first. He had marvelled at how the little thief could scale the sheer wall like a fly, with nothing but those hand claws. He gave Hadrian a pair, and sat smirking as he tried to use them. "Hopeless," was all he said, taking the claws back. "Can you at least climb a rope?" Hadrian had just returned from his days in the arenas of Calais, where he had been respected and cheered by roaring crowds as the Tiger of Mandeline. He was less than pleased with this little twig of a man treating him as if he were the village idiot. So infuriated had he been by Royce's smug tone that Hadrian had wanted to beat him unconscious, only Arcadius had warned him to be patient. "He's like the pup of a renowned hunting dog who's been beaten badly by every master he's had," the old wizard had told him. "He's a gem worthy of a little work, but he'll test you. He'll test you a lot. Royce doesn't make friends easily, and he doesn't make it easy to be his friend." Don't get angry. That's what he's looking for. That's what he expects. He'll try to drive you away, but you'll fool him. Listen to him. Trust him. That's what he won't expect. It won't be easy. You'll have to be very patient. But if you do, you'll make a friend for life. The kind that'll walk unarmed into the jaws of a dragon if you ask him to. Hadrian felt a light tug on the rope. Everything okay, pal? He called down softly. Found it, Royce replied. Come on down. It was like a mine shaft, tight and deep. Hadrian had descended only a short distance when his eyes detected a faint light below. The pale blue-green light appeared to leak into the base of the shaft, which, he could now estimate, was no more than 100 feet deep. As he reached the bottom, he felt a strong breeze and heard a sound, a very out-of-place sound, the crash of waves. He stood in an enormous cavern, so vast he couldn't see the far wall. At his feet were shells and black sand, and before him lay a great body of water with waves that rolled in white and frothy. Along the beach he spotted clumps of seaweed and algae that glowed bright green, and the ocean gave off an emerald light, which the ceiling reflected in such a way as to make it seem like they were not underground at all. He felt like he was standing on the beach at night under a cloudy, albeit green, sky. His nose filled with the pungent scent of salt, fish, and seaweed. To the right lay nothing but endless water, but straight out, just visible at the horizon, were structures, the outlines of buildings, pillars, towers, and walls. Across the sea lay the city of Persepolis. Royce stood on the shore, staring across the water, and glanced over his shoulder when Hadrian touched down. Not something you see every day, is it? Wow, he replied. It didn't take long before all of them stood on the black sand, gazing out at the sea and the city beyond. Myron looked as if he were in shock. Hadrian realized the monk had never seen an ocean, much less one that glowed bright green. Edmund Hall mentioned an underground sea, Myron said at length. But Mr. Hall is not terribly good at descriptions. This is truly amazing. I've never thought of myself as big in any sense, but standing here, I feel as small as a pebble. Anyone lose an ocean? Because I think we just found it, Morven announced. It's beautiful, Arista said. Whoa, Wyatt muttered. How are we going to get across it? Gaunt asked. They all looked to Myron. Oh, right, sorry. Edmund Hall made a raft from some stuff he found washed up on the beach. He said there was a lot of it. He lashed planking with a rope he had with him and formed a rudder out of one side of an old crate. His sail was a patchwork of sewn bags, his mast a tall log of driftwood. How long did it take him? Gaunt asked. 3 weeks. By Ma! He exclaimed. Ulrich scowled at him. There's 10 of us, and we have an expert sailor and better gear. Let's get looking for our raw material. They all spread out like a group of beachcombers looking for shells and starfish on a lovely summer's day. There was a good deal of debris on the shore, old bottles and broken crates, poles and nets, all amazingly well preserved after having been down there for 1,000 years. Hadrian picked up a jug with writing on one side. He carefully turned it over, realizing he was holding an artifact that, by its mere age, was profoundly valuable. He didn't expect to be able to read it. Everything from the ancient empire of Persepolis would be an old speech. He looked at the markings and was stunned to find he could understand them. Briggs Rum Distillery, Dagestan, Calais. He blinked.
"Where's Myron?"
It wasn't so much the question as the voice that pulled Hadrian's attention away from the jug. Eldon had spoken. The big man stood like a wave break on the sand, his head twisting around, searching.
"I don't see him."
Hadrian glanced up and down the beach. Eldon was right. The monk was gone. "I'll find him," Royce said, annoyed, and trotted off. "Eldon," Wyatt called. "Can you give me a hand here?" he said, trying to pull up a large weathered plank mostly buried in the sand. "We can use this as the keel, I think." Ulrich and Morven were dragging over what looked like the side of a wooden crate. "There's another side to this back there, among those rocks," the king informed Wyatt. "That's great, but right now can the two of you help us dig this beam out?" Gaunt wandered the beach half-heartedly, kicking over rocks as if he might find a mast hiding under one. Magnus noticeably avoided the water, sticking to the high beach area and glancing over his shoulder at the waves as if they were barking dogs he needed to constantly assure himself were chained. Arista came running down to where the four dug the beam out of the sand. "I found a huge piece of canvas," she said, and did a little dance. Hadrian noticed her feet were bare. She held her shoes in her hands, swinging them by the heels, her robe swaying. As he looked at her just then, she could have been any number of girls he had known from taverns or small towns. Not a princess at all. "Don't you like my celebratory dance?" she asked him. "Is that what that is?" She rolled her eyes. "Come on and help me get the canvas. It'll make the perfect sail." She ran back down the beach, and Hadrian followed. She stopped and, bending down, pulled on the corner of a buried piece of canvas. "We'll have to dig it out, but I bet it's big. I think—" She stopped when she spotted Royce and Myron walking toward them. "There you are," Hadrian said in a reprimanding tone. "You had Eldon worried, young man."
"I saw a crab," Myron said, embarrassed. "They have these huge claws and run sideways. They scurry very fast, like big spiders. I chased him down the beach, but he disappeared into a hole before I could get a good look. Have you ever seen a crab?"
"Yes, Myron. I've seen crabs before."
"Oh, so you know how fascinating they are. I was literally carried away. Well, not literally. I mean, I wasn't actually carried by the crab. Lured is more accurate."
"Royce, look at the canvas I found," Arista said, repeating her little dance for him. "Very nice," the thief replied. "You don't seem suitably impressed. It's going to be our sail," she told him proudly. "Maybe we should have a contest for the person who finds the best part of the raft." She followed this with a greedy grin. "We could do that," Royce nodded, "but I don't think you'll win." "No? Did you find something better?" "Myron did." "Better than the crab?" Hadrian asked. "You could say that." Royce motioned for them to follow. They walked around an arm of the cliff wall that jutted into the sea, causing them all to wade up to their ankles for a short bit. On the far side, resting on the sand about a half-mile down the beach, was a small single-mast boat that listed off the keel. Its pair of black sails dangled from the yards, feebly flapping in the sea breeze. "By Mar!" Hadrian and Aristus said together. A loose board on the boat's deck creaked under Hadrian's weight, and Royce glared at him. 12 years they had worked together, and still Royce didn't seem capable of understanding that Hadrian couldn't float. The problem was that Royce apparently could. He made it look so easy. Hadrian walked like the caricature of a thief, on his toes, his arms out for balance, wavering up and down as if he were on a tightrope. Royce walked as casually as if he were sauntering down a city street. They communicated, as they always did on the job, with facial expressions and hand gestures. Royce had learned sign language as part of his guild training, but it never bothered teaching Hadrian more than a few signals. Royce was always able to communicate what he needed by pointing, counting with his fingers, or making simple, obvious signs like scissoring his fingers across his level palm, imitating legs walking on a floor. He expressed most of his silent dialogue the way he was now, through rolled eyes, glares, and the pitiable shaking of his head. Given how irritated he so often looked, it was a mystery why he put up with Hadrian. After the first trip to the Crown Tower, both were convinced Arcadius was insane in pairing them. Royce hated him, and the feeling was mutual. Just as Royce recently confirmed, the only reason they had gone back together was out of spite. Their shared dislike compelled them. Royce wanted to see Hadrian give up or die, and Hadrian refused to give him the satisfaction of either. Of course, what ended up happening was something neither of them expected. They were caught. Royce held a hand out, palm up, and Hadrian stopped moving, freezing in place as if he were playing a kid's game. He could see Royce tilting his head like a dog trying to listen. He shook his head and motioned for him to follow again. The two had left the rest of the party on the beach, safely back near where Arista had found the canvas, as they scouted the ship. It looked abandoned, but Royce refused to take chances. What they found on deck only further suggested it was deserted. The wood was rough and weathering badly. Paint was peeling, and crabs scurried about as if they had lived there for some time. The bow plaque indicated the name, Harbinger. Still, one last mystery needed investigation. The little ship was tiny compared to the Emerald Storm, just large enough to support a below-deck cabin, and they needed to see what was inside. The door lay closed, and Royce inched up on it, as if it were a viper ready to strike. When he reached the cabin, he glanced back at Hadrian, who drew his swords. Royce carefully twisted the latch. The corroded metal stuck, and he struggled to free it. Then the door fell inward with a creak and banged against the inner wall. Hadrian rushed forward, just in case. He fully expected the cabin to be empty, but, to his surprise, the faint light falling through the doorway revealed a man. He lay on a small bed within the small cabin. He was dead, his face rotted, the eyes and lips gone, and most of the flesh eaten, perhaps by the crabs. Hadrian guessed the man had died not too long ago, less than a year, certainly, perhaps only 6 months. He wore sailor's clothes, and around his neck was a white kerchief. Hadrian whispered, "My God, is that—" Royce nodded. "It's Bernie." Hadrian remembered Bernie as the wiry topman from the Emerald Storm. He, along with Stahl, whom Royce had killed, Dr. Levy, and the historian Antoine Bullard, had worked for Sentinel Thrannic. They were the third and final team the Patriarch had sent in to obtain the horn. The last Hadrian had seen of them was in the dungeons beneath the Palace of the Four Winds. "This looks like blood on the bed and floor," Royce said. "I'll take your word for it. I just see a shadow. But what's that around his belly?" "Linen. Blood-stained. Looks like he died from a stab wound to the stomach. But it was slow." Royce climbed out of the cabin and looked around the ship, bending down to study the decking and the lines. "What are you looking for?" "Blood," he replied. "There's blood all over the place. Spots on the deck, handprints on the ropes and on the wheel. I think he set sail wounded." "He could have been attacked on board." "Maybe, but I doubt it. He looks to have initially survived whatever fight gave him the wound. That means the other guy must have been hurt worse. Only there's no other body." "Might have dumped it in the sea." "Might have. But there would still be signs of a fight and blood. A lot of blood, somewhere. All I see are dribbles and drips. No, I think he was wounded, got the boat rigged, and set sail." Royce ran to the wheel, then the stern. Yep, rudder is tied. He set the ship, tied the rudder, then, feeling weak, he lay down below, where he slowly bled to death. So, who knifed him? Royce shrugged. Gazelle? Hadrian shook his head. It's been, 3, 4 months? You saw that bracelet back there. The Gazelle have passed by here. They've seen this ship but haven't touched it. If they killed him, they would have taken it. No. Thranich had a deal with the Gazelle, remember? He said something about a guide and safe passage. So, Merrick or the Patriarch managed to cut a deal with the Gazelle, letting them come in here. Seems to be the case. Hadrian waved to the others and dropped a rope ladder over the side. All safe and sound, I trust? Ulrich asked, coming aboard. Safe, Hadrian said. As for sound, I defer to our resident expert in the ways of seafaring. Wyatt stood in the middle of the ship and slammed his feet down on the wood of the deck. He then grabbed a rope and climbed up to the masthead, inspecting the lines and canvas. Lastly, he went below. When he returned, he said, A little worn and neglected, but she's a fine ship as far as Tenkin doggers go. Tenkin? Morven asked. Wyatt nodded. And that's Bernie in the cabin, right? Pretty sure, Hadrian replied. Then that means this isn't just some underground salt lake. What do you mean? This boat sailed here from the Palace of the Four Winds. This must open out to the Goblin Sea, some cove the Barlan Gazelle discovered that goes underground, and is navigable all the way under Alban to here. That's how the Gazelle have been getting in and managing to send scouting parties around Amberton Lee, Hadrian said. As nice as all that is, Ulrich began, how are we going to get this ship into the water? We aren't, Wyatt told him. It'll do that all by itself, in about 6 hours. Huh? This ship is just going to jump in the water in 6 hours? Morven asked incredulously. He's talking about the tide, Arista said. It's low tide right now, or near it. I'm guessing at high tide the water mark will be up to the cliff's edge. There won't even be a beach here. Of course, the ship may still be touching bottom. We'll set sail and hope the wind can pull us. If not, we'll have to kedge off. Kedge off? Morven asked, and glanced at Arista, who this time shrugged. You take the ship's anchor, put it on a launch, paddle it out, drop it in the water, and then with the capstan you crank and pull the ship toward the anchor. It's not a fun drill. Sometimes the anchor doesn't catch, and sometimes it catches too well. Either way, turning the capstan is never pleasant. All I can say is thank Maribor we have Eldon. Of course, a ship this size doesn't have a launch, so we'll need to make something to float the anchor out with. Since we have 6 hours to kill, we might as well do that. I'll need Royce, Hadrian, and Eldon to help me set the ship in order, so could His Majesty grab a few of the remaining people and make a raft? Consider it done, Captain, Ulrich told him. We should also dispose of old Bernie, I'm afraid, Wyatt said. While it is tempting to just dump him in the sea, we probably should bury him. Don't look at me, Gorn said. I didn't even know the man. I'll do it, Myron told them. Can someone help me get him to the beach? Good. Then we're all squared away, Wyatt said. We'll set sail in 6 hours. Hopefully.
Chapter 13. The Voyage of the Harbinger. The tide had come in, and Arista noted most of the shore was gone. Waves slammed against the cliff edge, hammering the wall. Seawater sluiced in and out of the shaft they had come down, making a vague sucking sound with each roll out. The ship sat upright, the deck flat, and the whole thing rocked with each new set of waves which lifted the stern.
Myron stood on the deck of the Harbinger, casting his eyes upward at the sails, as Royce flew about on ropes, tying off the braces. Soaked to the bone, the monk created a puddle where he stood. His frock stuck to his skin, a bit of glowing seaweed was on his shoulder, and he had black sand in his hair and on his cheeks. "All done, then?" Hadrian asked, tying the end of one of the lines Royce had dropped to him. Myron nodded. "Well, mostly, but I thought—" He looked up once more. "I thought Royce might be willing to say a few words, since he knew him best." "Royce is a bit busy," Hadrian replied. Myron's shoulders slumped. "How about if I come? I knew him too." "Can I come?" Arista asked. She had been on deck, coiling ropes and generally clearing the clutter. No one had asked her to. No one had asked her to do anything. Women were unexpected on board a ship, and she did not think Wyatt knew what to do with her. She had tried helping Ulrich with building the raft for the anchor, but that had gone badly. Her brother noticeably winced each time she suggested something to Marvin, Deegan, or Magnus. After only an hour, she excused herself, saying she wasn't feeling well, and returned to the ship. She hoped Wyatt would have some use for her, but he only smiled and nodded politely as he passed. "Of course," Myron said eagerly, a smile brightening his face. Arista jumped to her feet, feeling oddly relieved. Somehow she had expected Myron would exclude her as well. She regretted volunteering, as getting off the ship required wading in chest-deep water. It was very cold, and took her breath away. Her robe billowed around her as she struggled to find traction in the ground below. A strong wave struck her from behind, and she started to fall face forward. Hadrian caught her by the elbow and held her up. "Thank you. I thought I was going for a swim there," she told him. "Bad form on the wave's part, sneaking up and attacking you from the back like that." "Not very chivalrous, was it?" "Not at all. I'd complain." Myron moved ahead of them, splashing his way to a high point where the water was only a few inches deep. "He's under here. At least, he used to be." Myron looked about, concerned. "I'm sure he still is," Hadrian said. "We'd best get started before he slips away," Arista said as a wave's retreat sucked her feet into the sand. "You start us off, Myron." "Dear Maribor, our eternal father, we are gathered here to say farewell to our brother Bernie. That's his name, right?" Myron whispered. Hadrian nodded. "We ask that you remember him and see that he crosses the river to the land of the dawn." He looked to Hadrian, motioning with his hand for him to speak. "Ah." Hadrian thought a moment. "Bernie wasn't a good man, exactly. He was a thief and a grave robber, and he tried to knife Royce once." Seeing Myron's expression, Arista nudged Hadrian. "But, he didn't actually ever try to kill any of us. He was just doing his job, I guess. I suppose he was pretty good at it." Hadrian stopped there, looking awkward. "Would you like to say something?" Myron asked Arista. "I didn't know him." "At this point, I don't think he'd mind," Myron said. "Okay, I suppose." She thought a second, then said, "Although none of us knew him well, I'm certain Mr. Bernie had virtues as well as shortcomings, like any of us. He likely helped people, or showed courage in the face of adversity when others might not. He must have had some good in him, otherwise Maribor wouldn't have sent one of his most compassionate and thoughtful servants here to ensure he had a proper passing." "Wow, that was much better than mine," Hadrian whispered. "Shh," Arista said. "And so, Lord," Myron concluded with a bowed head, "we say farewell to Bernie. May the light of a new dawn rise upon his soul." Then, in a light voice, Myron sang,
Unto Maribor I beseech thee, into the hands of God I send thee. Grant him peace, I beg thee. Give him rest, I ask thee. May the God of men watch over your journey.
Is that it? Hadrian asked.
That's it, Myron replied. Thank you both for coming and standing in the cold water.
Let's get back. My feet are going numb, Arista said, hopping through the surf.
Your Highness, Myron asked, chasing her, I can't help but ask, who is the servant of Maribor you were speaking of?
She looked at him, surprised. You, of course.
Oh.
When they got back, Ulrich and the rest were tying up their makeshift raft to the side of the Harbinger. Arista was impressed. The raft was 8 feet square, lashed tight and corked with pitch. On board, Wyatt and Eldon were pushing everything that could be moved from the bow to the stern. The back of the ship began to rock in earnest, making it hard to stand. Once everyone was on board, Wyatt looked up as if to the heavens and shouted, "Loose the topsail!" She gasped as Royce pulled a line, then, without hesitation, ran across the yard to the far side and pulled another. The topsail fell open, and Royce dropped to the masthead and, running along the top of the mainsail yard, tied off the sheets. "Loose the mainsail!" Wyatt shouted, and Royce released the big sail. "Hands to the sheets!" Hadrian and Eldon, on opposite sides of the ship, pulled ropes connected to the lower corners of the sail, stretching it out taut. "Hands to the braces! Back all sails!" Eldon and Hadrian grabbed hold of ropes attached to the ends of the yards and pulled, twisting them around so that they caught the wind on an angle, pushing the ship backward toward the sea. They looked to Wyatt, who waved them over until they had the right angle, then they tied off the braces. "Everyone to the stern," Wyatt called, and each of them moved to the back of the ship. The wind and the waves rocked them, and at times it seemed they were lifting, but the ship failed to move. "The keel's dug in," Wyatt said, then sighed. "We'll need to kedge off. Eldon and Hadrian, hoist the anchor to the raft and lash it tight. Ulrich, forgive me, Your Majesty, but I need to use you like a deckhand and will be dispensing with formalities. I hope you understand. Please take Morven and launch the raft as soon as the anchor is on it. Now, this is what you must remember. Paddle out directly behind the ship. Any angle will reduce our traction. We want to pull the ship in perfect line with the keel. When you're out so far that the chain is fully extended, drop the anchor, then return to the ship as fast as you can." Ulrich nodded, and with Morven following, they climbed over the side of the ship. Using the pulleys attached to the main yard, Hadrian and Eldon hoisted the anchor out over the raft, which bobbed and bucked in the surf. Ulrich and Morven straddled it, tying the anchor fast to the deck. Both were sprayed and soaked by crashing waves. Hadrian handed paddles down, and with one on each side, the two worked to push the weighted craft out over the swells. The chain played out through Wyatt's own hands as he stood at the stern, carefully watching their progress. Ulrich and Morven appeared like two rats on a barrel lid when the chain went taut. Arista saw the flash of Morven's blade, and the anchor went into the water, nearly flipping the raft. "Hands to the capstan," Wyatt called. "That's everyone, except, of course, you, Your Highness." Arista sighed, but was just as happy to stand at the stern rail and watch Ulrich and Morven, who were paddling back. They were moving much faster now that they had the swells pushing them. In the centre of the ship, poles were passed through the holes in the big wheel, and everyone put their weight into pushing the capstan around. Arista could hear the rapid clank, clank, clank of the pawls as they took up the slack. Then the sound grew slower, the time between clanks longer. Everyone aside from her, including Wyatt, heaved on the capstan. Each pole had 2 people on it except for Eldon's. The giant commanded his own pole, and his face was turning red from the strain. Arista heard a fearful creaking as the anchor and the ship fought each other. "Show us the waves, Arista," Wyatt called to her. "Put your arms up and drop them just before a wave is about to hit the ship." She nodded and looked out to sea. Ulrich and Morven were already coming alongside. She looked at the swells. They were in a lull, but she could see 3 humps in the distance rolling toward them like the slithering back of serpents. "It'll be a minute," she shouted back. "Everyone rest," Wyatt told them. "When you see her drop her arms, really put your back into it." Morven and Ulrich scrambled over the side, soaked and exhausted. They flung themselves down on the deck. "No time to rest," Wyatt shouted at them. "Find a spot on the poles." The swells were nearing, and Arista raised her arms. "Get ready!" They all braced themselves and took deep breaths. The first swell rushed in, and Arista dropped her arms, but she did so too late. They heaved. There was a grinding sensation, then it stopped, and the men fell exhausted, hanging from the poles. "I timed it wrong," Arista shouted. "I was too late. Here comes another." She raised her arms, and they all braced again, with Morven and Ulrich finding places at the poles. Arista watched the swell rushing at her. This time she lowered her arms while the wave was still a few feet away. By the time the men heaved, the rear of the ship was rising. There were a noticeable lurch and more grinding. This time she heard the sound of wood scraping and felt movement. "One more!" she shouted, raising her arms and then dropping them almost as soon as they were up. Once more the men pushed, the chain tightened, and the boat rose. This time a gust of wind managed to catch the topsail, and the ship lurched dramatically. The bottom scraped and broke out of the sludge. They rocked smooth and free, drifting backward. A cheer rose, and everyone was grinning. Wyatt ran back to the stern beside Arista and grabbed hold of the wheel. "That was lucky," he said, sweat dripping from his forehead. "Great job, by the way." "Thanks." "Keep cranking. Let's see if we can save the anchor." The men pushed the capstan around easily now. They quickly covered the distance Ulrich and Morven had paddled, and passed it. Arista watched the cables swing down beneath them. There was a sudden lurch that staggered her. Then she heard the rapid clanking of the pawls as the anchor came in. "Man the braces!" Wyatt shouted. "Stand by to come about." Wyatt looked out at the swells and gave the wheel a hard spin. The ship turned. "Swing round the yards! Starboard tack!" Everyone else cleared out of the way as Hadrian, Eldon, and Royce went to work twisting the yards and tying off. The ship turned its nose out to sea, and the wind filled the sails, pushing it over to one side. "Tacks and sheets! Catch that wind!" Arista grabbed hold of the rail, frightened at the sudden speed the ship acquired and the disturbing tilt of the deck. Concerned that they were about to capsize, she watched apprehensively as the mast leaned and the ship rode on its side. "There she goes!" Wyatt exclaimed with a great smile on his lips. "Fly, Harbinger, fly!" As if the ship heard him, the bow broke through a crest, dove forward, and hurdled the surface until it splashed down with a burst of spray. "Atta girl!" Arista carried the hot cup with difficulty. She held it with both hands, but the deck refused to stay in one place for long and caused her to stagger. She approached Myron, who sat shivering with his back against the base of the mast. "Here," she said, kneeling down and holding out the steaming cup. "For me?" he asked, and she nodded. He took the cup and sniffed. "It's tea," he said, as if the drink were some kind of miracle. "It's hot tea." "You seemed like you could use something warm to drink." Myron looked at her with an expression of such gratefulness she thought for a moment that he might cry. I
don't know what to say.
It's just tea, Myron. It wasn't much work.
You had to get the stove going, and that must have been difficult. I wouldn't know how to do that on board a ship.
I didn't use the stove.
But you had to boil the water. Oh, he said, lowering his voice.
Yeah, I used a little trick. She wiggled her fingers. He looked back down at the cup. If you don't want it, that's okay. I just thought... He lifted the cup and took a noisy sip.
It's wonderful. Created by magic and made for me by a royal princess. This is the best tea I've ever had. Thank you.
She laughed a bit and sat down before the lurching of the ship knocked her over. Lately, I sometimes forget I'm a princess. I haven't thought of myself that way for a really long time.
Still, it is astoundingly thoughtful.
It's what I can do, she said. I feel useless lately. The least I can do is cook. Problem is, I really don't know how. But I can boil water like nobody's business. I'd like to make a cup of tea for Royce. Hadrian says he gets seasick, and I always thought tea soothed the stomach, but he's up in the rigging. Still, at the rate we're travelling, I don't think it'll be much longer before we land. Myron tilted the cup to his lips and sipped.
It tastes wonderful. You did an excellent job.
She smirked at him. You'd say that even if it was awful. I get the impression I could serve you dishwater and you'd act perfectly happy.
He nodded. That's true. Only I wouldn't be acting.
She opened her mouth to protest, then stopped. You really mean that, don't you? He nodded and took another sip. It doesn't take much to please you, does it, Myron?
Anton Bullard once wrote, "When you expect nothing from the world, not the light of the sun, the wet of water, nor the air to breathe, everything is a wonder, and every moment a gift."
And you expect nothing from the world? He looked at her puzzled.
I'm a monk.
She smiled and nodded. You need to teach me to be a monk. I expect too much. I want too much. Things I can't have.
Desire can be painful, but so can regret.
That is the one thing I have too much of. Sail! Royce shouted from somewhere above them. Where? Wyatt called from the wheel. Off the starboard bow. You'll be able to see it in another minute. Arista and Myron got to their feet and moved to the rail. The dark prow of the Harbinger cut a white slice through the luminous green waves. Ahead, the city was much closer. Arista could see some detail in the buildings, windows, doorways, stairs and domes. Which side is the starboard side? She asked. The right side, Myron told her. Starboard is derived from what they used to call the rudder, the starboard, which was always on the right side of a ship, because most people are right-handed. As a result, when docking, the one steering a ship always pulled up placing the opposite side of the ship next to the pier so it didn't interfere with his paddling, or the rudder. And of course, that side, the left side, was the port side.
Or so Hill McDavin explained in Chronicles of Maritime Commerce and Trade Practices of the Kilnar Union.
Hadrian said you could do stuff like that. But until you see it, it's hard to believe. It's amazing that you can remember so many things.
Everyone has talents. It's like magic, I guess.
Yes, she said, slowly nodding. I suppose it is.
Look,
Myron told her, pointing. She spotted dark sails coming out of the dim light. They were far larger than their own, big sweeping triangles of black canvas with a white mark emblazoned on them. The design was a symbol of slashes that looked vaguely like a skull.
Everyone, get down, Wyatt shouted. Royce, tell me if they change course toward us.
Arista and Myron lay down on the deck, but continued to peer out at the approaching vessel. The hull came into view as if out of a green fog. It, too, was black and glistened with the ocean spray, looking like smoked glass. With the underside reflecting the unholy glow of the sea, the ship appeared ominous. It looked as if it were something not of their world at all. A light flashed from the top of the masts.
They're signalling us, Royce called down. Damn, Wyatt said. That's going to be a problem. She's changing course toward us. Hands to the braces, Wyatt shouted as he spun the wheel and the Harbinger turned away from the oncoming ship. They're on to us now.
Arista heard a faint shout across the water, and she could see movement. Small, dark figures loped across the deck. As she saw them, a chill ran through her. Like anyone, she had heard tales of the Bahran gazelle, the sea goblins. They were the stuff of legends. Nora, Arista's nursemaid, had told her fairy stories at bedtime.